The Immortal Stranger. Starting as a traveling merchant, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451 Sacrifice. It was returned to the Beiyou sect. There must be a story behind this. Zhao Chen was rarely in the mood for gossip, but then he sighed and said, should this magical instrument, which obviously has a different meaning, be returned to Master Chu? Qin Sheng shook his head slightly and said, I have asked Master Chu, and she said that, since it was returned to the Beiyou sect, it is no longer hers, so we should just keep it ourselves. Is that so? Zhao Chen nodded slightly, picked up the wind and cloud harmony ring again, and continued to study its effects. This ring allows the wearer and the person designated by the wearer to enter the palace-like space inside it, while it is difficult for outsiders to detect and enter. It has a certain degree of secrecy, and it also has countermeasures against calculation and divination. In addition, when the wearer himself enters, the ring will randomly change into something and hide, and it is not bound by form or mind, and can perfectly blend into any environment. It can even become a bamboo dotted in ink paintings, and become an inconspicuous piece of furniture in the dreams of ordinary people. In short, if you encounter an irresistible enemy, you can completely hide in the wind and cloud harmony ring, and there is a good chance that you can escape the disaster. Of course, if the enemy is a Dongsuan being who is good at tracking, then you can only pray for the best. And it can also be used as a storage tool. Compared with storage bags that are as short as a few months, or as long as a few years, the wind and cloud harmony ring is much stronger in terms of volume and safety. While Qin Sheng was speaking, his beautiful eyes also looked over like water. You just happen to lack this kind of magic tool. Just take it. Don't you need it? Zhao Chen asked back. In my impression, Fei Meng should not have anything similar. Well, Zheng Qingyan also doesn't have it. After all, she can put all her belongings into the bubble of the dream of the goddess of beauty, so she doesn't need a storage tool at all. Hearing this, Qin Sheng smiled and pulled out a blood-red heart-shaped pendant from his front, pointing at it and saying, as the leader of the blood god sect, how could you not have something similar? Zhao Chen frowned and said, I mean Fei Meng. She is the one you care about most. Qin Sheng showed an aggrieved expression, with a playful touch of charm and an indescribable charm. What a goblin. Fortunately, I sat down, otherwise I would have made a fool of myself. In addition, don't let every incarnation act so jealous. It's all like this. I always feel that my future may not be very good. When Zhao Chen was complaining in his heart, he heard Qin Sheng say faintly, don't worry, Fei Meng doesn't need it anymore. Don't need it? Zhao Chen was stunned. Then he came to his senses and said in surprise, she has achieved magic power. The so-called walker position comes with storage capabilities? Yes. Qin Sheng nodded. Just when you were exploring the original space of the cave, she had successfully built a spirit platform, condensed spiritual consciousness, built a bridge between heaven and earth, led vital energy into the body, and cultivated magic power. Fei Meng is still one step faster than me. Although he said that, Zhao Chen's face was full of joy, and he was really happy for Fei Meng. However, he soon thought of something and asked hesitantly, by the way, I remember Fei Meng said before that the Bodhisattva would reward the walker with a position only after this mission is over? Qin Sheng glanced at him and asked, why do you think the Empress secretly hid the royal family's magic weapon, the demon pendant? Demon pendant? The one that Master Moyan used to carry with him? Zhao Chen repeated with some surprise, but he soon made an association and blurted out, is it one of Fei Meng's mission objectives? Most of the time, his and Fei Meng's missions were the same, but that was just the main line, and he couldn't take on the side quests. Only Fei Meng could. In the final analysis, being able to penetrate the historical mist to do the mission was the power of Fei Meng's plug-in Bodhisattva, and it was mainly to serve her. He was just relying on the star chariot to force it. Yes. Qin Sheng nodded slightly, but didn't say anything more. The Bodhisattva is going to take the demon pendant? Although it is a magic weapon, it shouldn't be in the eyes of such a being, right? Unless it has another function. Maybe the worry-free cave really hides clues about Master Moyan, and it's in that pendant? And because it's too obvious, and even placed in the palace for people to use, it was overlooked? If that's the case, then Black Sun has suffered a great loss. Well, I guess I'm just overthinking it. After all, with my level, how could I possibly guess the calculations of the big shots? Shaking his head, retracting his thoughts, that were drifting farther and farther away, Zhao Chen just kept this in mind, and asked something else. By the way, I remember when I was steaming in the Holy Spirit sect. No, it was in the 100 refinement strong soul palace of the Holy Spirit sect to replenish my soul power. I heard Kang Lin say that the White Jade sect also has a magical instrument similar to the Blood God's blood painted sacrifice hall in the Holy Spirit's 100 refinement strong soul palace, called the White Jade Smoke and Clouds Pavilion. I didn't see you take it back. Was it damaged in the fight with the monster? Qin Sheng didn't expect him to ask this, and after a slight pause he glanced at him and said, "You have seen the blood painted sacrifice hall and the 100 refinement strong soul palace. You should know that they both occupy a very large area, and the White Jade Misty Pavilion is the same. Although it is still intact, it cannot be moved without the corresponding treasure collecting spell. If you want to enjoy it, you can go to the White Jade Sects Mountain Gate by yourself." I see. Well, after completing this mission, if I really master this cave, I can consider building a holiday villa in the Mountain Gate of Beiyu sect. Zhao Chen had his own plans in mind. The Beiyu Yangsha Pavilion was said to be very beneficial for the practice of the magic power stage, and he naturally didn't want to miss it. After talking about the gains from the magic tools, Qin Sheng took out several jade slips, pushed them in front of Zhao Chen and said, "These are the 12 gates I got from the 36 white jade methods. It's a pity that there are no evil spells corresponding to the first grade magical power formless Yangsha Golden Pill, the second grade magical power Cloud Sword Fairy Clothes, and the third grade magical power 10,000 Bones Demon God." Because he had known this before, Zhao Chen was not disappointed. He picked up the jade slips and took a look at them, which enriched his accumulation. After that, he sold them all into the Xingcha. In fact, the 12 methods Qin Sheng obtained were not completely useless. There were many exquisite Yang and Yinsha magics. For example, there was a bone spirit fire, which could greatly assist in alchemy and refining, and could even allow cultivators at the Gangsha stage to cross levels to process materials at the level of supernatural powers. Another example was the Yang magic bone magic lamp, which was an artifact type spell that had both offensive and defensive capabilities, and could also attract many evil spirits. Bone spirit fire, bone magic lamp, plus a dead bone curse, the three together could produce an extremely evil 4th grade supernatural power bone element magic fire. After this magic fire entered the human body, it was like a ulcer attached to the bone. Without a corresponding restraining supernatural power, it was difficult to remove, and the person who cast this supernatural power could not only use this fire to continuously burn the soul and magic power of others, causing them to attract all kinds of evil spirits, but also use the connection to impose various powerful curses, making it hard to defend against. When the enemy is completely consumed by the magic fire, its bones will be refined and become the best material for the spell bone puppet. Of course, it is also one of the 10,000 bones in the 3rd grade magical power 10,000 bones magic god. The spells complement each other. Well, in addition to the 3 spells that make up the bone essence magic fire, the other 9 spells also have their own merits. Moreover, some of them look like high-end versions of some spells in the Yangsha Danshu. For example, this white jade banner is a high-level substitute for the Wuan banner. And the so-called Jade Light Net is exactly the same as the Zhaguang Net spell in the Yangsha Danshu, it just has a different name. TSK. So the Uniying Sect S' original 5th grade Uniying Zhaguang formation magical power that was pieced together from this is actually the 4th grade Beiyu Yangsha formation in the Beiyu sect. Well, Sister Hangsha has already practiced the Zhaguang Net spell and cannot be changed, but you can pursue this 4th grade magical power. After appreciating the Beiyu Sect's spells and enriching his star coin balance, Zhao Chen rubbed his forehead and prepared to recover his spirit through sleep. Today, he talked too much about the topic of the evil god. Even if the other party did not lower his gaze, it was still a huge burden for him. Knowledge is poisonous, and the evil god is knowledge, a part of the Tao. Seeing Zhao Chen put down the jade slip, Qin Sheng lifted the ends of his hair, deliberately moved closer, and said with a smile, "Are you going to rest? Do you want me to sleep with you?" Although Zhao Chen admired the beauty of the beauty, he also knew the priorities. He just gently pulled Qin Sheng over and said with a bit of pity and helplessness, "Stop making trouble. The enemy in the cave has not been eliminated. How can you be so indulgent?" Qin Sheng rolled his eyes at him when he heard it. "You said it so nicely, but your hands are not very honest." 3 days later, a tall altar stood in the imperial palace in the capital. On the altar, 3 crowns of different colors and shapes were placed in the shape of a finished product. They were the magic weapons Yangxiao crown, golden crow crown and black sun demon crown that once took the 3 real people out of the cave through reincarnation. At this time, these 3 crowns were placed on the sacrificial position and were about to return to this world. There were not many people around the altar, but the top figures in this world, including Zhao Chen and Qi Meng, gathered here, quietly waiting for the auspicious time given by the spirit of the cave. "It's almost time to start." Chuyu Zhenren, who appeared again from the painting, looked at Lulin Qi, whose eyes had become empty at some point, and said lightly. The latter did not reply, but showed a bit of excitement, walked quickly to the corresponding position, and presided over the ceremony. He first muttered something, then danced a dance that made people feel that their rationality was lowering, and finally raised his arms and shouted a word that Zhao Chen could not understand. Green. In an instant, a strong wind suddenly rose, swirled up, and gradually dyed black, white, and red. They did not merge together, but were clearly separated, gradually pulling cracks in the air. At this time, the 3 magic weapons also took off and fell into the cracks. Zhao Chen and others could vaguely see that there were eyes behind the cracks. Hiss. What is this thing? As expected of a cave opened up by the demon sect, even the spirit of the cave is so evil. In comparison, the spirit of the shy and blessed land is much cuter. When Zhao Chen was secretly complaining, he suddenly felt that the cornucopia attached to the destiny lake in the star chariot was slightly vibrating, and it was obvious that a large amount of luck was released. Soon, under the observation of Zhao Chen's eye of the cave void, everyone's luck value had increased significantly, and he had the most. This is a new function developed by Zhao Chen by combining the destiny lake and the eye of the cave void, which did not exist before the recycling of this accessory. However, Zhao Chen did not let these lucks be added to him, but collected them and temporarily stored them in the destiny lake. His luck is actually already strong enough, and more may cause unnecessary trouble. This is also the conclusion Zhao Chen came to after practice. However, just as the ceremony was about to succeed, and the spirit of the cave heaven was about to leave Lulin body, Master Chuyu suddenly pointed at him, and then countless tentacles made of ink and water entangled with him. Devil King binding body great magical power. Almost at the same time, Master Kenya also spit out a blood red long sword and stabbed it into the eye in the crack. The incident happened suddenly, and even Zhao Chen and Qi Meng did not react, not to mention the spirit of the cave heaven that possessed Lulin Qi, who was restrained by the tacit understanding of the 2 masters with almost no resistance. What are you going to do? Lulin Qi said with a hollow look in his eyes. Aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven again? But Zhao Chen and others could still hear a trace of panic and a trace of cowardice in his tone. Our cave heaven does not need the spirit. With you here, our future will only be more unpredictable. Master Chuyu replied coldly and let those ink tentacles entangle more tightly. They actually passed through Lulin Qi's body and kept shrinking towards his eyebrows. After Kenya blinded the eyes and the cracks, she took out a blood-colored flower from the boundless sea of blood around her. The blood flower was only a bone at first, but it soon blossomed, and a charming woman in red flew out of it. The woman looked in the direction of Lulin Qi, slowly smiled, and then before the ink line closed, she flew into the other's brow. This is a 3rd grade magical power, Blood Demon Mandala, also known as Manjusaka. If it pounced on the newly born spirit of the cave spirit would probably enlighten and indulge in bliss. This is also an insurance added by Kenya. After all, although the magical power of Demon King's body binding is powerful, it is only a magic weapon, and there must be loopholes. Temporarily letting the cave spirit immerse in the other side can prevent it from actively seeking a way out in a short period of time. Chapter 452. War with their respective opponents. as the red-dressed woman born from the Manjusaka pounced into his forehead. Lulinki, who was struggling violently and trying to get rid of the effect of the Demon King's body-binding magical power, quickly calmed down. A green cross-shaped pattern also appeared at the center of his eyebrows. Then, Lulinki's body softened, and he fell to the ground. Fortunately, Baogwen, who had always been concerned about his brother, stepped forward in time and supported him. Yi Lingshan, the Sky Sword, who had fought side by side with Lulinki for many days and had already formed a deep friendship with him, frowned and said bravely, "Master, what are you doing?" But neither Kinyan nor Chuyu answered him. One of them directly shrank back into the painting, and the other looked at Zhao Chen and the Empress and said, "The spirit in the cave is not a good thing for us. Since it can trade with us, it can trade with that evil spirit. This uncertainty must be eliminated before the war, even if it is only temporary. What's more," this was Kinyan explaining to Zhao Chen. Although she didn't finish her words, Zhao Chen also understood what she meant. When Wu'ai Cave Heaven returns to Zuanshan, this spirit of Cave Heaven will be the biggest hidden danger, and it is very likely to expose the secrets of Cave Heaven to the strong men of Zuanshan. At this time, the voice of Chuyu in the painting also came out, and she added, "So, Kinyan and I decided to seal it immediately, after returning the origin of Cave Heaven, and obtaining the blessing of Cave Heaven's destiny. After all, at this time, we have been favored by Cave Heaven, and even if the spirit of Cave Heaven wants to give Heaven punishment, it will not succeed in a hurry. Well, in order to avoid being noticed by it in advance, Kinyan and I did not inform anyone in advance, including the two of us, and we didn't discuss it. We just tacitly understood each other. Without discussing, he guessed that the other party would take action, and fought so tacitly. This is the Dunksuan real person. Even Kin and Chu, the two real people who fell into a state and could only survive, are so terrible." Zhao Chen sighed in his heart, because the slight expansion that arose from defeating two Dunksuan-like beings with the Taishisha and Mokin was suppressed again. After all, he only defeated the demons that were close to Dunksuan, which was very different from the real Dunksuan Zenran. What's more, it mainly relied on the power of the Taishisha and Mokin. After listening to the explanations of the two Zenran, the other Grand Masters present also understood the whole story. Yi Lingxiao wanted to ask Lulinki what was going on now, but was stopped by Yishan. The Zenran looked up to Master Zhao Chen, so they were willing to explain to him, but we are not the people on the card. It is an honor to stand with the Zenran, so how can we speak? Seeing Yishan shaking her head at him, Yi Lingxiao immediately woke up and kept silent. "Chuyu, how much burden is it for you to seal the spirit of Dangshan?" Zenran Kinya suddenly looked at the scroll and asked. At this time, the sea of blood gushing out of the red clothes around her did not disappear, giving people a hazy, weird, and vague feeling. It's a bit of a burden, but it won't affect the battle. After all, the Demon King's body binding is the power of magic weapon. After Master Chuyu replied indifferently, he turned and said, "On the contrary, well, you have temporarily recovered to your peak state, right? You have already transformed into a female ghost, so I'm afraid you can't use this trick often. So, you want to attack the Imperial Mausoleum immediately?" Her words also made Zhao Chen suddenly understand why the female ghost who couldn't even withstand his Red Emperor's nourishing ki at the beginning would be so fierce. It seems that the secret method of temporarily recovering to the peak is not something Master Qin can use casually. While Zhao Chen and Qi Fimeng were thinking, they heard Master Qin Yat self-deprecatingly say, "Peak? It's still far from the peak. This is at most about 60% of my strength. But this secret method is really not easy to use. After this time, it can't be used again for at least 60 years." As she spoke, her black hair spread out and fluttered above the sea of blood, making her look like a female devil. The meaning was very clear, that is, after today, her Dangshan combat power would be useless. "How long can you maintain this state?" Master Chuyu asked carefully. "After 2 hours, the state will begin to decline," Kinya responded. Hearing this, Master Chuyu no longer hesitated. She stepped out of the scroll again, looked around and said, "In this case, I intend to attack the Imperial Mausoleum immediately and eliminate the demons inside. What do you think?" She said but her eyes only fell on Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen also felt that the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for his side. Who knew what means the girl was preparing in the mausoleum? He thought about it, nodded and said, I will follow the arrangements of the master. Seeing Zhao Chen's statement, the others also expressed their agreement. Only the little girl Baoguan asked blankly, then, what should I do here, brother? It won't be long before he wakes up. But I sealed his memory, so he probably won't remember who he is. Well, as for how to place him, let's talk about it after we return from the Imperial Mausoleum. True Manchu Yu replied with a smile. She knew that this little girl was essentially the spirit of the unclear golden crow crown that was spawned, and would definitely leave the cave with Master Chen, so she decided to sever her relationship with him. What's more, the container Lulinki would be a sibling of the spirit of the unclear golden crow crown, which was most likely some kind of arrangement by the spirit of the cave. Although I don't know what the function is, the destruction is done. Baoguan, you stay here and look after your brother first. When I need your help, I will summon you. Zhao Chen gave a simple instruction. After all, the other party's ownership is his, and once he touches the unclear golden crow crown, he can contact her at any time through the star chariot. Even according to the improvement of his authority by the unclear golden crow crown, it is not impossible to pull her directly into the Dairi star chariot. Then, Zhao Chen turned his head and looked at Zenran Yap, whose aura was getting stronger and stronger, and said with a smile, Zenran, can you temporarily give me the blood sea bead that seals the mermaid queen? Zenran Kinya looked at him for a few times, without asking the reason, just nodded, took out the bead from the blood sea around her body, handed it to Zhao Chen and said, the bitch in the mausoleum has sensed the situation of the mermaid queen several times before, and I fooled her with illusions. Now in the eyes of that bitch, the queen of mermaids has successfully deceived you, and stole the Teishi heavenly demon harp and hid it. I see. Zhao Chen nodded, and after taking the beads, he saluted and said, thank you for your generous gift, Immortal. Seeing that no one else had anything to add or prepare, Immortal Chuyu instructed the sword saint Zhaoling to hold up the painting scroll in which she lived, and then said in a serious tone, the target is the Imperial Mausoleum, let's go. Deep in the Imperial Mausoleum, the delicate girl version of Kieluo discovered that the formation outside the mausoleum was triggered at the first time. She raised her little face, looked at the 7 stars map floating above her head, and laughed. It's really the best time. Is this the Dongshan also hoping that I will go to history to find my father? Since my gladiators are all here, the competition venue must be prepared. She bent her eyes and pointed at the 7 stars map. The next moment, the structure inside the mausoleum changed dramatically. After doing all this, the girl clapped her hands, her face turned cold and she said, I will deal with that Zhao Chen myself. You have done such a disgusting thing on my skin, you must pay the price. A month later, Zhao Chen and Kifimen came to the plain in front of Wuya Mountain again. The scenery here is still the same, but compared with the liveliness of the last competition, there is a little more bleak atmosphere at this moment. A group of 9 people, plus a female ghost and a scroll, did not stay here for too long, and went directly to the middle of the mountain, and entered the gate of the mausoleum. But as soon as they entered, they suddenly felt a sense of confusion in time and space. Then Zhao Chen and others found that they were separated. Although they could see each other, they were close to each other and far away, and they could not get close at all. Close to each other, and far away formation? Exclamation mark. Where did you learn this method, bitch? Whether it is the demon or the mermaid clan, they should not have this inheritance. Teacher Kenya carefully identified it, and her face changed slightly. They estimated that the evil girl must have a backup plan, but they did not expect that she would not only use it at the beginning, but also use this formation that they were completely unfamiliar with. The so close, so far formation seems to separate the space, but in essence it is the authority at the level of fate. The so-called so close, so far is, because we are destined not to meet. Of course it was taught by daddy. How is it? How am I learning? The girl's ethereal laughter resounded throughout the mausoleum, and she said in a slightly complacent tone, I have prepared suitable opponents for you, but you don't have to worry that I will play the Shanji horse racing, because the rules do not allow it. So, everyone try your best to beat your opponents. There are rewards for winning. As soon as she finished speaking, many strange things suddenly appeared and entered the separated spaces. The new master of the Blood God sect, Blood Transformation Palm Lewuji, faced a 3-headed 6-armed 5-meter-tall behemoth with no skin and muscles and blood vessels exposed, looking hideous and disgusting. Although the 3 heads had distorted facial features, Lewuji still recognized that they were all former magical monks of the White Jade sect. A few days ago, Lewuji buried their bodies in the mountain gate of the White Jade sect, but he didn't expect to see the monster stitched together by their evil spirits again. Lewuji sighed. Although the blood lotus palm he practiced made people transcend in an alternative way, a compassionate heart was also indispensable. Although in the eyes of outsiders, his so-called compassion was no different from an excuse for killing. I seem to always encounter monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms. Lewuji laughed at himself, and then put his hands together, allowing an illusory palm to appear out of thin air and slap the enemy. Sword Saint Zhaoling looked at the short green-skinned monster holding a wooden stick in front of her, and instinctively felt disgusted, but she immediately adjusted her mentality. While being cautious, she carefully recalled the illustrated book in the sect, wanting to find out the details of this thing. Soon, she found relevant records in her mind, and knew that the other party was a monster from the west, a believer of the fallen god tree. The weak ones among them were not even as good as ordinary warriors, but the strong ones were comparable to supernatural powers. I don't know why they appeared in the mausoleum, and this kind of monster has a strong desire to reproduce. No wonder I feel disgusted by it. Thinking of this, Zhaoling snorted and raised the Chen Nuyen demon sword, a magical weapon, and sent out dozens of sword ki. Bibo Fairy Yishan's opponent was a mermaid with festering skin and no good meat on his body. The other party was no longer conscious and rushed over with her the first time he saw Yishan. This seems to be what Master Zhao Chen mentioned. The monsters transformed from some mermaids in the kingdom of mermaids by their resentment. There are actually some left. Well, the evil spirit in the mausoleum is the reincarnation of the mermaid queen, so it's not surprising that she would hide one in secret. While Yishan was calmly analyzing, her soul had been sublimated to the level of pseudo-divine power with the help of secret methods. Northern Mysterious Light and Ice Soul Divine Light were shot at the merman monster without any cost. Sky Sword Yilingxiao was suppressed and couldn't raise his head. His proud swordsmanship was like a beginner's under the opponent's unrestrained swordsmanship. They were not at the same level at all. In just less than 10 breaths, he had been severely injured. Of course, this was because he had been drained of his energy and spirit by the bull-headed monster before, which damaged his foundation. But more importantly, his opponent was the former leader of the Blood God sect, Qin Sheng's father, Qin Lang, the Red Flame Sword, who was famous in Dangshan for his swordsmanship. This red flame sword disappeared inexplicably shortly after Sima Zhao left Dangshan, and Qin Sheng succeeded him as the leader afterwards. And the reason why the real Qin Sheng helped the Empress and went into the mausoleum with her to explore was largely because he was looking for his father's traces. But unfortunately, she and the Empress were both polluted by the pool of resentment filled with the power of the Black Sun, and all of them benefited Qi Fimeng. One was completely replaced by Fimeng, and the other became her incarnation. Although Qin Lang was like a zombie at this time, and his hard power was even worse than when he was alive, his swordsmanship was still much better than Yilingxiao, a swordsman who practiced Wild Fox Zen. The gap between having inheritance and not having inheritance is obvious. But just when Yilingxiao thought that his road had come to an end, and he was about to die under the opponent's sword, a ray of lightning suddenly struck and hit the zombie Qin language. Then, a slightly hoarse female voice came faintly, who said that fate cannot be broken. Yilingxiao, who had survived the catastrophe, exhaled a breath of foul air, looked carefully, and found that the person who came was Qin Sheng, the current leader of the Blood God sect. And in her hand was a talisman that had not been completely burned. Zheng Qinggan's second Yimu 7 Swords talisman. And the opponent assigned to Qin Sheng had long since disappeared under the Yimu Divine Thunder. Although finding my father is not Qin Sheng's most important wish, but if it can be completed, it must be completed. Chapter 453, Fighting. In the cave, that suddenly became extremely spacious in the Imperial Mausoleum, a white bone chariot broke through the air. Its two huge wheels were made of skulls, spewing green smoke and mist, with an evil awe-inspiring look. On the chariot, sat a demon god about 3 meters tall, and with 36 arms. Each of its hands flashed with a magical aura, corresponding to one of the 36 white jade methods. What was fixed on the chariot's yoke was not a horse, but a soul covered with a layer of white flames all over its body. This soul had a hideous face, full of violence and pain, but from its eyebrows and eyes, it could still be recognized that it was the leader of the White Jade sect, Dairi Xingcha, the heaven-covering hand. When Chu Yuzenren walked out of the painting and saw that her opponent was this familiar person, even though she had experienced many vicissitudes of life and her heart had long been unmoved, she could not help but sigh. After all, she had played the role of an elder at the magic power level in the Holy Spirit sect for a long time before, and knew how proud Dairi Xingcha was. Now, not to mention that he has been integrated with the magic weapon demon god skeleton cart, and his soul is also pulling the car. This is more painful than killing him completely, right? Especially since Dairi Xingcha's soul obviously still has his own consciousness, but he is unable to control himself. The foundation of this demon god skeleton cart should be the Baiyu sect's 3rd grade magical power 10,000 bones demon god, but as a magic weapon at the Dangshan level, it must be able to display some of the power of the 10,000 bones demon god, so there must be more than one magical power that can be used. Well, looking at his 36 arms, we must be prepared for it to be able to use all the magic spells and magical powers of the Baiyu sect. Master Chuyu narrowed his eyes and secretly became alert. Compared with the divine power level, the Dharma appearance realm of the first realm of Dangshan has a major change in addition to the improvement of mana and soul, which is the possession of the fruit position, or according to the Western saying, it is called position. Dharma appearance itself is a kind of fruit position, a convenient blessing of authority. The magical powers and spells performed by the Dharma appearance, even if they are only of the 8th or 9th grade, or simply just the Gangsha spells, can easily surpass the top grade magical powers of the divine power cultivators. Because under the suppression of the fruit position, it is difficult for the magic power of the magical power cultivators to exert their normal power, and they can't even release it in the same field. Only the 1st grade great magical powers can resist 1 or 2, but if there is no blessing of the treasures at the Dangshan level, it will win a chance to escape, and don't even think about fighting against it. In fact, the magical powers of the golden elixir, as well as various magical powers such as body and appearance, are actually imitating the state of Dharma appearance. The former is the effect of imitation, so it is necessary to obtain its blessing to make the spell have magical power, while the latter imitates the form and has more suppression ability. But these magical powers are naturally not comparable to the real Dharma appearance. Fortunately, even though Master Chuyu has fallen from the realm, the essence of her soul has long been at the Dangshan level, and she has the protection of magic weapons. In terms of fruit position, she will not lose to the demon god skeleton cart. Even if she only needs to use the great magical power of Demon King's body binding, she will definitely win in one blow. But magic weapons also have limits. I have used them too frequently recently. Even though Dangshan has replenished a lot of my luck, there are only 3 opportunities left to activate the great magical power. Although leaving it behind twice is enough, this demon god skeleton chariot is not worth my using my great magical powers to fight against it. Besides, that young Master Chen seems to be very interested in the 36 white jade techniques. It would be best if I could capture Dairi Xingcha's soul and retrieve the related techniques from it. Well, I will just use my own means to solve it first. If the situation becomes urgent, I can use the Demon King's body restraint. And this will also confuse the evil girl and make her mistakenly believe that the magic weapon cannot be used temporarily. As his thoughts turned, Master Chuyu pointed his finger, and the dark winds turned into blades, slashing quickly towards the demon chariot. In the boundless sea of blood, waves and whirlpools sometimes transformed into stunning beauties, and sometimes turned into various hideous and terrifying monsters, changing at any time, and moving with the situation, showing the true meaning of impermanence. Standing on the sea of blood, Master Kenyab was a demon with overwhelming power. She quietly looked at Li Ziasheng, who was surrounded by the sea of blood. Seeing that the other party struggled desperately, he could only let his Tao be worn away bit by bit, and even his Tao transformed body began to fail to maintain. The Yin demon destroys the foundation of a person's vitality, the Bone demon destroys a person's soul and body, and the Blood demon wears away a person's spiritual will, indirectly erasing the enemy's accumulation on the Great Dao. The essence of these three plus the so-called Heavenly Demon Bliss is actually the second grade magical power of the Heavenly Demon Dao, Heavenly Demon 4 Eclipses. However, Master Qin was confident that he, who specialized in one Dao, would not be worse than the Heavenly Demon, especially the Li Ziasheng in front of him. Although he is a real person who practices Heavenly Demon, he no longer has much rationality and fights purely on instinct. This may be no problem against some juniors, but it is not enough in front of Qin Yap, who is also a veteran real person, and has briefly returned to the peak. Therefore, in just 20 breaths, Li Ziasheng was trapped by Qin Zhenren, but the latter was worried that there would be other changes after the victory, so he did not kill him, but planned to find the loopholes of this close to the world array first, and then make plans. At the same time, Qi Fimeng also encountered her opponent, a phantom of the Empress Dowager Jiang Yan. The real Empress Dowager had died long ago after the martial arts competition, and this phantom was obviously manifested by the evil girl using some means. Maybe in her opinion, this is enough to deal with the Empress. Grandmother, I didn't expect to fight with you. Qi Fimeng, who had already been promoted to magic power, smiled slightly and calmly took out an illusory crown and put it on his head. Its shape was exactly the same as the Yunxiu Golden Crow crown. This was a replica of the magic weapon that could only be used near the mausoleum. During the last martial arts competition, Qi Fimeng wore it to suppress the riots. After that, this illusory crown was taken to Xianan province by the Ming cult, and it was not until recently that it was returned to the Empress. However, the Golden Crow crown, which should have borrowed the power of the Yunxiu Golden Crow crown to exert tremendous power, did not change at this time, as if it was just an ordinary decoration. Hey, the connection was indeed blocked. That's right, this thing was made by the royal grandmother, and her phantom must have targeted means. It seems that there is no cheating. Qi Fimeng sighed slightly, but was not disappointed. She even smiled as she watched the shadow of the Empress Dowager Jiang Yang cast a bone-killing sword that pierced her chest. As a real person of the Heavenly Demon lineage, the Empress Dowager cultivated the second-grade magical power Heavenly Demon without form, and could use all the second-grade and lower magical powers of the Blood Demon, Bone Demon, and Yin Demon at will. However, the bone-killing sword only pierced through Qi Fimeng's chest, but did not cause any harm to her. Grandmother, your shadow should be a historical shadow cut out by the great magical power of Demon Cloud Daylight. It is not at the same time known as us. In theory, it cannot cause any harm to me now, but the evil spirit should have borrowed the special historical fog of this cave, and with the blessing of the power of Black Sun, it barely allowed you to cross history and cause an impact against others. Maybe your attack really hits, but it can't be used against me. 6-time Bodhisattva can correct this kind of historical confusion. So, please go back to the history you are in. After saying that, Qi Fimeng put her hands together and began to recite a difficult to pronounce spell. With her clear voice, the shadow of the Empress Dowager Jiang Yan began to fade slowly. During this period, Jiang Yan had tried to attack Qi Fimeng again, but her magical powers seemed to have gone to different dimensions and could not touch the opponent at all. Just like that, after about half an incense stick of time, the figure of the Empress Dowager disappeared completely, and Qi Fimeng stopped chanting and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Even if you become a walker, even if you have 6 levels of cultivation, as soon as you become a magic power, it is still difficult to borrow the power of the Bodhisattva. Qi Fimeng exhaled and turned to look at the place where Jiang Yan was just now. At some point, a treasure chest appeared there. Treasure chest, a classic setting in chess and card games. Legend has it that it came from some strange domains. Is this the reward that the evil spirit mentioned? She really has not lost her childishness. However, this treasure chest is 100% problematic. There may really be rewards in it, but there must also be hidden dangers. You might be teleported to a desperate or dangerous place as soon as you open it. But if you don't open this thing, How can you get out of this isolated battlefield? Qin Sheng was able to break the barrier because the divine thunder released by the Emu Seven Swords magical power carries the meaning of destruction to break fate. Otherwise it would not be classified as a second grade thunder alone. This is actually one of the reasons why Zheng Qingan dared to pursue Song Wuyuru. But I don't have any means to deal with fate for the time being. Fortunately, Erlang will definitely not be bound by this level of fate. As the saying goes, when a star god comes to the world, fate is unpredictable. I will just wait for him to take me out. Zhao Chen, who was being muttered by Qi Fimeng, looked solemnly at the delicate little girl not far away. The invisible magic soldier changed into the appearance of the Taishishan magic harp and was held upright in his arms. His fingers gently stroked the strings of the harp, as if he could play divine music at any time. The girl version of Qialuo first stared at the Taishishan magic harp for a while, but soon pulled the corners of her mouth open and said in an exaggerated tone, "I was almost fooled by you. I thought the news sent back by my skin was false, but now it seems that she did steal your Taishishan magic harp and hid it. Haha, what you have in your hand now is the invisible magic soldier of the Holy Spirit sect? Although it is also the essence of magic weapon, it can be turned into a magic tool and an ordinary magic weapon. For top magic weapons such as the Taishi Heavenly Magic Harp, it can only learn the form." At this point, her eyes curved, and she said jokingly, "What's more, it doesn't seem to recognize you, young master." Ha ha ha. When she said the last sentence, she clearly took on the tone of the Queen of Mermaids. It was obvious that she wanted to appreciate Zhao Chen's stunned and regretful expression, and even laughed in advance. But unfortunately, Zhao Chen did not let her do what she wanted. Instead, she completely relaxed, raised her eyebrows and said, "Are you done? After that, you should think about what you promised in the first place." "Promised what?" The girl's laughter stopped abruptly. She frowned and repeated Zhao Chen's question, but still didn't understand what he was talking about. "You said that, if I saved you, you would be willing to give me everything you have in the Kingdom of Mermaids. I have confirmed that the reputation of you mermaids has always been very good," Zhao Chen said with a smile. "The mermaids do have a good reputation, but I'm not a mermaid now, so I can regret it." The girl subconsciously refuted, but she immediately reacted, and her voice suddenly turned cold. "What did you mean by confirming this promise? Did you know that I was the Queen of Mermaids at that time? Then why did you let me approach you and steal the Taishi Shianmakin?" Zhao Chen gently plucked the strings of the harp and said slowly, "You don't have to admit it, but the Mermaid Queen must admit it." "What do you mean?" The girl realized that Qin Sheng had broken a wall of fate, so she didn't want to talk nonsense with Zhao Chen anymore. Anyway, the other party didn't have the Taishi Shianmakin at hand. No matter what he planned, he could just kill him directly. So the girl raised her arm, and her chubby index finger suddenly changed, turning into a slender jade finger with colorful mist around it. This is the second grade magical power demon finger of the heavenly demon lineage, which can show the state of Taoism, and is extremely powerful. For cultivators below Dangsun, it is basically unsolvable. However, its price is also very high. If a cultivator with magical powers uses this magical power, one of his fingers will be lost forever, and there is no possibility of recovery. But facing this terrible blow, Zhao Chen was not in a hurry, because there was already a figure with a human body and a fish tail blocking him. The person has pure eyebrows and eyes, and his chest is bulging high, but it is covered with dark red shells. It is the Mermaid Queen Qiluo. However, at this moment, the original body of the demon also stretched out a finger, but unlike the colorful mist of the girl, it was surrounded by black air, and was eerie and terrifying. The two Tao fingers collided with each other, and there was no fluctuation on the surface, just like two girls, one big and one small, playing a finger-touching game. But in fact, the terrifying power had entered each other's bodies through their fingers. The reason why there was no movement was because both of them had their own hook. The girl was a demon after all, and a magical power with the blessing of Dangsun could not kill her, so she activated the magical power of Magic Cloud Daylight at the same time as she was hit, which made the time around her flow back for a moment, and recovered from her injuries. The Merman Queen was now named Zhao, and after a large amount of star coins disappeared, she was also unharmed. The girl looked at the self in front of her in surprise, and her shock and anger were beyond words. She kept saying, "Why would she fight for you? Where does she get the power to fight me?" Chapter 454. Zhao Chen with many means. The girl's almost inappropriate questioning made Zhao Chen, who was still worried about the star coins, feel much better. He glanced at the other party's angry face and smiled. "You promised me this yourself, didn't you?" In fact, before entering the Imperial Mausoleum, even with the witness of the 16 gold star Libra sword, Zhao Chen was simply unable to make the other party fulfill the contract and hand over the ownership. But after approaching the unclear golden crow crown, relying on the inner connection between the treasure crown and the spirit of the weapon, he was able to mobilize part of the power of the star aft accessory. Zhao Chen noticed this during the last mission, so he was sure that he could give this demon a good look when he met the scene. So he asked Master Qin for the blood sea pearl that sealed the Queen of Mermaids. After all, the greatest ability of the unclear golden crow crown is to greatly increase his authority in the great sun star aft and leverage more power. It is for this reason that the original body of the Queen of Mermaids will follow her own promise and offer herself to Zhao Chen, who will control her. This is also the limit of what the Dairi Xingcha can do at present. It is impossible to go a step further and let the evil girl hand over the ownership. Zhao Chen did not even try, lest the blood sea pearl could not cover it up, and the other party would notice the abnormality. Because after he seized the other party's clone of the Mermaid Queen, he found that the connection between the two was much closer than he imagined, and he could even share the strength inherited by the girl from the Grand Empress Dowager Jianyan. In other words, there is no obvious boundary between the Mermaid Queen and the girl, who is the master, and who is the slave. Before, it was just that the girl forced the master and the subordinate, and was unwilling to give the Mermaid Queen more power. The evil girl seemed to have a certain paranoia about the identity of the Mermaid Queen, and was unwilling to let her body come into contact with pollution again, so she only gave her the Queen's original spells and magical powers. Well, the two real people Qin and Chu said that the girl may have regained some of her feelings and so-called humanity. She should have returned these things that she thought were lost to the Queen of Mermaids. But now they are all my fault, so she behaved so badly because the things she thought were precious were taken away. Thinking back to this, Zhao Chen looked at the girl with a bit of pity. This child's spirit may have been split into several parts. Originally, as a pure demon, it was okay with the will of Black Sun to control it, even if the thinking was confused, there was guidance. But now that she has regained some feelings and some humanity behind Black Sun, she feels pain instead. Especially the part of her spirit that she cherished the most has rebelled and become my thing. Of course, it is precisely because the part of the spirit corresponding to the Queen of Mermaids is also a part of the demon girl that can share with her the power from Grand Empress Dowager Jianyan. When she heard Zhao Chen emphasize again that she had promised him in person, the girl version of Killua suddenly realized that she had thought wrong. The Queen of Mermaids in front of her was not wiped out of spirit, but her split spirit was cast. The Queen of Mermaids has not changed in essence, she is still herself. Do you know what you are doing? Why are you helping him deal with me? The girl asked sharply. Queen of Mermaids Killua looked at her calmly and said, mermaids always keep their promises, and this quality is returned to me by you. You betrayed us because of this? The girl couldn't believe that this was the reason, and her delicate face began to twist. Have you forgotten our real goal? Of course I haven't forgotten. But I don't think you have a chance to complete it now, but I have greater hope. Killua stretched out her hand and grabbed a spear shaped like coral from the void and continued, you who have been contaminated by the Black Sun, how sure are you that you can always stick to your ideas? You so-called small actions, do you really think that the Black Sun can't detect it? He just let it go. Even if we go back to ancient history, you can't get rid of your identity as a chess piece. At this time, the changes in the girl's body have become more and more obvious. Her delicate face with baby fat has swelled to the size of a pumpkin, and there are several cracks on it, just like a mouth. Without the power of Black Sun and the authority of Taishi, history cannot be changed, and although you are relatively clean, you still can't get rid of him. The mouths formed by several cracks on the girl's face shouted in unison. No, there is a better choice now. Killua raised her hand, pointed the coral spear directly at the girl, and said in a deep voice, "And all traces of black sun on my body have been removed. Now, she has completely become the big sun star raft, and has become the shape of Zhao Chen. I don't believe it." While the girl was making these sounds, she suddenly stretched out her hand, and called out a white flying sword from the void. On this flying sword, there were densely packed evil spells, forming the entire sword body. The edge of the flying sword was extremely sharp, and it carried a strong killing intent. This was the killing magic of the bone demon lineage, the white bone killing sword. This sword was extremely pure. Just by looking at it, Zhao Chen felt shocked by the killing intent, and had difficulty turning his mind around, because this sudden sword was directed at him. As for the girl's actions, the Queen of Mermaids Killua had obviously anticipated it. She also used a bone demon magic called Cloud Sword Fairy Clothes, and put it on Zhao Chen. The two magics collided, but there was no earth-shattering situation. However, one of the 9 sword lights formed by the clouds surrounding Zhao Chen suddenly decayed and fell, turning into countless light points in the air, and it was obviously dead. Taking advantage of the gap created by the killing, the girl quickly followed up with another magical power. It was a black cone-shaped stream of light. Although it was not powerful, it was extremely fast, so fast that even the Queen of Mermaids did not react. This was a 4th grade magical power, the Demon Cone. Seeing this scene, the Queen of Mermaids had no time to make up for the defensive magical power, and subconsciously wanted to pounce on Zhao Chen and use her body to help him block the attack. But a certain voice suddenly flashed through her mind, so she stopped rescuing Zhao Chen, and used the 3rd grade magical power blood transforming divine sword to attack the girl who had just used the magical power. It was Zhao Chen who gave her the instructions. After all, if she let the other party attack her, the rhythm would be completely in the hands of the enemy, and no matter how well she was prepared, she would inevitably reveal a flaw. So it was better to take this blow and let the Queen of Mermaids take the initiative again. In fact, neither he nor the Queen of Mermaids had enough experience in fighting magic, or even at the Dark Zone level, which was why they fell into a passive position. If Qin and Chu were here, they would never let the other side set the pace. Facing the magical power of the Dark Zone existence, Heavenly Demon Cone, Zhao Chen was also on high alert. He first turned the invisible demon soldier into a huge shield to block in front of him, but as a weapon shield, the defensive ability was very general, and the magic weapon invisible demon soldier did not want to work, so it simply used the material itself transformed by this treasure to resist. So when the heavenly demon cone hit the shield, in just a moment, the latter shattered, and turned into yin energy again. However, a magic weapon is a magic weapon after all. Even if it is only resisted with the illusionary material, it still consumes more than half of the power of this magical power blessed by position. After breaking the shield, the Sky Demon Cone continued to move forward, but was blocked by the red and blue mysterious light representing water and fire that suddenly appeared on Zhao Chen's body. This was the 4th grade magical power Liangyi Piemo Zuanguang that came with the Liangyi Dao Peo magical power instrument of the Blood God sect given to him by Qin Sheng. It can attack and defend, which is quite extraordinary. But although it is also a 4th grade magical power, the magical power instrument is not blessed by the Dangzhu and Fazilang, so the two-color mysterious light was broken by it the moment it came into contact with the Sky Demon Cone. Even the Liangyi Dao Peo itself suffered trauma, and the cloth that was originally shiny as new suddenly became dim. However, as soon as the mysterious light of the Liangyi Dao Peo was extinguished, the light of the magic weapon purple ribbon robe on Zhao Chen's body lit up. Although the purple ribbon robe is just an ordinary defensive magic weapon, it has the power of magical power for a short time under the blessing of the magical power borrowed from the purple light ring, and once again consumes part of the power of the Sky Demon Cone, and then it completely shattered. But the next moment, a barrier composed of wind, fog, thunder and lightning appeared around Zhao Chen again. This was the Yinling Saint Konglin. Before entering the mausoleum, she used the 4 spirits of wind, fog, thunder and lightning magical power to wear Zhao Chen's body and turned into his clothes, so she was not separated by the close up, far away formation of the mausoleum. At this time, the girl Killua, who was suppressed by the many magical powers of the Mermaid Queen, stole a glance at this scene and was stunned. She was almost seriously injured by the mermaid queen. She really didn't expect Zhao Chen to be so generous. After breaking a shield that was almost at the level of magic weapon, a top-notch Zhuangguang defensive magical power appeared. After breaking the Zhuangguang defense, it was another good magical defensive magical weapon. After this magical weapon was broken, there was another magical monk wearing it. The girl couldn't help but have an illusion that, even if Kang Lin's 4 spirits of wind, mist, thunder and lightning was broken, there would still be other secret treasures inside. Endless. In fact, she guessed right. Even if Kang Lin was also penetrated, Zhao Chen could still instantly summon Wang Daoyi to let him take the last wave. Well, the reason why Wang Daoyi was not put in the first place was purely because it would consume too many star coins. However, although the heavenly devil cone broke through several magical powers and magic weapons in succession, it was actually at the end of its strength. After all, in pursuit of speed, the power of the magical power released by the girl was not enough, and it was completely relying on the blessing of the Dangsha and armor to crush it. When the blessing was exhausted, it was naturally impossible to break through Kang Lin's 4 spirits of wind, fog, thunder and lightning as easily as before. But even so, Kang Lin was also seriously injured. Fortunately, after she was promoted to Soul Summoner, her vitality was very strong, and such injuries would be fine after 10 days and half a month of recuperation. If it cooperates with the 3 bathhouses of the Blood God, the Holy Spirit, and the White Jade Sect, it will recover faster. Seeing that the heavenly devil cone was exhausted, the girl gritted her teeth and risked being hit by the magical power of the Queen of Mermaids and the troublesome consequences, and used an explosive magical power heavenly devil disintegration. The girl's petite body suddenly burned violently, from her feet up, all over her body in an instant, turning her into a bloody fireman, and then rushed towards Zhao Chen. Even the Queen of Mermaids used the Sea of Blood in time to freeze her movements, but it didn't work. In the eyes of the evil girl, the Queen of Mermaids is also herself. The reason why she betrayed must be that Zhao Chen used some special means, such as the evil art of controlling women, that has been popular. The girl was skeptical about this before, but now she has to believe it. Therefore, as long as Zhao Chen is solved, the Queen of Mermaids will most likely be able to return to the past. For this reason, she did not hesitate to burn herself, or the foundation of the Grand Empress Dowager, and then sprinkled a rich black and red light, rushing straight towards Zhao Chen. At this critical moment, Zhao Chen also completed some preparations. He raised the corners of his mouth, and a phantom of a treasure bowl appeared in front of him. The next moment, a barrier formed by luck suddenly appeared, causing the girl who rushed forward to hit the wall of luck hard. Luck is the embodiment of destiny. The cornucopia transformed by the fateful heavenly pond can collect various types of luck and store them, and then release them as needed when needed. After witnessing the wall of luck created by Lulin Qi, and conducting research for a period of time, Zhao Chen also had a new way to use the stored luck. That is, to simulate the wall of luck, and create a wall of bad luck that combines defense and bad luck. Anyone who hits this wall will be haunted by bad luck. If it is a real Dangsha and real person, he can suppress his own destiny and slowly adjust his luck, but this evil girl stole the Taoism of others, and can only be regarded as a half-baked one, without any corresponding means. This is also the reason why Zhao Chen did not use it to defend against the heavenly demon cone before, because he wanted to use it to trick the evil girl. Of course, outside the Imperial Mausoleum, he couldn't do this, because of insufficient authority, but when he got close to the Yangxiu Golden Crow Crown, with the help of the connection of the crown, he was able to do it. After passing the bad luck to the girl, tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the wall of luck, and then broke apart, and turned into pieces of light. The girl didn't know that her fate had changed. After she smashed the wall of luck, she saw that the bone-killing sword magical power emitted by the Queen of Mermaids with the coral spear was close to her vest, but she still rushed towards Zhao Chen regardless. However, just as her body moved, her split spirits suddenly quarreled, because some of her felt that she shouldn't be hit by this bone-killing sword. After all, being killed by this sword, even the great magical power of Demon Cloud Daylight could not be completely restored. And some of her was already crazy, thinking that even if she died, she would drag Zhao Chen with her. Why did you get sick at this time? Chapter 455 Mission completed. As the carrier of the advent of the Black Sun, the girl, formerly known as Kieluo, has already gone mad and split into countless personalities. The reason why she behaves normally on weekdays is that one of her main consciousnesses usurped the power of the Grand Empress Dowager Jianyan, which can suppress the rest of her. And the Black Sun also wants a subordinate who can do things, so he acquiesced to her actions. But after Zhao Chen rebelled the consciousness in the Mermaid Queen and began to compete with her for Jianyan's power, the balance in the girl's mind was broken. This is also the main reason for the multiple cracks on her face. She began to lose control and mutate. And the bad luck she encountered obviously accelerated this process, causing the girl's mental hidden dangers to erupt completely, making it difficult for her to maintain her sanity. Of course, compared to those split herself, there is actually a bigger hidden danger in the girl's mind. That is, the consciousness of the Grand Empress Dowager Jianyan. You know, as the daughter of Jianyan and Songwuyuru, the girl was originally a prop used by the former to separate the Taoism pollution from herself. However, the Queen of Mermaids Kilo took advantage of this by unknown means, and thus her fate was taken over, and then the power belonging to Jianyan was reversely occupied. She also used the martial arts competition to continuously weaken the origin of Jianyan's soul, which made him fall into a deep sleep, and the girl also took the opportunity to master the full power of the Grand Empress Dowager. But as a Danxia and real person, Jianyan is not so easy to fall completely, and her spirit still exists. And now, because of bad luck, Jianyan's consciousness is about to wake up. This is the main reason why the girl shouted just at this time. It doesn't matter who takes the lead, even if it is a Queen of Mermaids who voted for Zhao Chen, she can actually accept it reluctantly, but if Jianyan wakes up, it will be really over. Therefore, the girl's consciousness is simultaneously decided to give up attacking Zhao Chen and instead tried their best to suppress Jianyan. However, they were now plagued by bad luck. Not only did the multiple her not cooperate at all, but they also pulled each other, which accelerated Jianyan's recovery process. Seeing that Jianyan's consciousness was becoming more and more active, the girl made up her mind and stopped avoiding the bone-killing sword of the Mermaid Queen, allowing it to pierce her body. In the sword light of the white bones, the aura of killing and death surged from the tip of the sword, and even the space was cut into countless tiny cracks and cracked. In less than an instant, it turned into a chain-like space collapse, which annihilated the girl in it as fast as light. The power of the strongest killing magic of the Bone Demon sect can be seen. The girl could have used the great magic of Demon Cloud Universe Light to reverse time, to avoid most of the damage, but at this time, in order to prevent Jianyan from waking up, she would rather have her body destroyed. Anyway, the Queen of Mermaids is also one of them. Even if the girl's body is destroyed, their spirits can be transferred to the Queen of Mermaids. It's just that without her body, the connection with Daddy won't be that strong. Huh. The other duels are over. The ritual was successful. Did I only win 2 games? It doesn't matter. The ritual of the 7 stars map only requires duels, regardless of winning or losing. That means there won't be too many problems giving up this body now. This is really the only good news. Thinking of this, the girl looked at the expressionless Mermaid Queen with a smile, while being torn by the sword light of the white bone-killing sword. Now, it's up to you. Of course, if you can't fulfill our wish, we will still wake up. With the girl's last words, her body was completely annihilated. The Mermaid Queen watched this scene silently, feeling some quietly sleeping things that suddenly appeared in her spirit, and thought to herself, "Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill our wishes on your behalf, and work hard to change history, so that the Mermaid clan can save the fate of extinction." It turned out that the girl Kilo wanted to go back to the ancient times, and the purpose was not to find a father from the beginning to the end. That was just her deliberate paranoia. Although it was indeed a part of her wish, it was not what her hidden humanity wanted. After all, Black Sun could still tolerate the madness of looking for a father, but she secretly intercepted rationality and recovered humanity, which was taboo for Black Sun. Of course, as the Queen of the Mermaids said, Black Sun may know everything, she is just deceiving herself. But before she is really exposed, she is always willing to keep a glimmer of hope. But now, they have a better choice. The Queen of the Mermaids, who has recovered her humanity and has been shielded from the influence of Black Sun by Xingcha, has a deeper feeling for the mermaid clan. She feels deeply guilty for having blindly prayed to the Fusang fallen divine tree under the guidance of others. And if she had not been polluted and believed in the Black Sun, she would not have let the Zhao Ren tribe become a spare sacrifice. It was she who pushed her tribe into the abyss with her own hands, so she naturally had to take on the responsibility of saving everyone. So, after the girl disappeared completely, the Zhao Queen twisted her tail and came to the 7 stars map where the ceremony was completed. As early as, after using the enhanced 16 Venus Libra sword to obtain the ownership of the Zhao Queen, Zhao Chen learned her purpose from her. And Zhao Chen did not intend to stop it, because the Zhao Queen's behavior would not cause harm to Dangshan and Zuanshan. Secondly, she was going to the history where the evil god Song Wayuru arrived, and Zhao Chen had a premonition that the fate between him and Song Wayuru would not be so easy to break, and King Guyan's revenge for his life would be settled sooner or later. It would be better to take the opportunity to make arrangements in advance. Therefore, Zhao Chen just looked at Qialuo quietly, but happened to meet the gaze of the mermaid queen, who looked back at him. The latter nodded slightly, indicating that she would definitely do what she promised Zhao Chen, and then she did not hesitate to activate the magic circle with the 7-star map as a core, and with the help of the historical fog that blocked the cave, it was connected to a certain era that had been connected for a long time. Blood transformation. Palm Lewuji, the new master of the blood god sect, was pale and spit out a mouthful of blood. But his expression was quite relaxed, because the 3-headed and 6-armed monster that was his opponent and was the fallen mana monk of the White Jade sect had been transcended. They left peacefully, which can be seen from their shattered bodies, arms broken into more than a dozen pieces, and 3 heads that were beaten into meat patties. Taking a deep breath, Lewuji looked at the treasure box that suddenly appeared on the monster's body. He did not open it rashly, but carefully observed the space barriers around him brought by fate. And soon, he found that those barriers disappeared. Sword Saint Zhaoling also vomited blood and fell to the ground, but her face was full of despair and fear at this time, because she lost the fight. As the new Grand Master of the Holy Spirit sect, she never thought that this short ugly green-skinned monster in front of her would be so insidious as to pretend to be dead to launch a sneak attack, and it was so realistic, without any flaws. She was not careful for a moment, and fell into its trap, so she was defeated. Thinking of the habits of this monster described in the sect's illustrations, Zhaoling didn't want to be humiliated, so she gritted her teeth and wanted to commit suicide. But at this time, the barriers around her suddenly disappeared, and an arrow shot by yin energy came first, directly piercing through the chest of the green-skinned monster that was drooling at her and devouring it with skin and flesh. This yin energy arrow clearly carried the magical power of yin demon swallowing essence. The sudden change made Zhaoling stunned, and then looked in the direction of the arrow with surprise, and sure enough, she saw the face of Chu Yuzenren, who looked older. And in her hand, she was holding a soul with a look of relief on its face. That soul was none other than the opponent of Master Chu Yu, Bei Shixing, the leader of the Beiyu sect, who was integrated into the magic weapon Demon God Skeleton Cart. As for the Demon God Skeleton Cart itself, it was scattered all over the ground, and was obviously demolished by Master Chu. Master Chu, who killed the green-skinned monster casually, did not care too much about his own saint. Instead, he looked at the fragments of the skeleton car on the ground with some regret, and sighed. I underestimated the foundation of the Beiyu sect. The old guy Yungu actually added so many difficult abilities to this magic weapon. In the end, he had to use the Demon King's body binding once to barely win. But he couldn't hold back, so he had to destroy this magic weapon. Fortunately, Bei Shixing's soul is still intact, and he has an explanation to Master Chen. When she asked Zhao Chen to take out the 3 crowns before, she promised to give him the demon god's bone chariot. Unfortunately, now she can only compensate with other things. Thinking of this, she glanced at Zhaoling casually, but finally shook her head. This girl is no good. She is far inferior in appearance and potential. She is not as good as Kinya's younger generation. While Master Chu and Bei Shixing's souls were communicating in a friendly manner, Master Kinya, who had already dealt with Li Ziasheng, came to Qinsheng, looked at a younger generation, and asked curiously, the talisman that can summon the divine thunder that means destruction of destiny, was it given to you by young master Zhao Chen? Qinsheng, who helped the Sky King Sword to deal with the zombie transformed by his father, replied with little interest, yes. It seems that Mr. Chen has the aristocratic Zheng family behind him. Hey, as far as I know, Zheng Zhao is a branch of the Zheng family. Mr. Chen was able to bring back news about him so quickly. Maybe this is also the reason. After muttering a few words, Zenran Qinya looked at the zombie Qinlang who had been charred by the divine thunder, and sighed. Your father should have been killed by the old witch, after he spied on her secrets. This is just his skin, not the real him. I understand. Qinsheng said in a deep voice. As an incarnation, she actually has no feelings for her father, but since she was born by fate, she naturally has to bear the fate and cause and effect of this fate. Fortunately, the wishes of the original body have basically been fulfilled, whether it is to find her father or to avenge herself. Acting it out now, in addition to not arousing suspicion, can also be regarded as saying goodbye to her past self. Master Qinya saw that her younger generation was still emotionally stable, so she didn't say much. While the peak was still there, she swept away some of the traps hidden by the evil girl in the mausoleum, and then looked at the Empress and Fairy Bibo Yishan who came to join them. The former's battle with the Phantom of the Grand Empress Dowager had already ended, and the latter also defeated the resentful spirit of the Mermaid clan with difficulty at the cost of serious injuries. Obviously, Xiaoling and Yiling Xiao are the two games that the girls' side won. Fortunately, the former was rescued by Master Chu, and the latter was disrupted by Qinsheng, and both of them are not in danger of life. Where is Master Chen? Master Qinya looked around, and didn't see Zhao Chen, so she asked. The Empress, Qi Meng, replied, he is fighting against the evil spirit, so he should be kept far away. However, he must have won at this time, otherwise this close, but far away formation would not be lifted. Qinya and Chuyu nodded when they heard this, and just as they were about to agree, they suddenly found that the energy of the cave heaven had changed, and there were even phantoms of stars in the sky appearing before their eyes. Although the phantom was only a flash, it still made the faces of the two masters change. Oh no, the evil spirit's ritual seems to have succeeded. Next to the pool of resentment in the deepest part of the mausoleum, with the activation of the ritual formation with the 7 stars map as a core, the accumulated resentment here has been completely exhausted, leaving only a bottomless hole and a hollow golden crown with a golden crow bird on top floating above the hole. Without the obstacle of resentment and the obstruction of evil spirits, Zhao Chen calmly came to the crown. He took a deep breath, stretched out his right hand, and touched the star god's relic that he had been thinking about, the star aft accessory. In an instant, the cloud sky golden crow crown disappeared, and a golden crown appeared on the table in front of the 6th dragon throne in the Dairi star aft, shining brightly. At the same time, the little girl Baogwen, who was originally taking care of her brother, suddenly disappeared from the cave. When she came to her senses, she found herself in a magnificent palace shrouded in mist. She was a little confused at first, but when her eyes came into contact with the cloud sky golden crow crown on the table, a series of memories suddenly flooded into her mind, and the experience of the Mingjio master in several lifetimes was projected in front of her like a movie. After a while, the little girl Baogwen had completely accepted these memories and understood her true identity. It turns out that I'm the spirit of the young Xiao golden crow crown. I'm a special spirit that was forcibly born by young Gu Zenran using the power of Moyan's engine. It turns out that I kept entering the bodies of some mortals in the cave heaven, which was arranged by the spirit of the cave heaven, in order to weaken the power of the young Xiao golden crow crown. Because the cave heaven itself does not want to be separated from Zuanshan for a long time. And I have returned to the Dairi Xingcha at this time. Is that Mr. Zhao Chen the new shareholder of the Dairi Xingcha, or just a manager, or a candidate? Just as Baoguan was thinking about it, a majestic figure suddenly appeared on the 6th dragon throne, and looked down at her. Chapter 456, Crown and Star Aft. When Zhao Chen's finger touched the young Xiao golden crow crown, he heard the reminder of mission completed in his ear, still the voice without emotion, and without any emotional ups and downs. The next moment, the familiar sense of time and space conversion came, and he was back in the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall in Human County. Zhao Chen did not check the changes in the Dairi Xingcha immediately, because his own cultivation had improved again, after touching the unclear golden crow crown. In other words, it ushered in the opportunity for spiritual perception to transform into spiritual consciousness. Compared with the spiritual perception that can only look inward, the reflection range is only 3 feet, and there is a slight warning of danger. The spiritual consciousness not only has a wider range, reaching 100 steps, but also has the ability to initially interfere with reality and has a certain power. This is also the main reason why most mana monks can freely control when casting spells, and no longer can only release rigidly like before. And the fighting abilities that require technology such as flying sword and gunfighting technique can only truly reach their peak after having spiritual consciousness. The 3 heroes of Yan, who have condensed spiritual consciousness, can even compete with many mana monks, which is evident. But these are just the surface applications of spiritual consciousness. Its real meaning is that once a cultivator's spiritual perception transforms into spiritual consciousness, it means that his soul strength has met the minimum standard for drawing the vitality of heaven and earth into the body. Only the soul and in a world protected by the power of spiritual consciousness can barely resist the direct erosion of the vitality of heaven and earth. In addition, ordinary cultivators want to measure and build spiritual platforms in the inner world, which is also inseparable from the help of spiritual consciousness. It can be said that ordinary cultivators only have the foundation for advancement after condensing spiritual consciousness. Unfortunately, most of the cultivation methods of the orifice refining cultivators are not outstanding, and there is no bonus of the talisman position. Even if the 9 orifices are opened and the inner world is formed, it is still far from the standard of spiritual perception transformation. For Zhao Chen, after recovering the fateful heavenly pond and unclear golden crow crown, he will definitely get the star chat talisman, and spiritual consciousness is the last checkpoint for him to gain mana. Now that he has crossed it, the realm of mana is within his reach. After controlling the power of the soul's transformation and combining it with his inner world, Zhao Chen tried to release his spiritual consciousness, which soon covered several courtyards in the martial arts hall. He saw Brother Feng, who was learning poetry and songs with a bitter face, saw Uncle Zan, who had basically recovered and could get out of bed, and saw Master and Apprentice Moqiu and Ning Meng who were practicing. This feeling of seeing is somewhat similar to the previous spiritual perception, but it is also very different, because spiritual perception can only feel outlines and colors, which is a bit like thermal imaging. However, spiritual consciousness allows Zhao Chen to see very clearly, just like observing closely, and if he wants, he can also transmit true energy to touch. When he used the purple light ring to borrow the power of others before, he actually used spiritual consciousness, but it was just using, and there was no such intuitive and appropriate feeling. I remember Sister Xingcha said that it's best not to use spiritual consciousness to casually explore others, otherwise it's easy to make enemies. I didn't quite understand it at the time, but now I understand it. After all, this kind of close observation is too dirty. No one would like others to see them like this. Well, but people who have also cultivated spiritual consciousness can't observe like this. For example, King Guyan, such as the little black cat and Feng Wan, the spiritual consciousness can feel the obstruction when it is close to them. Unless it breaks through forcefully, it can't go deeper. But once it breaks through forcefully, it will inevitably touch them. Zhao Chen thought about it, and then gathered his outward spiritual consciousness back, and then condensed it into a beam, accumulated strength, and mobilized the vitality of heaven and earth. Soon, a strong pressure gathered around him, with a terrible momentum. That was the power of the vitality of heaven and earth, which was similar to the momentum that Zhao Chen had deliberately condensed with his own intention through language, behavior, etc. when he was fighting against the enemy in the past, and even more so. TSK, no wonder the cultivators of Daksha are no longer as keen on fighting for momentum as they were in ancient times. After all, cultivation is not only troublesome, but also tests one's understanding. If you have that time, it is better to improve the power of the soul. As long as you transform the spiritual consciousness, you can naturally gather the vital energy into momentum. and the children of the noble families and the upper sects will not study this. After all, most of them are like me and can complete the cultivation of the refining stage in a few months. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen ended his exploration of the function of spiritual consciousness and began to put his attention back to the Dairi Xingcha. It was only then that he was shocked to find that the little girl Baogwen had entered the Xingcha without knowing when. Zhao Chen was actually not unfamiliar with the invasion of outsiders. After all, whether it was the original demon Fang Zuzi, or the later abbot of Xingyang Temple, or even the Yinling Saint Konglin, anyone who dared to break into the Xingcha would end up being taken over by himself. After all, the power of the demon sealing red pen inside the Xingcha was even greater than the existence of Dongsun. However, this time, the crown appeared silently in the palace hall of the Star Chariot. If I hadn't sensed it, I wouldn't even have found it. Because she is the spirit of the Yunxiu Golden Crow Crown, she is considered a part of the Star Chariot. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, thought about it, and decided to go directly into the Star Chariot to ask. After all, the ownership of the little girl of the crown is in his hands, and she is not a threat to him. And with the condensation of spiritual consciousness, Zhao Chen can now see his soul, and see a gorgeous and strange light in the depths of his soul. Although it was only the first time he saw it, the familiar feeling made Zhao Chen sure that it was the Dairi Xingcha. Because of this, he no longer needed to visualize when he wanted to enter the Star Chariot. He just needed to let his spiritual consciousness communicate with the light in the depths of his soul. The scene around him suddenly changed, and Zhao Chen's eyes once again appeared the magnificent palace shrouded in mist, and the crown that immediately knelt on the ground when he saw him appear. Zhao Chen, who was sitting on the sixth dragon throne, was silent for a few seconds, as if he had received a lot of information, and then he asked in a majestic voice, "Do you know where this place is? Who am I?" Seeing the question, Baogwen raised her head, with a tense face, and answered respectfully, "This is the core of the Big Sun Star Chariot, the palace of the Star God, and I dare not speculate about your identity." Baogwen really remembered the past. No, to be more precise, she inherited her past memories from the Cloud Sky Golden Crow Crown. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. This was the information that this space took the initiative to tell him after he entered the Star Chariot. As for the close relationship between the Star Chariot and the Star God, Zhao Chen had guessed it a long time ago, and it was not surprising. After thinking about it, he spoke again. "You can say it." Baogwen was unable to refuse Zhao Chen's question and answered truthfully. Since the day of the Star God's transformation, the Great Sun Star Chariot has appeared in the world several times, and many people have received the blessings of the Star Chariot and can exert the power of the Star Chariot. For example, Zhang Zhongwang, the founder of the Dragon and Tiger sect, is one of them. However, most of them are just the managers or candidates of the Great Sun Star Chariot and are collaborators in retrieving the lost authority of the Star Chariot. But the feeling you give me is different from them. You carry the true majesty of the Star God, which is completely different from the other candidates. So this is what Black Sun and the Qingyuan Temple Priest mean by candidates. In other words, they are working for Xingcha? Candidate. From the literal meaning, maybe if you work well, you may have the opportunity to become a shareholder from a manager. This is really a characteristic of Xingcha. Baogwen said that I'm not like the previous candidates, but I'm obviously doing the same job, right? After pondering for a few seconds, Zhao Chen suddenly realized a problem. That is, Baogwen said that she felt different from other candidates, which means that she has seen other candidates, and not just knows. But after seeing the Yunxiu Golden Crow Crown, didn't the other candidates take it back? Zhao Chen thought so, and asked this question. Baogwen asked back curiously, "Before my power was activated, and the worry-free cave heaven was sealed, I was just a magic weapon collected by Moyan Zhenjin. How did the candidate know that I was the lost accessory of Xingcha? Most of them are only looking for the Star God relics that are clear and well known to the world. Oh. Have they not seen the illustrations on the Jade Book, and don't know what you look like and your name?" Zhao Chen frowned, confused by the low efficiency of the previous candidates. After all, not counting the demon sealing vermilion brush that he was born with, he had already found 5 pieces in just a few months. But he soon thought of another possibility, that is, the jade book he saw at the beginning, the 9 lights gold seal, the 6 dragon throne and the table in front of him, and even the palace itself shrouded in mist, may not have existed before, and they were all found by generations of candidates. Maybe my starting point is much higher than this. I just don't know what happened to those candidates in the past. Well, Zhang Zhongwang, the founder of the Dragon and Tiger sect, has been confirmed to have died more than 5,000 years ago, but the cause of death is unknown. Even King Gan can't find this level of information. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen said in a flat voice, "Who is the candidate you have seen? I don't know her name, nor have I seen her appearance. I can only sense her identity as a candidate. In addition, it was after meeting her that Mo Yun had the hope of going further." At this point, Baoguan blinked and whispered, "Mr. Chen, you don't have to be so cautious in your tone in front of me. I know it's you. I knew you should have said it earlier." It was the first time that Zhao Chen was directly recognized by his possession. Although it was a bit embarrassing, his face had long been trained to be thick, so he changed his tone calmly and said, "Is this your ability?" "No, all the Star Chariot accessories know, but they can't speak." Baoguan answered innocently. At this moment, Zhao Chen was sure that the little girl in front of him, who was once as white as a piece of paper, was probably black now. It was all the fault of the Ming cult. I don't know what kind of twisted education they have provided to the hosts of the successive generations of weapon spirits. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Zhao Chen simply stopped pretending, changed to a comfortable sitting position, and asked a few more questions about crossing Chaban candidates, but Baoguan couldn't answer any of them. After all, she had been away from crossing Cha for a long time, and she didn't know much. And because her ownership was in his hands, Zhao Chen also believed that she would not lie to him, so he had to give up for the time being. He leaned back in his chair, thought for a while, and changed the topic and asked, "Then tell me what benefits your arrival can bring to me." The advantage of having a spirit is that you don't have to study the new accessories yourself. Seeing that he finally stopped pretending, Baoguan also became a lot more relaxed. She looked up and asked, "Can I explain it to you nearby?" "Just as you like." Since he was exposed, Zhao Chen didn't need to be polite anymore, and nodded directly. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately stood up, walked to the table, pointed at the jade book and said, "With my presence, you can bargain with it, but there are certain risks, and you may lose more. So, before you want to bargain, you'd better fish some luck out of the pool." At this point, she turned and looked at the cornucopia placed at the edge of the fog on the left side of the palace, and said with a smile, "With me, you can use these luck in more diverse ways. For example, the wall of bad luck you used before is a good attempt. In the future, when you have more authority, you can even try to combine different kinds of luck." Hearing her words, Zhao Chen put on the unclear golden crow crown on his head, opened the jade book with interest, and tried the newly added bargaining function. As a result, he found that every time he used this function, he had to pay a certain amount of star coins, not to mention that it might not be successful. No wonder Baoguan said that he might lose money. Zhao Chen, who was speechless, was about to complain, but suddenly found that his balance was less again. After careful checking, he found that not only the bargaining function, but also the use of the unclear golden crow crown itself also required fees. "What's going on?" Zhao Chen asked. Baoguan spread his hands and said innocently, "I can't help it. The use of the functions of Xingcha requires a fee, unless the Xingcha actively drives it. Isn't it the same when you use other functions? Although I'm a weapon spirit, I cannot change it. This is indeed the inherent virtue of the Great Sun Star Chariot." Zhao Chen was powerless to refute, and could only listen to Baoguan's continued introduction. "If you use my weapon spirit body as a medium, the power of the demon sealing vermilion pen and the 16 golden star libra sword can be strengthened, especially the former. You can now project it into reality for a short time, but the price is quite high. Every second is in units of 10,000. Chapter 457, 7th rank Starry Sky Collector. In units of 10,000. Zhao Chen glanced at the balance displayed on the jade book and decisively decided to treat the demon sealing vermilion pen as the last trump card, and try not to use it as much as possible. After all, if this thing is really taken out, it must be used to deal with the Dark Zone real person, and that kind of existence has many backups. Even the demon sealing vermilion pen can't solve it in a short time. If you really have no choice, you still have to try to trick the other party into the Star Chariot and let the Star Chariot automatically defend. Just like dealing with the Shazai Abbot of the Xingcha Temple. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen saw the little girl with the crown, pointed her slender finger at the purple light ring again, and heard her say, "With me, you can now use this ring to borrow power from the Dark Zone existence, whose shares are occupied by the Star Chariot. Although the price is also very high, it is much cheaper than using the demon sealing red pen. Of course, since the Dark Zone and Dark Zone stages are essentially different, it is impossible to borrow relatively complete power like borrowing mana and magic power from cultivators. At most, you can have a full status like evil god Song Wuyuru, who can bless 1 or 2 magical powers. This is good news. Even if it is only a full status, it will not be as difficult to control the magic weapon as before. In fact, I'm relatively lucky with the 5 Immortal spiritual key. Even if the magic weapon such as Invisible Magic Soldier is unwilling to be controlled by me, it will not be too counterattacked. If other people use the magic weapon forcibly, death may be the best result. Otherwise, some big sects and prominent families will not cultivate army masters when the Dark Zone is in short supply. In addition, I heard that the core disciples of the upper sect and the family have had cases of holding powerful magic weapons and forcing back the Demon King level demons. It should be a similar situation to the ability of the purple light ring. Zhao Chen picked up the purple light ring on the table and played with it for a while. He glanced at the price that Baogwen said was much cheaper, and his eager mind began to cool down slowly. This price is indeed lower than the usage fee of the demon sealing vermilion pen, but it is still scary high. Okay. Although Zhao Chen's face did not show any expression, the little girl Baogwen still raised the corners of her mouth and finally came to the 8 diagrams bright light mirror and introduced with a smile. Its functions have also been enhanced. You can now directly use it to divine some things. The specific fee depends on the difficulty of the divination. In addition, if you have learned divination and prophecy spells and use it as a medium to perform them, most interference can be avoided. Hearing this, Zhao Chen glanced at the bronze mirror with the Bagua compass on the outside and asked, "Can you directly divine the whereabouts of other Star-Raft accessories?" Baogwen thought for a long time before answering. It is possible, but if there are no relevant clues, the star coins paid will probably be sky high. I understand. Zhao Chen nodded. This was similar to what he thought. After all, with the Star-Raft's money-making nature, how could it be possible to give it to him cheaply? After introducing the enhanced effects of all the current functional accessories, Baogwen seemed to remember something and said pitifully, "Young master, can you not keep me in this palace all the time? I'm so bored alone. Can you still go out?" Zhao Chen asked curiously. "I can go back to the Yangxiu Golden Crow Crown and sleep, or I can walk around outside with my mortal body." "Well, it's actually good for you to be outside. After all, with my weapon spirit as a medium, you can use the amplified power of the Yangxiu Golden Crow Crown in the outside world to use more abilities of accessories such as the Fateful Heavenly Pond and the 16 Golden Star Libra Sword." When Baogwen heard that there was a chance, she quickly promoted herself. How did this girl grow from a blank sheet of paper to this old-fashioned look? How should she explain it to Brother Lu when she sees him later? Zhao Chen complained a few words in his heart, but finally agreed to Baogwen's request. However, there was no rush for this matter, at least until he was promoted to the Star Elm Collector, and he had to make 3 rules with her, so that she could not reveal her secrets. Baogwen had no objection to this, and happily raised her hand to swear to the 16 Golden Star Libra Sword. Although as Zhao Chen's property, she could not do anything to hurt her master, and the oath was completely unnecessary, but after she did so, Zhao Chen was relieved a lot. After that, Zhao Chen ordered Baogwen to return to the Yangxiu Golden Crow Crown to sleep, and wake her up when needed. Baogwen agreed, and her body slowly faded, and then turned into a light spot, and merged into the golden crown on Zhao Chen's head. Zhao Chen heaved a sigh of relief after seeing her completely disappear. He was actually a little uncomfortable with the sudden appearance of a person in his domain. Fortunately, Baogwen is one of us, and it's not bad to have someone to talk to. Zhao Chen raised his lips and muttered to himself, then looked at the 9 lights gold seal on the far left of the table, looking at the ritual requirements for promotion to Star Realm Collector or Investigator, and gradually fell into deep thought. Candidate, manager, shareholder. Why is Star Chariot so active and recycling lost parts? Reviving Star God? Or has it itself developed consciousness and is improving itself? And where is my specialness reflected? Why does Baogwen think that I'm different from other candidates and have the majesty of Star God? Didn't the Star God become the sun hanging in the sky? Could it be that the existence behind my fate is the Star God? Alas, although the crown has answered many of my questions, the more I know, the more questions I have. Thinking of this, he pinched his chin with his fingers and continued to ponder the answers to these questions. May be able to start investigating from those previous candidates. Hey, this may also help me master and digest the position of investigator. The founder of the Dragon and Tiger sect is a clear target. In addition, other people who target the Star God relics are also very suspicious. Well, let's go back and check the information of the Taoist office to see if there are any clues. Of course, this has to wait until the special mission is completed in 3 days. If you die in the Red Gold Mountain, there is no need to think about the future. Sighing slightly, Zhao Chen first experimented with the various functions blessed by the Yunxiu Golden Crow Crown. After confirming that it was the same as what the crown said, he remembered the items needed for the promotion ceremony shown on the 9-star golden seal. No matter what the purpose of the Great Sun Star Raft is, we have to obtain power from it at this stage. Hidden dangers and the like are things that can only be considered under the premise of future, right? Although the ritual items required for the 7th grade position are more expensive than those of the 8th and 9th grades, they are still ordinary things that can be bought with money. With Zhao Chen's current financial resources and status, he does not need to buy them himself. He just finds his butler Alan and gives an order, and they are all gathered within an hour. Looking at the altar built with ancient books and antiques, Zheng Qingyan, who was watching and protecting the law, said expressionlessly, "The position you have accepted seems to require more and more expensive items. When you reach the Dangsuan level, will you be asked to sacrifice something equivalent to a magic weapon?" This is indeed in line with the nature of the Star Chariot that is obsessed with money, but I'm afraid it won't be that simple. While Zhao Chen was complaining in his heart, he adjusted his mentality, then nodded to Zheng Qingyan, and then stepped onto the altar. He used his spiritual consciousness to activate the 9 lights golden seal, and entered a familiar mysterious state. He couldn't help but chant, "The Great Sun Star Chariot, the precious vehicle of the Taoist Lord. The heavenly official of profit, the fairy envoy of wealth. Trading in all realms, the boat travels through the 9 heavens. 9 lights golden seal, grant me the Dharma scroll." Similar to when he accepted the scroll position before, when Zhao Chen chanted the first sentence, his ears were filled with mumblings, and his emotions were difficult to control, as if he had been polluted. But he had finally cultivated his spiritual consciousness and his soul had been substantially improved, so he broke free from that manic state faster than before, relying on the methods of the 9 turns of the treasury of life and energy and the Fanyan Bujaro Leshan Sheng Shenzang and the mana stage to fight against it and digest the benefits brought by accepting the position of the talisman. Because at this time, the shadow of the 9 lights golden chapter also sprinkled a little golden light as before and merged into his body. Zhao Chen only felt a boom and his inner world began to vibrate violently. An illusory high platform rose from the ground inside it, breaking the barrier between the inner and outer worlds. A stream of pure, but extremely violent heaven and earth energy suddenly poured into the inner world through the high platform, constantly washing and transforming Zhao Chen's body and soul. Fortunately, at this time, Zhao Chen's body and soul had become extremely tough in the practice of the true key and refining orifice stage, and with the guidance of the spiritual consciousness, he was not torn apart by the energy. Instead, the vital energy entered every meridian, every storage room, and even the soul of Zhao Chen's inner world in an orderly manner. At this point, the most dangerous stage of the promotion to the mana realm has passed. What remains is to carefully guide and transform one's own true energy into true energy mana. If it is an ordinary cultivator, if the practice is not outstanding, the complete transformation of the true energy can at most reach the level of 1 turn of mana, that is, to form a unique true energy vortex in one of the 9 acupoints of the inner world. Each vortex is composed of one's own essence, ki, and spirit combined with the practice method, which can nourish the so-called true meaning, or what Takesy calls law perception, to form 2 spells of opposite nature. This is the prototype of the life spell. Since most cultivators are granted the 6th grade position by heaven and earth, when they break through the mana, they can use Gangsha Ki instead of the so-called true meaning and directly construct the life spell in the true energy vortex. There is actually not much difference between condensing the energy and cultivating the true meaning by oneself. Even the children of the upper sect and the noble family cannot cultivate the true meaning in all the 18 positions of the natal spells by themselves. It is estimated that they will not be able to cultivate them until they die. Only those who have the original form of spells with their main cultivation method and the corresponding energy of the, for a mana cultivator, there is no bottleneck from the 1st to the 6th turn, and it can be achieved naturally through accumulation. But the 7th, 8th, and 9th turns are one step at a time. Now Zhao Chen has just entered the mana and has broken through the 7th turn. For the first time, he is ahead of Fei Meng in the progress of cultivation, which makes him smile sincerely. At this time, the receiving of the talisman is over, and the golden light on Zhao Chen's body completely dissipates. The whispers in his ears and the pain in his body also disappear. According to his previous habits, Zhao Chen did not rest or celebrate immediately, but first examined himself and studied what improvements he had made. First of all, the mana was directly transformed into the 7th level, and 8 innate spells were obtained. Because I didn't reach the 6th level directly like the other cultivators who were granted the ordinary Orn by heaven and earth, but only obtained the 7th level, so these 8 spells cannot be condensed into innate spells at the mana stage, and their power cannot be increased as the cultivation level increases. But it is much more convenient to use than when refining the orifices, and there are no taboos or side effects. Well, these 8 spells are Wuang Soul Capture Song, Yuan Sheng Shapeform Music, Te Wei Hu Huan Qi, Huan Mingji Fu, Wu Fang Ziomo Shenmen, Wu Di Mo Lingayan, Dairi Xingcha Use. The first 6 are obviously from my main practice, which is the Fanayan Bujiol Shian Sheng Shenzhang and the Teichu Jiushan Shian Sheng Yazhang of Kunlun Shianyang City. Wuang Soul Capture Song and Yuan Sheng Shapeform Music. This pair of Gangsha spells are combined into the 1st level magical power Boranikami Shenayan. The pair of Te Wei Hu Huan Qi and Huan Mingji Fu is the basis of the 1st grade magical power summoning the gods. The 5 directions demon exterminating divine mantra and the 5 emperors demon controlling spiritual sound are the foundation of the Shianyang city lineage, and are the 2 prerequisite spells for the great magical power 5 emperors paying homage to the truth. Of course, the chapter of the natural god of Brahma sounds not arrogant and joyful does not only have these 6 spells, but only these 3 corresponding spells of the 1st grade magical power have been given a prototype. Is this because they all correspond to the so-called Teichu true meaning? And for the rest of the spells, I will need to find the Gangsha key to complete them, after I'm promoted to the 6th grade Gangsha realm. Of course, it is not necessary to practice these Shianyang city spells anymore. It will also be fine to replace them with other innate spells of auxiliary cultivation methods. It's not impossible, even if I dispel the existing spell prototypes. After all, I can regret it before I actually cultivate my lifelong spell. Well, actually, there are quite a few spells from the Demon Sect and the Heartlight Temple that I like. Maybe I can arrange them reasonably. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen's attention finally came to the last 2 spells that were only prototypes, but made him feel that they were impossible to shake. The Great Sun Record and the Star Chariot Jade Book. The name obviously comes from the Great Sun Star Chariot. Chapter 458. Do you want to celebrate? Dairi Xingcha and Crossing Chaoyuse are not single effect spells, but collection spells like the 9 transformations of Blood Demon, 8 methods of Bone Demon and 7 methods of Yin Demon of the Heavenly Demon. One method contains multiple methods. For example, Dairi Xingcha currently includes Shielding Fear and Glib obtained in the Traveling Merchant stage, Master of Techniques and I Avoid obtained in the Bodyguard stage, and the Translation and Notarization abilities, or spells, newly mastered by the current 7th grade investigator. Translation is not much to say, it is a kind of spiritual protection. Combined with I Avoid, it can relatively safely interpret the content of Dao Wen. This is also the basis for investigator to investigate strange things. Notarization is like a low-profile version of 16 Venus Libra sword, which can constrain the content of contracts and promises, and reward and punish the other party when they fulfill or violate the agreement. The content of rewards and punishments can be defined by oneself, but it must be done. Without definition, it is simply to strengthen or weaken the value of the other party. When the value is strengthened, the strength is also strengthened in all aspects. When the value is weakened, the state will be depressed. Although it will not fall into the realm, it will also be in a weak state. In addition, the abilities and spells obtained in the 8th and 9th grades have also been enhanced. Among them, the effect of I Avoid has become more comprehensive. It can not only see through some secrets that ordinary people cannot see, but also show the value of the other party, so as to preliminarily judge the strength and status of the other party. The ability of eloquence has truly become a spell. After using it, as long as the logic is smooth, it can make the monks who are not firm in will or do not have the corresponding mental protection spell listen to what you say. Of course, the other party must not feel dangerous in this process, otherwise there is a great possibility of waking up. The ability of Shielding Fear has transformed into Shielding Mental Pollution, which is the source of the mental protection of the translation ability. Of course, it can still be used independently to keep yourself calm in dangerous situations. As for the Master of Techniques, it has also been enhanced accordingly, no longer limited to martial arts, but extended to the perception and application of spells. It is worth mentioning that the above abilities are not all the spells that can be included in the Great Sun Record. According to the information obtained by Zhao Chen, in addition to some new abilities that will inevitably be acquired in the future as the position of the talisman is promoted, even the spells that he learned elsewhere that meet the standards of the Great Sun Record can also be included in this life spell. For example, the Golden Light Curse of the Dragon and Tiger Sect that Zhao Chen once bought. As long as he can find the Gangsha key corresponding to the Golden Light Curse, he can turn it into a part of the Great Sun Record spell. Zhao Chen suspects that this is because Zhang Zhongwang, the founder of the Dragon and Tiger Sect, is one of the candidates of the Great Sun Star Chariot, and the skills he created are of the same origin as the Star Chariot. Similar to the Great Sun Record, another prototype of the life spell Star Chariot Jade Book also includes the abilities of the previous 8th and 9th grade talisman positions. For example, the God Flying spell belonging to the Galactic Transport Deputy Envoy and the Defending spell of the Starboat Guardian Envoy are both included, and their effects have been improved. The former has transformed into a flying spell God Flying Boat, but it can only get 3 feet off the ground, and the speed has not improved much, still traveling 800 miles a day. However, it can truly carry passengers. The latter's ability to enhance the effects of defensive spells and items has not only gone a step further, but also has the ability to quantify the value of corresponding items and spells. In other words, by observing the value of defensive magic tools and spells, Zhao Chen can intuitively feel how much of his armor is left, and whether it will be broken by the enemy. In addition, the 7th grade position Star Elm Collector also brings new abilities to the Star Chariot Jade Book. This ability is called Illustrated Book, which can record all things with special value encountered in the book, such as spells, magic tools, pollution, etc. For things at a lower level, the recorded information is relatively complete, while for things at a higher level, it depends on how much intelligence is investigated. The contents recorded in the illustration book also contain the charm of its entity. Zhao Chen can interpret the corresponding knowledge from it through translation and Eye of the Void to supplement his own accumulation. These abilities really complement each other. Illustration book. This is the low-end Jade book, right? So it seems that the abilities contained in those Star Chariot accessories should be included in the 2 life spells of Great Sun Record and Star Chariot Jade Book in the future. They belong to Gangsha, and when they are 5 grades, they will inevitably be pieced together into a magical power. Could it be called Great Sun Star Chariot? Although I majored in the magical power of 5 emperors paying homage to the truth, the real foundation is still in the Great Sun Star Chariot. Well, I guessed before that the source of the magical power of 5 emperors paying homage to the truth was actually acquired by Star Chariot. It is actually part of the foundation of Star Chariot, right? Thinking of this, Zhao Chen remained calm on the surface, but in his heart he had decided that after the matter of Chijin Mountain was over, he would practice the skills of the demon sect or the Xingcha temple. Since the foundation cannot be changed, he can only introduce more methods with other powerful sources to achieve balance. This is also a small test of the person who controls his fate behind the scenes to see if the other party will care. With his thoughts racing, Zhao Chen kept practicing the 9-turn Kung Fu Mingyu and Gong that he practiced, and transformed the original 5 immortal spiritual ki into 5 immortal spiritual yuan, or Kung Fu Mingyu and mana, and filled it into the 7 newly opened vortexes in the inner world. Then, he walked down the altar where all kinds of antique offerings were reduced to ashes, and lifted the surrounding protective formations. At this time, Zheng Qinggan came up, looked at him for a few times and said, "You have the power of 7 turns, right after you are promoted." This is also a rare existence in the Zheng family's direct lineage. Although she did not show any expression, the admiration in her tone could not be suppressed. The 7th revolution. This is a great hurdle for mana cultivators, and I don't know how many people have stopped here in their entire lives. Zhao Chen smiled and responded, "We have experienced too many high-level events before, which is very consistent with the requirements of investigation and collection." Zheng Qinggan already knew the name of the 7th grade talisman that Zhao Chen had received, so she nodded slightly and roughly understood why he could reach the 7th revolution. She thought about it and suddenly asked in an inviting tone, "Since you have successfully promoted your mana, do you want to celebrate? My condition is not good, so that's all for now." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, Collecting Folk Songs. Human, in the living room of the county magistrate's mansion. Hao Shangxing, the life-seeking longevity star enshrined in the county magistrate's mansion, and Li Fuan, the green lotus sword stationed in Human by the Li family, are discussing the current situation in the county. You know, although the Blood Moon Rebellion some time ago was quickly pacified with the help of the monks from various states who came to assist, it also inevitably caused new problems. That is the infiltration of foreign forces into the state. There is no need to worry about the Danding Immortal sect and the Sima family. As the upper sect and the family, the resources they can control are very huge, and they don't look down on a small place like our Human. The trouble is actually the famous families and big sects such as the Bei family of Ningzhou and the Ling fort of Suzhou, and they have been very active in recent times. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 families I mentioned were hostile to each other and fought against each other, I wouldn't have noticed that many gangs in the county were secretly controlled by them. Hao Shangxing sighed. The reason why he, a supernatural cultivator, is an enshriner in a place like Human is for the wealth and resources of the county. Now these foreign fierce dragons are a serious threat to his interests. Li Fuan listened quietly, knowing that the other party complained to him, just to test the attitude of the Li family. If the Li family did not do anything, the share originally allocated to the Li family in the county would probably be reduced. After all, the Human area was originally protected by the Li family. If they could not protect it, they would not be eligible to get so many resources. As his thoughts turned, Li Fuan smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry too much. Although my Li family is shrinking its power, Human will not give up. And my Li family and the Feng family, which is currently in charge of Dunhuang, are an offensive and defensive alliance. If the Bei family and Ling fort are only in charge of the supernatural power, my Li family will come forward. Even if the 2 real people Star Picking Hand and Crane in the clouds come in person, there will be Feng King from the Feng family to help block them." After hearing what Li Fuan said, although Hao Shangxing's expression eased, he still said with a heavy heart, "But I heard that the Feng family is also in trouble. One of their supernatural power cultivators somehow offended the Sword Pavilion and a reward of 100,000 strings of cash has been posted." He was talking about Feng Wantong, the Qihan Desert who joined the Heaven and became its peripheral staff. After changing his foundation, that person escaped the pursuit of several magical powers of Jianzhi with the help of the old grandfather and is currently missing. Li Fuan had obviously heard about this matter and even knew that Master Feng King was questioned by the masters of Jianzhi because of this. Fortunately, the Feng family itself has nothing to do with the Heaven. Li Fuan was about to explain this matter in detail to Old Hao to dispel his concerns, but at this moment, he suddenly noticed that the yuan key of heaven and earth was fluctuating violently, and it was quickly converging towards the west of the city. Hao Shangxing was a second or two slower, and also discovered this situation. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and hesitantly said, "Is this someone who has broken through to the magic power, and is drawing the yuan key of heaven and earth into the body? This commotion is several times louder than what I made back then. I'm afraid he's going straight to the 5th level? I'm afraid it's more than that. My nephew Changlin went straight to the 5th level when he was promoted to a higher level of magic power, but the vitality turbulence he caused was far less than what he is doing now." Thinking so in his heart, Li Fuan smiled on the surface and said, "That direction should be the Golden Art Martial Arts School. I'm afraid that young master Zhao Chen has made a breakthrough." Zhao Chen? Hao Shangxing was even more surprised. After all, because of the female heroes such as Fairy Yinglong, he had detailed information about the other party and knew that it had only been a few months since he refined the true key. Impossible, right? How could it be so fast? Li Fuan shook his head and said, "Some of the core disciples of the aristocratic families and the upper sects are even faster than him." Well, Fairy Zheng gave the treasure from the happy bodhisattva that she got from Che Yugang to young Master Chen. It's understandable that he has the current speed of practice. Although he didn't know the existence of he knew that the reason why the patriarch allowed his grandson to marry into the Che family was because Che Yugang obtained the joyful bodhisattva picture and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and he had supernatural powers. Of course, Li Fuan guessed that the patriarch might have thought of taking the treasure away, but on the one hand, the path of 5 emperors paying homage to the true sword had nothing to do with joy, and on the other hand, the cause and effect of the joyful bodhisattva picture was not small, and the Li family might not be willing to bear it, so they used marriage as a means to indirectly control it. Hao Shangxing was old and had experienced a lot, and after Li Fuan's reminder, he thought of something and reluctantly accepted it. However, he still said with emotion, "Mr. Chen's luck is really good. I heard that the one from the Meng family originally wanted to come to Ganzhou to find him after the sword conference in Jianzhi, but because of a big mess in the sword conference, he had to return to the family. Hey, if there was no great luck, how could he have such a fortune and won the favor of so many female heroes?" Li Fuan smiled and said meaningfully, "So, these troubles in the county may be solved by changing the way of thinking. After all, although this young master has a good background, the Golden Art Martial Arts School under his command is very small and will not take up too many resources." "You mean?" Hao Shangxing was stunned when he heard this, and then said thoughtfully, "Then I should prepare a gift to congratulate young Master Zhao Chen on his achievement of magic power." Golden Art Martial Arts School, Zhao Chen's bedroom. Zhao Chen naturally would not refuse Zheng Qinggan's invitation to celebrate, so a mysterious voice that made people imagine soon sounded in the room. What made Zheng Qinggan feel painful was that, in order to prevent her from using the rewind ability of Evil Dragon's immortal body to cheat, Zhao Chen actually used a spell called Illustrated Book to show her some of the mysteries of Qinggan. Although the content of the illustration was extremely simple, and even 1/1000th of the charm of Qinggan could not be restored, its mystery and the time still made Zheng Qinggan reluctant to rewind. She could only roll her eyes, endure the impact of demon bliss, and absorb the charm of the time avenue. Speaking of it, in the past, Zheng Qinggan was the only one who provided for Zhao Chen in the dual cultivation. Although she would not lose much, she did not earn either. Now it is the first time that she has repaid the favor. Of course, compared to Zenkingan, Zhao Chen got more. Not only was his mana growing rapidly, but his progress in mastering the Starry Sky Collector was also improved. Kingayan possesses a first-grade magical power, which is already mysterious, and exploring her depths is equivalent to understanding her in depth. And then, the illustration actually generated a corresponding image? Exclamation mark. Is this the essence of collecting folk songs? I suddenly felt that I couldn't look directly at the word collecting folk songs. Well, it shouldn't be, at least not completely after all. My previous normal behavior of exploring mysteries was also recognized as pre-performance and received feedback. My status still low. So much for now. Chapter 460. Bright. In the bedroom of the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall, Zenkingan leaned on Zhao Chen's shoulder, and her usually cold face was covered with blushes. This was not only because she was reluctant to cheat with the evil dragon Immortal body, but also because of the satisfaction after facing the secret of time. But even so, with her magical powers, as a dragonborn, she had to beg for mercy in the end, which was enough to show Zhao Chen's talent in this regard. The unique secret techniques she learned from the Happy Bodhisattva picture made her love and hate it. Giving the Happy Bodhisattva picture to him was the right person. When Zenkingan was complaining in her heart, she suddenly saw some mysteries deep in her in the so-called illustration shown by Zhao Chen. She couldn't help but be stunned, and then snorted, "Isn't your collection of the Star Elm Collector not very serious?" Without Zhao Chen's explanation, she saw what benefits the other party got from her. Hearing this, Zhao Chen came back to his senses from his sage state. He laughed dumbly and replied, "The method of dual cultivation can allow our souls, bodies, and magic powers to blend with each other. There is no more comprehensive way of investigation and collecting folk songs than this. And the Dragon King, the source of your evil dragon's immortal body, is the most top-notch great evil demon, so it naturally meets the needs of the investigator to pursue the source of secrets and strange things. What's more, this body of yours is an incarnation, and the biggest secret is actually the bodhisattva behind Fei Meng." After listening to his serious explanation, although Zenkingan knew that this was most likely true, she still couldn't help but complained. "So, as long as you find a few more women with big secrets, you can quickly master the position through in-depth exploration?" At this point, she wrinkled her nose and said slowly, "Well, the secret hidden in Qinsheng is actually not small. Do you want to arrange for her to come here immediately? Are you sure the secret you are talking about is a real secret?" Zhao Chen complained in his heart. He knew that Zenkingan was being sarcastic, so he changed the subject directly. "Speaking of which, can Fei Meng and Qinsheng feel what we are doing now?" Zenkingan didn't expect him to ask this, but he didn't hide it. After a slight pause, he answered, "Fei Meng, as the main body, must be able to know my status at all times, but she only has memories, but no corresponding feelings. Otherwise, with her current realm, she can't hold on. Of course, she can come here at any time, but she will definitely not do so before achieving Danksun. As for Qinsheng, she and I have no direct contact. Without the transfer of the main body, there is no way for me and her to communicate at all. So that's it." Zhao Chen nodded with regret. "What's the regret?" "Regret can't let Qinsheng and I experience double bliss?" Because Zhao Chen still stayed in his depths and was in the state of double cultivation, Zenkingan easily noticed the other party's sinister thoughts. This person seems to be getting more and more promiscuous since he started to eat meat. Zenkingan rarely showed a contemptuous expression and then restrained it. "After all, this is also what I have done to her." Zhao Chen also realized that his thoughts were intercepted by Kingayan at this time, so he explained shamelessly, "This is just out of the desire for collecting wind." "Well, it is the influence of the position." Zenkingan rolled her eyes again, which was contrary to her own character. It was unknown whether it was directed at Zhao Chen's words or because of Zhao Chen's actions again. However, after calming down, she still spoke carefully. "In fact, if you really want to play the role of Star Elm Collector and explore the mystery, the Wei County Princess is the best candidate. From various angles, her secret is not small, especially the thing in her soul. Although you have learned some information through the Eye of the Void before, it is definitely not comprehensive. Through dual cultivation, in the process of completely suppressing that thing, it may help you advance a lot in the progress of controlling the position. The thing that was nurtured in Meng Hongai's soul, that Kinkin was thinking about. Well, it is indeed worth exploring, but the princess is not Fei Meng. Unless she takes the initiative to find me, I will not rush to find her for dual cultivation. Of course, no matter what, we have to wait until the Red Gold Mountain mission is over. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen stopped thinking about it and began to concentrate on the next round of celebration. It was not until Gong Yun came to knock on the door and told him that the county governor's mansion and the Li family had sent gifts, and the life-seeking birthday star Hao Shangxing had come to the door in person, that he put on his clothes and ended this happy time. In order to allow the Snow Eagle Sword Feng Wan to successfully breed the Lust Seed, the barrier created by Zhao Chen and Zheng Qinggan did not block Feng Wan and Gong Yun's spiritual consciousness, at most making them unclear, so they watched the celebration of the two throughout the whole process. Wuiao Cave, inside the Imperial Mausoleum. The monks led by the two real people Qin and Shu had dealt with their respective opponents, and were about to go to the deepest part of the mausoleum to support Zhao Chen and eliminate the evil spirits. As a result, before they could act, they found that the Empress had suddenly disappeared. This was not the first time this happened. During the last battle in the mausoleum, the Empress and the young Master Chen disappeared together for a month. True Manchu Yu frowned slightly, but soon had a guess, and a hint of joy flashed across his brows. It seems that Master Chen should have succeeded. Hearing this, True Man Qinya also reacted. She glanced at Qin Sheng, who was still by her side, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction, but in the end she didn't say much, just nodded slightly and said, I think the historical fog between Dongshan and Zuanshan will soon dissipate, and the channel will definitely open in the origin space. Let's go to the resentment pool and wait. Okay. True Manchu Yu also nodded, and then commanded his own sword saint to pick up the scroll and lead everyone to the deepest part of the mausoleum. Half an incense stick later, when everyone saw the Yinling Saint Konglin who stayed alone beside the dried up resentment pool, True Man Qinyao's face was relieved again. She was about to ask something when she found that the entire Imperial Mausoleum was shaking violently. The bottomless hole under the pool of resentment actually began to emit a faint light. That light did not belong to the cave world. It was a light that contained the power of the big sun. The fog of history really disappeared. Qinya and Chu Yu were both delighted. They were the only ones present who could sense the difference in the light. They were excited. Just as they were about to pass through the passage connecting to Zuanshan, they saw a dragon girl stepping on a dreamy bubble and appearing in front of everyone. The status is still low. I will take another day off. I will resume 2 updates or 2 in 1 tomorrow. Chapter 461, Stormy. The person who entered the cave heaven on the dream bubble was naturally the Sakura dragon fairy Zheng Qinggan, who came from human. After the historical fog dissipated, it took a process for the time flow inside and outside the cave heaven to become synchronized. So 1 day passed in Daksha, but only a quarter of an hour passed in Wuiao cave heaven. Seeing Zheng Qinggan in such a posture, even though she was peerless and looked like a goddess, all the grandmasters in the cave heaven felt the danger from her undisguised aura and unconsciously became alert. However, the two real people Qin and Chu saw more. After all, the feeling of Dragon King in Zheng Qinggan was so obvious that they naturally made some associations, as they were well informed. Miss, is your surname Zheng? Qinya, who was dressed in red and still in peak condition, asked in a hoarse voice, did Master Chen ask you to lead us into Zuanshan? She had a close relationship with Zheng Xiao, who left the cave with the Golden Crow Divine Crown, and the latter was a branch of the Zheng family. In addition, the 2 Yi Mu Shen Lei talismans that Zhao Chen brought into the cave. Qinya had long suspected that Zhao Chen had something to do with the aristocratic Zheng family, so she asked this question. My name is Zheng Qinggan. The cold-looking dragon girl nodded slightly. In order to prevent the cave from being exposed, Chen Lang asked me to take only Saint Konglin and Sect Master Qin Sheng to Daksha. And at the entrance of this passage, Chen Lang asked me to ask the 2 masters to sit here to prevent outsiders from sneaking in. As she said that, she also took out half of the token and let it fly into Kinya's hand by itself, and then said, in the future, only those who hold the other half of the token can enter the cave. If someone wants to travel to Daksha, they also need to use this token to apply in advance. Upon hearing this, Qin and Chu frowned, but they did not question anything. After all, they had signed a contract with Zhao Chen, and had to obey his orders for at least 10 years. Although they were Danksa and immortals who were lingering on, their lifespans were still much longer than those of ordinary cultivators. 10 years was just a moment in their rise. Of course, more importantly, they all sensed the aura deliberately exposed by a certain existence on Zhao Chen. That was the biggest reason why the two immortals lowered their posture and took the initiative to join Zhao Chen. Otherwise, just relying on the 5 immortal spiritual key that had obtained the true meaning of Teichu would not be enough to make the two immortals look at them differently. Zhao Chen also knew this, and even asked the two immortals, but unfortunately they did not answer, or rather, they did not dare to answer. Some of the Grand Masters present could understand the conversation between the 3 people, such as Yin Zimo, the Right Dharma King of the Ming cult, and Zhaoling, the Sword Saint, while others were confused, such as Yiling Xiao and Yishan. However, no matter what, they all understood that Qin Sheng and Kan Lin were going to be brought into a wider world, so they all cast complicated glances at the two. There was envy, scrutiny, and confusion. At this time, the graceful blood god sect leader Qin Sheng looked at his ancestor Qin Yap and said with a smile, "Grandmaster, then I will go to Zuanshan to explore the way first." Qin Yap nodded, and then after glancing at the pale Kanglin, she turned back and reminded, "You have met the requirements of supernatural powers in all aspects, and you can try to break through after you reach Zuanshan. After all, Zuanshan is not like Dangshan. You cannot borrow power from heaven and earth, and you cannot exert the strength of supernatural powers. Breaking through as soon as possible can better serve Master Chen. Better work for him? Isn't your implied meaning a better way to win favor?" Qin Sheng complained in her heart, but nodded obediently on the surface. After taking a bag handed to her by Qin Yap, she walked to Zenkingan. At the same time, Master Chu Yu also called Kan Lin to his side and handed her a jade slip. "This is the core part of the 36 methods of white jade that I searched from Beishixing's soul. It is a compensation for the 3 magic weapons that return the origin of the cave sky. You go and bring it to him." Well, as for the magic weapon Demon God Bone Cart promised to Master Chen, it has been smashed by me, so it will take some time to repair. Well, Kan Lin responded simply and put the jade slip away. Chu Yu knew that she was like this, so he didn't care and just continued, "You were forcibly contaminated, and then you were elevated to the level of divine power. In fact, your foundation is unstable. This problem is not obvious in the cave, but in Zuanshan, I'm afraid you will experience some calamities. Because the position you got is the soul catcher that I haven't even heard of, and there is no corresponding method of overcoming or replacing calamities in the Holy Spirit sect, so you need to be cautious. Fortunately, you don't really have a fruit position in the divine power stage, so the corresponding calamity should not be too strong. Regarding the accurate understanding of the method of dealing with it is the foundation that only the truly top sects have. This is what most of the families with noble titles and the major Danksa and sects do not have. There are countless brilliant and talented people among the independent cultivators. They have cut through the thorns and thorns, created their own paths, and finally pieced together their magical powers. However, in the end, they were unknowingly involved in inexplicable cause and effect, and fell under the. It's really sad. Kan Lin nodded silently after hearing this, and then after paying a salute to Master Chu Yu, he also stepped in front of Zenkingan's bubble. Looking at the cold and confident Zenkingan, Qin Sheng said with a strange expression, "Then please let this sister of the Zeng family lead the way." Although it is impossible to sense what the other incarnation of the main body is thinking, Zenkingan can roughly guess it. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart, and didn't care about the verbal advantage she had taken. Instead, she nodded to the 2 real people Qin and Chu, controlled the bubble to wrap the 2 female cultivators, and then entered the hole at the bottom of the pool again. Seeing the 3 figures disappear, the sea of blood around real person Qin Ya subsided, but it still existed. She exchanged a glance with Chuyu, who returned to the painting, then looked at those masters and said, "From today on, real person Chu and I will practice in the mausoleum, and Linga will preside over the affairs outside to restore order as soon as possible." She guessed that Zhao Chen would soon organize a caravan to come in. After all, when the other party occupied a cave heaven, it was impossible not to use the special products to seize wealth and accumulate resources for subsequent practice. Of course, trade is mutual. For the cave heaven, it is not a loss to have the goods of Daksha to make up for its own shortcomings. And she guessed right. Zhao Chen was actually already working on this matter, but he planned to start it officially after the Red Gold Mountain mission. Yicheng, Wuiaofang Market, under the 8 Treasures building, that has always stood in a corner of the market. As a dreamlike bubble broke, 3 figures appeared in front of Zhao Chen, who had been waiting here. Zheng Qingyan glanced at the many restrictions around him, frowned and said, "You set up the Shangmingjiao Moi Great Array here?" This great array obtained from Chen Luvala is one of Zhao Chen's trump cards, and setting it here means that it cannot be used in other places. After all, there is only one array map. Zhao Chen understood what she meant and smiled helplessly. It is not a large array of this level, and it cannot conceal the spatial anomaly of the channel. And we also have to guard against people with ulterior motives from the cave heaven coming out secretly. With this formation, even those 2 real people in poor condition will find it difficult to pass silently. After saying this, he paused and added, "In addition, I was willing to set it up here because I had a new formation trump card." New trump card? Zheng Qingyan thought for a while, and then suddenly said, "I understand. It's the new ability you gained after obtaining the Yunxiao Golden Crow Crown. To be precise, it's the new ability you gained after obtaining the Yunxiao Golden Crow Crown and the investigator position." Zhao Chen deliberately kept it a secret and didn't say what the new ability was. Zheng Qingyan didn't ask any more questions. After all, there were 2 girls present who were listening to their conversation carefully, although they were all their own people. Regarding the slight abnormality revealed before the formation was set up, since there were no magical cultivators nearby, probably no one noticed it. But to be on the safe side, we still have to find a suitable reason for those abnormalities, so as not to be noticed by those with ulterior motives. Zhao Chen had just said this, when Qin Sheng said in her hoarse but seductive voice, "Why not let my promotion cover up those abnormalities?" Promotion? Have you prepared the ceremony for your promotion to the supernatural power? Zhao Chen asked in surprise. The demon sect's promotion ceremony is probably very cruel and bloody, and I don't know how Fei Meng did it. After all, she represents compassion, and will not watch her incarnation do evil. Before Qin Sheng could answer, Zheng Qingyan sneered and said, "After all, she is just an incarnation. Promotion only requires the support of the main body, and there is no need to perform those so-called rituals. For example, as long as Qi Meng can be promoted to Dangxuan and raise the great supernatural power of Guanyan's 33 incarnations to a higher level, I can also become a real person. Of course, the seal position must be fully mastered, and the corresponding calamity will still exist, but I can choose whether I save myself or the main body saves me." After hearing this explanation, Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel at it, thinking that it was worthy of being a great supernatural power that could be ranked as the 1st grade, and it really had a different kind of mystery. So, if Fei Meng could achieve the Shengzuan True Lord one day, wouldn't there be 33 incarnations of the True Lord all of a sudden? Just thinking about that scene is very exciting. Well, Fei Meng said that before Dangxuan, there can only be a maximum of 3 incarnations, and the Heart Sutra of Great Compassion and Great Mercy of Avalokitesvara is a practice that directly points to the realm of Tao Lord above Shengzuan. So, I'm afraid that there are still restrictions when it comes to Shengzuan. If you want to really gather the 33 incarnations, maybe you have to become a Tao Lord. In other words, the original Guanyin Bodhisattva was a Tao Lord, or one of the incarnations of a Taoist Lord. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen turned to Qin Sheng and asked with concern, "Is there anything else you need to prepare? Also, will there be a lot of noise?" His previous promotion of manner was known to the whole city. If it weren't for dealing with those people who came to congratulate him, he and King Guyan wouldn't have been late for a moment, and almost let the abnormality of the reconnection between Dongshan and Zuanshan spread out. He would never admit that this was actually caused by him and King Guyan being too involved in the celebration and forgetting the time. Gangsha is united, calmly helps each other, and the strange phenomenon produced is naturally not small. Fortunately, the Blood God sect has a secret method to conceal the Blood Sea strange phenomenon, so that others will not recognize it as the inheritance of the demon sect at a glance. Hey, this is also a technique created when the 4 sects of the heavenly demon were besieged, and it is quite useful. Qin Sheng smiled and responded a few words, and then solemnly said, please ask Mr. Chen to temporarily disperse the cultivators and mortals in the valley, otherwise they will be contaminated by the breath of the Blood Sea and there is a high probability that they will lose their nature. Also, although the secret method has a good concealing effect, if you feel it at a close distance, you can still distinguish my footsteps. Seeing her full of confidence, Zhao Chen just nodded, then left the Babao Tower, and called Yan Shan, the former left Dharma king of the Ming cult who was in charge of the market town, and Sun Kun, the current head of the local powerful Sun family who had been recruited, and had inherited part of the Daoman heritage from the strange domain. Evacuate all the people in Wu'ai market town. Sun Kun asked in surprise, but after a little hesitation, he frowned and said, young master, this will take at least half a day. After all, although the distance between the market town and Yicheng is not far, for ordinary people and key cultivators, the mountain roads are difficult to travel, and they may not be able to arrive in a day. At this time, the left Dharma King Yanshan asked carefully, young master Chen, can you tell me why we want to evacuate the market town? After a pause, he added, if the reason is sufficient, it will be easier to persuade people in the market town to leave, which can improve efficiency. He is already Zhao Chen's confidant, so there are some things that he can ask more freely than Sun Kun who joined later. It is that sect Master Qin is about to break through his divine power. By then, his divine will spread throughout the market town, which will be harmful rather than beneficial to ordinary cultivators. After Zhao Chen made a simple reply, he looked at Sun Kun and said, take everyone to the open space in the center of the market town, and I will cast a spell to send them back to Yicheng. Sect Master Qin. Qin Sheng. Is she going to break through the magic power? Yanshan was envious, but when he thought about how his foundation had been damaged, and he would never have the chance to have the magic power in this life, he felt a little sad. I heard that there is a reincarnation secret treasure in Daksha, which can allow cultivators below the Dangsuan level to reincarnate with their memories, but they need to figure out the mystery in the womb by themselves. I don't know if I have the chance to get such a treasure. As his thoughts turned, Yanshan, who knew the Blood God sect quite well, realized the problem and immediately took orders with Sun Kun. Although the shopkeepers and clerks of the shops in Wu'ai City, as well as the temporary residents and newly arrived visitors were reluctant when they heard that a Gangsha perfect cultivator was about to break through the magic power, most of them obeyed Sun Kun's arrangements and gathered in the open space in the middle of the market. They whispered from time to time, discussing which Gangsha perfect cultivator would break through in a small place like Wu'ai City. Several of our Yicheng's magic cultivators are still a little far from the 9th level. Those who can't break through must be outsiders. Old Yan is the man of blood sword young master Zhao Chen. Could he be a confidant or subordinate of that young master? Not necessarily. The head of the Sun family is also in charge of this matter. He has the support of a mysterious force behind him. Maybe the people of that force just happened to have the opportunity to break through. Just as everyone was talking about it, they were suddenly wrapped in a huge bubble, and then they felt a strong sense of suffocation and dizziness. This feeling lasted for a few seconds, and then everything returned to normal. Everyone seemed to be alive again, breathing in the air. At this time, they found that they had returned to the outskirts of Yicheng without knowing when. Then, everyone's inspiration was suddenly touched, and they all turned their heads to look at the sky in the direction of Wu'ai Valley. Because there, the wind was surging, and countless spiritual energy was surging and rolling. Even if it was 100 miles away, it was still imposing. Chapter 462 Uninvited Guests. More than 300 miles away from Yicheng, a white gauze carriage was slowly flying in the air, pulled by several spiritual cranes. Sitting on the main seat in the carriage were 1 woman and 3 men. They were all young, but they all carried the pressure of the vitality of heaven and earth, making the maids and servants around them tremble with fear. This is a characteristic that only occurs when the manner is transformed from the first to the third stage, and the control over the true essence is insufficient. Junior sister, the engagement between you and the boy from the Sun family was originally made by the evil spirit that harmed Elder Chu, and it is not effective. Why do you have to come to a small place like Zhao Chen to cancel the engagement? The man sitting at the top asked in confusion. He was dignified, calm, and arrogant. The brocade robe, ring, jade pendant, etc. on his body exuded a low-key nobleness. His name was Mengayu, 24 years old. Although he was a royal relative, his branch had long been in decline, so he joined Ling Castle and became the eldest brother of Ling Castle's generation of disciples. Of course, although they were in decline, a Ling camel was bigger than a horse. Mengayu was just not qualified to join the royal family, but his family still had some background. So he was also the one with the highest skill among the 4, with the 3rd level of magic power. In Mingayu's opinion, since his own master had confirmed that Elder Chu was harmed by a demon, there was no need to come to the Sun family to cancel the engagement. Isn't this a slap in the face? Although the Sun family currently has only 1 mana realm, which is completely incomparable to their Ling fortress. However, as soon as he said this, before junior sister Chu could reply, another young cultivator in his 20s, who was handsome and extraordinary, retorted, "Big brother, of course, we must make it clear that we have nothing to do with the Sun family. If we don't make it clear, what if they cling to junior sister Chu and don't let go?" Mengayu glanced at the person who spoke, but was too lazy to pay attention. He knew that his junior brother lay like junior sister Chu, but he could come up with such a far-fetched reason, which showed that he had not thought about it at all. But there was nothing he could do. Junior brother Lei Yuan was the son of a supernatural elder in the fort. He was used to being spoiled on weekdays. This time, he went out to hone his character. As for the other junior brother Lin Feng, he didn't have any background. At this moment, he was eating and drinking by himself, enjoying the service of the maids around him, and didn't care what other junior brothers and sisters said. It's not easy to lead a team. When Mengayu was sighing, he heard junior sister Chu sighing and saying, "Brother, you don't know that, although the engagement between Sun Heu and I is a conspiracy of the evil spirit to seduce the second master of the Sun family, Chu and Sun families did have an agreement long ago. Otherwise, if the evil spirit rashly proposed it, it would only arouse suspicion. So this matter really needs to be solved by me personally." Having said this, she paused, lowered her eyes and said, "Moreover, after my grandfather was killed by the evil spirit, his relics may still be left in the Sun family. I have to exchange them back. This is reasonable." Mengayu nodded. If junior sister really wanted to cancel the engagement in a haughty manner, he would not accompany her. "Junior sister, you are too kind. What is there to exchange? Just ask the Sun family directly. Do they dare not give it to you?" Lei Yuan snorted. The Sun family really didn't dare not give it, but the hatred was formed. Mengayu sighed helplessly and warned seriously, "Junior brother Lei, you can't use your power to pressure others when doing things outside, otherwise there will be a disaster." But what disaster can a family with only magic power cultivators have? Although the old man of the Sun family has a higher cultivation than us, whether it is his innate magic or his portable magic tools, he is not on the same level as us. What are you afraid of him doing? Lei Yuan said disapprovingly. Hearing this, Lin Feng, who was eating and drinking, muttered in a low voice, "Although the Sun family is not strong enough, the Li family that the big house relies on is not weaker than our Ling Castle, and the power behind Sun Kun of the third house is still unknown." This Lei Yuan is getting stupider and stupider. He doesn't think that, as long as he goes along with junior sister Chu in everything, he can please her, right? And the eldest brother is the same. He looks mature and stable on the surface, but he is actually very arrogant. He looks down on people more than Lei Yuan, but he disguises himself better. If I hadn't secretly cleared the trouble along the way, they would have been tricked by those Jianghu people. But I won't remind them of anything, because that would expose my true strength and make them jealous. Lei Yuan is fine, but if the eldest brother makes trouble for me, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to gain a foothold in Ling Castle. It's better to maintain an image of mediocre person with a little talent, but generally mediocre, and without any opinions. Because he had something stuffed in his mouth, even if he mumbled, the other three didn't care. They just talked about the Sun family, and ignored him completely. But at this moment, something strange happened in the distant void. The vitality of the world within hundreds of miles rolled and surged, and it gathered towards the center like a strong wind. As the vitality became rich, white clouds condensed there, which were particularly eye-catching in the clear sky. The combination of gang and sha, the wind and cloud surge! Exclamation mark. I didn't expect that there would be cultivators in such a remote place who achieved magical powers. Mingyu stood up suddenly, and exclaimed in amazement. Lei Yuan was also a little dazed when he saw this scene, and murmured, judging from the aura, it should be a top-grade magical power, but why is there no special phenomenon? After all, he is a disciple of a large sect, and his knowledge is much broader than that of ordinary cultivators. In order to conceal the characteristics of their own skills, many sects have corresponding methods to conceal unusual phenomena. However, this kind of concealment method is mostly ineffective at close range. As a branch of the royal family, Mingyu knew more. After explaining a little, he said carefully, I don't know which cultivator this senior is from. Since we are here by chance, we should go and pay our respects to him. Although he said so, his eyes flickered, as if he was thinking of something. It was the first time for junior sister Chu and Lei Yuan to encounter such a grand event. They were a little excited, and naturally agreed with Mingyu's proposal. Only Lin Feng looked at the spectacular wind and clouds and faintly smelled the smell of danger. This danger did not come from the one who was condensing his magical powers, but from his side. Was it the eldest brother who would cause some kind of danger? Did they want to harm the newly promoted senior? Where did he get the courage to do this? Lin Feng's mind was racing, and he felt that the imperial carriage he was sitting on had become a train to death. He only hoped that it would fly slower, so that he could find a solution. And he was not without people to rely on, so at this time he secretly reached into his pocket and touched a treasure that he had hidden deeply. That was also his biggest reliance for hiding his cultivation and growing rapidly. In Wuiaofang City, Qin Sheng, who was covered in a gauze dress, finally passed the most difficult step at this time, allowing the 4 gangsha spells in the inner world to merge into one, and spelled out the highest achievement that belongs only to the blood demon lineage, the first grade great supernatural power blood god diagram. Once the foundation is established, it will be much easier to combine the other supernatural powers. Until then, she separated her mind and sensed that the calamity caused by her achievement of supernatural powers had arrived. Shukwon forgot the time, which made it a little late. I apologize. Chapter 463 Blood God Son. As a top sect that was once as good as the upper sect, the Blood God sect naturally had a corresponding avoiding disaster magic method, and in the magic power stage, this magic method was mainly reflected in knowing in advance where the disaster came from. It is indeed the human disaster. Qin Sheng nodded thoughtfully, and then stopped thinking about these trivial matters, and turned to concentrate on gathering the rest of the magic power. Anyway, with Zhao Chen and Zheng Qingyan protecting her, she was relieved. Speaking of which, in addition to the first grade great magic power blood god diagram that best reflects the blood demon's impermanence condensed by the 4 gangsha spells of blood god handprint, green blood divine fire, ghost god blood rain, and blood flame divine needle, Qin Sheng also cultivated 4 other magic powers, all of which were top grade. Among them, there are 2 second grade magic powers and 2 third grade magic powers. The second grade magic powers are Blood Demon Immortal Body and Blood Painting Sacrifice Han Method. Qin Sheng, or Qi Meng, had known about the Blood Demon's immortal body as early as when they took down the bandits in Black Wind Castle. They knew that it was a combination of the Black Blood clone technique and the Blood Drop Rebirth method, and it was a first-class life-saving method. It was said that as long as there was a blood godson alive, he could be reborn. Unexpectedly, one of her incarnations had cultivated this body. The blood painting sacrifice method was the source of the power of the blood painting sacrifice hall in the blood god sect. It was pieced together by the Yang Gang spell blood and flesh regeneration technique and the Xingcha spell blood demon swallowing god spell, and it was a top-notch healing magic. As for the two third-grade magics, they were the blood river language and the blood demon mandala that Qin Yazenren had performed. Among them, the blood river language is composed of 3 spells, namely blood river demon lotus, blood god bamboo stick, and Moko blood river. This magic not only has a good ability to predict, but also can control the blood river with words, to form related magics of the middle and lower grades, and has many functions. But because of its many functions, none of them is considered strong, and it is only at the bottom of the 3 grade. The blood demon mandala is composed of 7 spells: Heavenly Blood Net, Demon's Cry, Devouring God and Devouring Ghosts, Blood Flower Sea, Red Ball Flower, Night Abyss Flower Embers, and Blood Lotus Palm. It can make people fall into illusions, ascend to bliss, and transcend in a different way. Qin Sheng did not practice the 2nd grade magical power Blood Sea Pearl mastered by Qin Yazenren, because the Blood God picture is actually a higher level replacement for the Blood Sea Pearl. It can even allow Qin Sheng to display the phantom of the Blood God Dharma phase at the stage of magical power. Of course, the Blood God Dharma phase in the Blood God picture does not have the status and power of the real Dharma phase, but only its form meaning. It can suppress all the magical powers of the Blood Demon lineage, and it can also allow the phantom of the Blood God Dharma phase to activate the preset Blood Sea type magic powers. At present, there are only 4 magic power positions in the Blood God map, and the loaded Blood Sea type magic power does not require Qin Sheng to know it himself, but it will be randomly refreshed every hour, which may be a Gangsha spell or a top grade magic power, showing the meaning of impermanence. Of course, even if it is a spell, it also has the power of a 5th or 6th grade magic power when launched with the phantom of the Dharma. As Qin Sheng's skills continue to improve, the magic positions in the Blood God map will also increase, up to 9. This is actually the reference prototype of the Heavenly Demon lineage's natal spell Blood Demon 9 changes. Although it looks very strong, this magic power is actually very luck based. Qin Sheng muttered secretly, but he was quite satisfied with its function. After all, her other magical powers are either the Blood Demon mandala that psychedelicizes the enemy, or the blood painting sacrifice method that restores the enemy, plus the voice of the Blood River and Blood Demon immortal body. All of them are skills used to save her life, enough to last until the Blood God map can produce appropriate magical powers. Alas, the consumption of breaking through magical powers is really great, especially since I have condensed 5 high-grade magical powers. If it weren't for the Wuya Valley being the entrance to the cave heaven, with the vitality of the entire cave heaven to replenish it, even if I swallowed up the vitality of Yichen for hundreds of miles, it would not be enough. Qin Sheng sensed the thinning vitality around him, looked at Zhao Chen and Zheng Qingyan who flew over, his eyes moved slightly, and thought, but it was beyond my expectation, that the original owner had the great opportunity to gather the materials required for the Blood God map, and after I accepted her fate, I was unable to obtain the relevant memories. I'm afraid there are a lot of secrets in it. Master Kinya has been asking me to stick with Master Chen, so she must have this consideration. Is she trying to use the power behind Master Chen to restrict him? Or, I will let Master Chen come to my place to collect some information, and see what the secret is. While strange thoughts were turning over in his mind, Zhao Chen, Zheng Qingyan and others had already come close, but they were in a certain invisible state, and outsiders could not see them. For example, the 4 magical monks from the Spirit Crane Castle who arrived in the Ling Royal carriage. As soon as Lei Yuan saw Qin Sheng's enchanting figure and charming face, his eyes became fixed. This was the first time he had seen a woman more beautiful than junior sister Chu. In addition, Qin Sheng had just been promoted to a magical power, and the aura of Blood Demon mandala on her body had not dissipated, which naturally made this little dandy who was tempted by beauty dazzled. Not to mention him, even junior sister Chu, who was also a woman, was reluctant to look away, and had no jealousy at all. Not to mention the maids and servants in the royal car. Every one of them seemed as if their souls had left their bodies and they were in paradise. Only Lin Feng frowned slightly, and retreated to the back. But at this time, the eldest senior brother Mingayu stood out from the crowd and shouted loudly. I thought it was some senior who advanced, but it turned out to be the remnant of the demon sect, which, put away your enchanting magical power. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of junior sister Chu and Lei Yuan instantly became clear, but their faces turned pale. Senior brother, what are you doing? Not to mention that the demon sect has long been a thing of the past. Now many monks of various sects will practice one or two magic spells of the demon sect as a supplement. Even if she is really the authentic descendant of the demon sect, she is also a genuine magical monk. How can we afford to offend her? You are bringing disaster to us. Junior sister Chu looked at the eldest senior brother who had advised her not to be too tough in breaking off the engagement in disbelief, and felt that he seemed to have become a different person. On the other side, Lei Yuan's body began to tremble. He was stupid, but not stupid. How terrible is the power of the top grade magical power? How could he not know it with a father of magical power? So he immediately explained to the fairy in front of him, and cut off his relationship with his senior brother. But before he could finish his words, he was pierced through by a blood-colored spear. Even the top protective magic weapon on his body could not delay it for a moment. Senior brother, magical power. Lei Yuan looked down at his chest that was stained red. He felt that this world was so absurd. How could the senior brother, who was only the third level of magic power, use magical powers? And it was the blood demon magical power. Unfortunately, his life has come to an end, and he can no longer think about such a profound question. However, the senior brother Mingai who killed his junior brother just clapped his hands and said sternly, "Which, you killed my disciple of Ling Castle, just because of a disagreement. Aren't you afraid of being punished by Master Chu?" Qin Sheng watched his performance quietly, and suddenly sighed. I said that human robbery should not be so simple. It turned out to be the blood godson of a certain senior. There is another chapter later. Chapter 464 Flip. The so-called blood godson, also known as blood droplet, is a special ability of the blood demon immortal body through the differentiation of thoughts and cultivation incarnation. It was originally prepared mainly for overcoming the tribulation, or attaining enough rebirth backup, and it is a means that can only be used by the blood demon Anxu and Zenran. For example, although Qin Sheng can also separate blood godsons, there are only 2 or 3 at most, and the distance cannot be too far. Otherwise it will be difficult to maintain his own strength at the level of supernatural powers. More than 1,000 years ago, the blood demon Zenran liked to create opportunities such as adventures and coincidences, to let the blood godson possess other cultivators, and at the same time, let those cultivators think that it was their own opportunity, and would not harm themselves. It can be said that it is a malicious version of the portable grandfather. But when those cultivators achieve supernatural powers, the blood godson may suddenly attack, take over his whole body, and take his understanding of the law for himself. After that, this blood godson can continue to look for the next target. This is also one of the reasons why the 4 sects of the demonic path were quickly wiped out by various factions and families after they lost power. After all, this method is too hateful. And the senior brother Mingai of Ling Castle in front of him is a poor guy who is possessed by the blood godson and has been occupied by his body. Since he killed his junior brother, he obviously has made plans to silence him. Anyway, all the sins can be borne by the magical power of this newly promoted blood demon, and his identity will not be exposed. You are for the blood god picture I just cultivated, right? Qin Sheng sneered. He was not afraid of the blood godson differentiated by the unknown real person in front of him. After all, if it doesn't work, he can open the channel and let his own Qinyarial person come over. As for the blood god picture, it is both a magical power and an artifact. As long as Qin Sheng dies, this treasure will be ownerless. For cultivators who are also blood demons, it is an excellent tonic. After all, as a first-class magical power, the blood god map can be connected to some great existence at its source. Even the Dangsuan master is extremely eager for it. Mengai chuckled and responded, very smart. But I can feel that you are not panicking much in your heart, obviously relying on something. As he said, he turned his head and looked at Zhao Chen and others who were in stealth mode and sneered. Is it the 3 children hiding in the dark? Or is it the large formation covering the valley? Hearing the conversation between the two, Lin Feng, who had already retreated to the back, instantly understood the source of the danger he had felt before, so he set up a flying boat and rushed away without looking back. But in front of a blood droplet with a Dangsuan existence, this trick was not enough. Mengayu showed a sarcastic smile, raised his hand and shot out a red blood demon sword. Although this was just a spell, with the blessing of the Dark Sun status, it not only caught up with the flying boat at an extremely fast speed, but also completely ignored all the defenses on the flying boat, and pierced Lin Feng's body directly. However, Lin Feng's figure suddenly shattered, turned into a bunch of light spots, and dissipated between heaven and earth. This made Mingayu's smile freeze on his face. He didn't expect that he had actually made a mistake. His junior brother Lin Feng had swapped the original body with an incarnation at some point, and he didn't even see it. At the same time, Zhao Chen looked at the light spots that Lin Feng had broken into, and squinted unconsciously. Because the dissipated scene was exactly the same as the person exchanged by the Star Chariot when he refused to pay the star coins, and was forcibly broken. Is this disciple of the Spirit Crane Castle related to a certain accessory of the Dairi Star Chariot? Or did he inherit the legacy of a previous candidate? Thinking so in his heart, Zhao Chen distractedly memorized the other party's appearance while manipulating the formation. Humph. Even if a substitute is prepared in advance, my red blood demon sword can also trace the cause and effect and kill its original body. Mengayu snorted, turned to look at the frightened junior sister Chu, and smiled. If only I survived, it would not be good, especially junior brother Lei Yuan's father, who would definitely track me down. But if you are alive, it will be easy. Hearing this, junior sister Chu suddenly woke up, and she was frightened and said repeatedly, Master, senior brother, I will listen to you in everything, and won't tell anything. Please spare me, and don't kill me. Haha, I believe in my junior sister. Mengayu glanced at her with a smile, and just when the other party breathed a sigh of relief, he enveloped the other party's body with the magical power of Blood Sea Pearl. But I believe in myself more. The second half of the sentence sounded faintly at this time. After dealing with his own brothers and sisters, Mengayu looked at Qinsheng, Zhao Chen and others again, shook his head and said, do you think I didn't notice that you were accumulating the power of the formation? But it happens that I'm also gathering the power of each blood godson. Not taking advantage of the fleeting opportunity to attack me is the biggest mistake you have made. After he sensed the aura of the blood god picture, he rushed over without thinking. Actually, he underestimated the enemy, but he really didn't expect that there were 4 magical powers gathered in this small market. Well, the man's magical aura was weak. Maybe he just used the magic weapon to hold on, but the other 3 women were not easy to mess with at a glance. As a true person of the blood god lineage, even if he is only the son of the blood god and his strength is not complete, he can still use his status to suppress the magical powers of the blood god lineage, but it is not very effective for the magical cultivators who practice other types of exercises. This is also the main reason why he behaves extremely arrogantly, making his opponents feel timid and dare not attack at will. He needs time to strengthen his strength. However, although Mingayu's abacus is very loud, he has no idea what he is about to face. So, when the Shangmingji Iao Great Array is really opened under Zhao Chen's control, and he is included in the range of the array, a female ghost with red clothes like fire and monstrous magic power, as well as an old woman who walked out of a painting of a lady, appeared in front of him. It's not that he has to take the initiative to enter the array, but if he doesn't enter the array and attacks from the outside, the noise is too loud, which can easily attract Taoist officials and masters of the 6 gates. And he boasts of his broad knowledge, and his attainments in the array are far higher than these children. Even if he enters the array, he can find the eye of the array and quickly break it from the inside. You want to seize my magical power? The secret method used by Qinya, who was covered by the sea of blood, to restore her peak power has not completely failed. It has only slightly declined, but her magic power is still much stronger than the blood god in front of her. And Chuyu sighed helplessly, silently activated the magic weapon in her body, and prepared to use the last Demon King restrained magic that could be used recently on the blood demon in front of her. Seeing this scene, Mengayu was stunned on the spot and blurted out, Dark Swan of the blood demon and Yun demon. Where did you come from? Chapter 465 Temporary End. Although the Blood Sun possessing Mengayu is not at the peak of his power, and can only be regarded as a powerful cultivator who has reached the Dark Sun level in some aspects, he has cultivated the magical power of spiritual eyes, and can see through hidden things, even if there are formations blocking them. This is also the reason why he can see through the whereabouts of Zhao Chen, Zheng Qingan and Konglin, and it is also the source of his confidence in finding the eye of the formation. Heaven and earth are witnesses that he has repeatedly observed this formation many times before entering it. It is impossible for an existence like the Dangsha unreal person to hide it from him. But the truth is so cruel that the two real people of the demon sect appeared in front of him inexplicably. How could he not be horrified? Mengayu realized that he had made the mistake of underestimating the enemy again and fell into the trap carefully laid by the enemy, so he spit out a 7-story blood-colored pagoda from his mouth without hesitation. This pagoda magic weapon was only the size of a fist at first, but it soon expanded into the size of a small mountain. Each layer has 4 sides, and each side has a terrifying and ferocious face, making waves of shrill, sat, or fearful sounds. Mengayu did not try to establish a relationship or beg for mercy with the two real people from the Devil Sect, because the people of the Devil Sect do not care about this at all, and there is no friendship between the same clans. Strength is respected. So it's the Blood Demon Pagoda. No wonder you want to get the Blood God map. Is it to complete your foundation? The knowledgeable Kinyap, who was dressed in a blood-red dress, recognized the other party's background at a glance. She chuckled and continued, the Yinsha magic blood Buddha Sanskrit sound that constitutes this magical power requires the blood evil of all souls, and this kind of evil spirit can only be obtained by sacrificing the blood of 10,000 people, or at least hundreds of cultivators with successful true ki. TSK, it seems that you have committed countless crimes in Daksha. This blood evil of all souls is actually not uncommon in the Blood God sect. After all, the Redemption Sun system has lasted for hundreds of years, and countless lives have died because of it. And the cave heaven is not like Daksha, where there is sweet potato rice. Ordinary people's blood also contains spirituality, and can cultivate corresponding evil spirits. In Daksha, if you want the blood evil of all souls, you may have to plan carefully and target cultivators. Ordinary people are safer. Mengayu ignored Kinya. He just threw the huge blood demon pagoda into the air and pressed it towards the two real people. At the same time, the faces on each floor of the tower emitted blood light and then evolved into different blood magic spells. At one time, dozens of spells strengthened by magical powers flew down, as if to delay the two real people in place. Mengayu himself released a blood-colored sword light with a terrifying aura, directly hitting the direction of the array he saw, trying to break the array as soon as possible and escape from here. However, after his blood-colored sword light hit the barrier in front of the array, it only shook it a few times and could not be shaken at all. Impossible. Mengayu's face was full of disbelief. In his observation, although the strength of this array is top-notch among magical powers, and even has certain Dangshan characteristics, it is good at change, and its defense is not outstanding. Its defense should be at the top level of magical powers at most. Why can it block my blood demon sword? Exclamation mark. What he didn't know was that after Zhao Chen was promoted to Star Collector, his ability defense, which was included in the prototype of his natal spell Star J book, had been greatly improved. It not only has a greater strengthening effect on defense spells and items, but also can quantify the value of these defenses, allowing Zhao Chen to intuitively see the defense health bar. If it were just like this, it would not be able to stop Mingayu's bloody sword energy. But after Zhao Chen put on the Cloud Sky Golden Crow Crown, this ability, in conjunction with another notarization ability included in the prototype of the Great Sun Record spell, has once again undergone new changes. That is, he can recharge the health bar of defensive spells or items by recharging with star coins. In other words, increase its value. If the value is not cleared, the defense will not be broken. This is also a low-end version of the ability of those monks who can consume star coins to resist attacks from the Star Chariot exchanged. With Zhao Chen's current strength, this recharge not only has an upper limit, but can also be used up to 3 times a day. Back to Mingayu, he failed in this move, and was immediately caught in a dilemma, because the two real people Qin and Shu had already broken through the blockade of the Blood Demon Pagoda, and attacked him with their magical powers. The result was no surprise. After all, Mengayu was just a blood godson. Even if he was superior to ordinary magical monks, he could not be the opponent of the two real Dangshan real people. even if the two real people were not in good condition. The devil bound his body in the blood sea, gave birth to pearls. After this set of combos, let alone a blood god son, even if his body was here, it was hard to say whether he could dodge it. When the blood-colored bead that sealed Mingyu fell into the hands of real person Qin Yap, her breath quickly wilted, as if she had turned back into an ordinary female ghost. And real person Chu Yu didn't even have time to say anything, and hid back in the scroll, where she was living. The recent frequent battles have pushed both real people to their limits. After Qin Yap stabilized her state a little, she threw the blood-colored bead to Qin Sheng, who came to greet her. Then, after looking at him for a few times, she smiled and said, "The calamity of cultivating a first-grade great supernatural power is indeed troublesome. This calamity can only be considered a temporary avoidance. You should know that, if you don't destroy the body of this strange real person, he will find you again sooner or later. Well, this is probably because you didn't cross the calamity yourself, but relied on the secret method to know the origin of the calamity in advance, and found us as helpers. Although the calamity has come to an end temporarily, there are more future troubles. However, your choice is right. Even if you cultivate the great supernatural power of blood god diagram, you don't have much resistance in front of a real person of the blood demon lineage. After all, his status can suppress you, so that all your supernatural powers cannot play the power they should." Qin Sheng took the bead and nodded slightly, saying, "I know. In addition, having this blood godson will be of great benefit to my practice. As for the subsequent troubles, there is no need to worry too much. After all, with your unmastered Chu's cover, plus this large formation, it is difficult for him to pass what happened here back to his body. What's more, this blood godson has not died, and his body may not be aware of it. After all, Qin Sheng has cultivated the second-grade magical power of blood demon immortal body, and is very familiar with its advantages and disadvantages. He knows that, although the blood godson separated from this magical power is controlled by the main body, the connection between the main body is far less close than that of the 33 incarnations of Guanyin magical power. At least, the main body cannot always know what its blood godson is doing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, Sand Mountain. Since the real person of the blood demon lineage could not always know what his blood godson did, and did not sense his fall, it might take a long time for him to find out the abnormality. It is even more difficult to trace the clues to Qin Sheng, Zhao Chen and others. After all, whether it is Zhao Chen or Qi Meng, the inner core of Qin Sheng, they can deflect the calculation to a certain extent. On the contrary, the people of Ling Castle may come to the door faster. Not to mention Lin Feng, who did not know whether he successfully escaped from the poisonous hands of Mingyu. Let's talk about the junior brother Lei, who died at the hands of Mingyu. As the son of master of supernatural powers, it is impossible for him not to leave something like a life card in the sect. It is no secret that Mingyu, Lin Feng, Lei Yuan, Chu Yunmo and others came to the Sun family in Yichun to break off the engagement. In addition, it happened that a new master of supernatural powers was born in Wuya Valley, which naturally made people think about it. The names of the 4 people in the Ling Castle were naturally learned by Qin Sheng from Mingyu, who was sealed in the blood pearl. Although the blood godson of that real person still fought hard in the final stage, and used secret techniques to protect most of his own memories, the memories belonging to Mingyu himself could not be blocked. Based on my understanding of the magical power of blood demon immortal body, it can be as short as 1 month, or as long as several years. It depends on the frequency of the real person assimilating the blood godson, and whether he is cautious. If it were me, I would find that a certain blood godson was out of contact but still alive. I would definitely think that it was a trap, and would never investigate rashly in a short period of time. Well, from his previous actions, the real person seemed very arrogant, and seemed to underestimate the enemy. But that is probably not his nature, but was affected by the nature of the host of the blood godson. After all, the erosion and pollution at the soul level are mutual. even if the real person's mental strength is far superior to that of the mana cultivator, but his surname is Ming. As a member of the royal family of Daxia, even if he is not listed in the family register, his soul still has something special. Alas, although the blood demon immortal body has first-class ability to protect life, it also has many hidden dangers. No wonder it is only a second grade one. And it is probably the lowest among the second grade ones. Compared with the heavenly demon formless magical power of the heavenly demon lineage, the gap is not small. Shaking his head and retracting his thoughts that were drifting farther and farther away, Qin Sheng saw that his own Kinya's breath was low and even her body was almost unable to maintain, so he hurriedly sent her and Chu Zhenren, who had retracted into the scroll, back to the cave heaven. And taking advantage of this time, Zhao Chen restrained the power of the Shangming Jiao Great Array so that it only protected the area around the 8 treasures tower and covered the entrance to the passage below it. After she came back, Zhao Chen took the initiative to greet her and said, "Congratulations to Sect Master Qin for his great magical power and reaching the realm of Grandmaster." Hearing this, Qin Sheng glanced at Zhao Chen charmingly and said with a sweet smile, "Why call me Sect Master Qin? Call me Shenjia." As soon as this was said, Zheng Qingyan next to her narrowed her eyes immediately. Although it was her, she still sensed the provocation. The original Unit 2 is not an easy to use lamp. Kang Lin, who was worn on Zhao Chen and had not had time to take it off, also trembled unconsciously. Seeing this, Zhao Chen coughed and hurriedly changed the subject, talking about business. "Since the blood godson was handed over to you by the real person, can you use him to track the location of the escaped disciple surnamed Lin?" The 4 people in Ling Castle, except for the dead Lei Yuan, the Chu apprentice sister, escaped from the opponent's magical power after Mingyu was captured, but she is still in a coma. Only Lin Feng is missing. As for the ordinary attendants in the Luangjia, they are not living people, but the manifestation of the Luangjia magic tool. This is also the reason why Mingai did not silence them. Lin Feng, I should indeed go find him, otherwise the secret that I'm the direct descendant of the demon sect and there is the existence of Deng Xuan behind me may not be kept. Well, although the blood godson has hidden the memories related to his original body, the things he did with the body of Mingai are still there. Let me find them. Qin Sheng glanced at Zheng Qingyan triumphantly, took out the blood-colored bead given to her by Kinya Zhenren, and sensed it for a while, and then continued, "I have it." He did add a curse to the red blood demon sword, but it is not as strong as he said. This person wants to track us down with the connection of the curse after dealing with us. Well, I also know the tracking method. Let's try it now. Then, Qin Sheng began to mutter something, and a long blood-colored river seemed to condense in front of her eyes, converging towards the illusory Fate River. This is exactly the 3rd grade magical power blood river language that she mastered. Not long after, she stopped chanting and said with a smile, "I found him. He is in San Mountain, in the abandoned mountain gate of Gyuan Sword Sect." San Mountain? It seems that the man monk surnamed Lin does not have a spell to move quickly, so he played a trick of darkness under the lamp. Zhao Chen suddenly realized and immediately let Kang Lin on his body, set up the cloud and mist spirit body, and took him to the old site of Gyuan Sword Sect. The reason why he wanted to find Lin Feng as soon as possible was not entirely to keep Qin Sheng's secret, but more to find out the origin of the other party's substitute spell. That spell has the shadow of Star Chariot, no matter how you look at it. Wu'ao Valley is originally a corner of San Mountain, not far from the old mountain gate of Gyuan Sword Sect. Even if Kang Lin's spiritual body is not good at flying, and he is carrying a person, it only took half an incense stick of time to arrive. Zheng Qingyan followed him. She could teleport in places connected by water, but it was not convenient in the mountains, so she could only use flying tools. As for Qin Sheng, she remained in Wu'ao Valley. She reopened the market and began to summon local tyrants who came to congratulate her. So many people witnessed the ups and downs in her promotion, and it was impossible not to show up in public. What's more, Qin Sheng had planned to stay in Wu'ao Valley for a long time. In addition to helping Zhao Chen collect the Ganki and Shaki he needed, she could also get support from the 2 real people at any time to deal with the threat of the blood godson body. In this case, she naturally needed to build good relations with nearby forces. Speaking of which, this kind of behavior similar to grabbing territory would inevitably attract the interference of the Li family in the past, but now with the shrinking of the Li family's power and the continuous infiltration of forces from other states, they no longer have the energy to pay attention to small places like Yicheng with few resources. Well, Yicheng is under the jurisdiction of Human County, and it is also the sphere of influence of the county governor's worshipper, Grand Master Hao. Since he wants to introduce the power of Master Chen to balance the power of the outside states, then I can be tough at the beginning, and then ease the situation after Master Chen shows up, which will reflect Zhao Chen's value. Qin Sheng thought as he greeted the monks who came to congratulate him. That's all for today. I'll start to make up for the word count tomorrow and I haven't even written 120,000 words this month. Chapter 467 Golden Chamber. San Mountain is the former site of Guiyuan Sword Sect. Since the sect master Zhuo Hong asked the disciples of the sect to move east to An'ai, this mountain gate has been completely abandoned. Originally, the city lord's mansion, the Sun family and the Yunying sect were all eyeing this place covetously, but after the city lord's worshipper Li Yuzing and the Sun family's grandfather Sun Qunang were arrested by the Six Gates, and the Sun family broke out in internal strife, the old Taoist Yun Longzi of the Yunying sect smelled the smell of danger, and became more cautious, and was even more reluctant to let his disciples test the waters. The three major forces in Yicheng strangely maintained a certain balance, which made this treasure land with abundant vitality temporarily unoccupied. This also happened to be convenient for the Lin Castle disciple named Lin Feng. Speaking of which, when he found that danger was about to come, Lin Feng used the treasure he carried with him to separate a clone to replace himself, and he himself relied on another hiding spell to quietly leave the Lingluanjie and escape into Sand Mountain. It's not that he didn't want to escape further, but firstly, such a spell would make too much noise, and would be easily discovered by the senior brother. Secondly, his clone was exposed faster than expected. Although the curse that followed didn't kill him on the spot, it also seriously damaged his vitality, and forced him to find a place to recuperate. Fortunately, the vitality in the mountain gate of Guiyuan Sword Sect is abundant. Although the spiritual herbs in the medicine garden have been pulled out, there are still some scraps left. Although it is useless for removing the curse, it can charge my treasure. No, strictly speaking, it is enough to charge my money. Thinking so in his heart, Lin Feng, whose face was extremely pale and there was an obvious black line on his forehead, exhaled a foul breath, and then took out a copper coin with a surface full of green rust from his pocket. The upper part of the copper coin has a square hole and a round shape, which reads Sing Transfer. The lower part is square, and the words Golden Chamber are written directly between two complex lines. This treasure was named Transfer Gold Box by Lin Feng. He picked it up by chance when he was young, and gradually figured out its function after more than 10 years of continuous exploration, buying and selling. In simple terms, this copper coin can buy almost everything and store it, whether it is tangible things such as living beings, materials, magic tools, or intangible things such as spells and life spins. As long as the price is high and the other party agrees, it can be purchased. If you want to use these purchased things, Lin Feng needs to pay something valuable himself. For example, the clone he used before was actually a beggar bought by the transfer gold box, and then attached his aura to pretend to be, and this simple operation cost him a whole bottle of key condensation pill. However, the transfer gold box also has an invisible upper limit. For example, spells can only buy up to 18 at most. If there are more, they cannot be stored, and will only directly replace one of them. As for magical powers, Lin Feng has not been able to afford such high-end things so far, so he doesn't know. In addition, whether it is spells or items, the power will gradually decay after being stored for a long time. If you want to maintain the power, you have to spend extra energy to maintain it. This is a considerable expense for Lin Feng, which makes him financially stretched. Before, he seemed to have eaten and drunk a lot on the Luanjia, but in fact, most of the spiritual fruits were recharged by him. Well, not only spells and items, but even living beings and people will slowly weaken during the storage process, just like the beggar. Even if he is not defeated this time, he will not live long. Speaking of which, because he did not understand the function of this copper coin at the beginning, Lin Feng suffered a great loss when he was young and paid a heavy price. In order to retaliate against a bully in the same village who bullied his parents, he unconsciously exchanged a curse from this transfer gold box and killed him. For this, he shortened his life by nearly 60 years. Lin Feng didn't realize it at first, but later he was found to have a strong soul and was a cultivation seed. After being brought into the gate of cultivation by Ling Castle, he gradually realized this. He suspected that the curse was actually a magical power that existed in the copper coin before he got it, otherwise the asking price would not be so terrible. But why wouldn't the magic power decay and disappear? Is it because it involves the laws of heaven and earth? Touching the carefully hidden strand of white hair on his temples, Lin Feng retracted his messy thoughts and began to sell the scraps he had plundered from the abandoned mountain gate to the transfer gold box one by one. He just tried to sell the remaining curse in his body directly to the other party, but unfortunately he failed. Seeing that he couldn't get away with it, he prepared to buy a golden light spell stored in the copper coin to purify the curse. In the past, for this golden light spell, he spent a lot of money to invite a casual cultivator to practice and used words to deceive the other party into giving up the ownership of the spell. Since a traitor from the Dragon and Tiger sect widely spread the practice method of this spell more than a decade ago, many casual practitioners bought it on impulse to practice. Unfortunately, they found out that they were deceived later. After all, without the cooperation of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain skills, most of the power of the Golden Light Curse could not be displayed. Fortunately, its exorcism effect is still good. Just when Lin Feng was rejoicing, a gust of evil wind suddenly blew open the door of the house where he was hiding. Before he could react, he felt that his eyes went black and he completely lost consciousness. Then, a figure wearing a Liangai Taoist robe appeared in the room. It was Zhao Chen. He shook his body, and the wind, fog, thunder and lightning surrounding him condensed into a girl, who turned into Kanglin, and stood beside him. 2 or 3 breaths later, Zheng Qingyan, with a pair of wings on her back, also arrived here. She glanced at Lin Feng, who was fascinated by the soul-devouring yin wind, especially the copper coin tightly held in his hand, and said thoughtfully, "Star God's relic? You are in a hurry to come here, it seems to be for it." Zhao Chen nodded, without explaining anything, and leaned down, and touched the copper coin with his fingers. But what surprised him was that, unlike the previous recycling of accessories, this copper coin actually showed some resistance, and seemed to convey some kind of trade request, but then disappeared, and was completely collected in the Star Chariot. Zhao Chen frowned, and soon looked up the relevant transaction content from the Jade Book in the Star Chariot. He was surprised to find that the transaction condition of this copper coin was not to harm Lin Feng. Is there anything special about this Lin Feng? Moreover, this so-called transfer golden box does not seem to have a spirit like the Yangxiu golden crow crown. Why would it give such a transaction condition? There is another chapter at midnight. Chapter 468 Collector. Inside the sun and stars, Zhao Chen, sitting on the 6th dragon's throne, thought for a moment, and put the matter aside for the time being. Although he was confused, there was something more important that needed to be confirmed, which was what new abilities and permissions he had gained after accidentally recovering the golden box 5 keys. With a special mission coming up, he couldn't help but care about this. Yes, the real name of this copper coin with a round top and a square bottom on the Jade Book was Golden Box 5 Keys, which represented the trading ability of the sun and stars. After Zhao Chen reached out and held the key-shaped copper coin, which had faded from its green mottled rust and revealed a golden color, its functions were also revealed in Zhao Chen's mind one by one. First of all, the things I buy with the Star Chariot are no longer limited to physical objects or knowledge. If the caster is willing to trade, I can also buy the released spells and magical powers directly and exchange them when I need them. Well, I remember that the curse that Fang Zuzi cast on me at the beginning seemed to be bought directly by the Star Chariot, which is why it didn't have much impact on me. In other words, the Starraft originally possessed similar functions, but it could not be used in the outside world. It had to enter here before it could be passively triggered, and now this golden chamber 5 Wakey has made up for this shortcoming. And not only spells and magical powers, but even fate, lifespan, and even illusory things like talent can be bought and sold. This is not the first time this has happened. The abilities displayed by the previous 16 Golden Star Libra Swords and Cloud Sky Golden Crow Crown are actually all possessed by the Great Sun Star Raft itself, and can even be bestowed upon me through the Lion Way. That is, the abilities included in the 2 prototypes of my natal spells, Great Sun True Records and Star Raft Jade Book. Although the evidence is not sufficient, this Great Sun Star Raft itself is probably endowed with all the functions of the accessories, but it cannot be shown too much in reality, or in Zhuanshan. But through the recycling of accessories, its influence in Zhuanshan has become increasingly greater. Could this be the purpose of its recycling of accessories? After letting his thoughts drift for a while, Zhao Chen concentrated again, and began to study the second function of the Golden Box 5 keys. As a key, holding it is like holding a key that can open any treasure house. You can open the door at will, and peek at the valuable treasures owned by others. In other words, as long as Zhao Chen puts on the unclear Golden Crow Crown, and brings the phantom of the Golden Box 5 keys into reality, he can directly see what treasures others carry with them. Even if they are placed in a storage bag, or placed with storage magic, it cannot be blocked, because the doors of these treasure houses have been opened to Zhao Chen. This is very similar to one of the functions of the little black cat's eye of delusion breaking. Well, speaking of which, the black cat's delusion breaking eyes are simply a combination of my eye of hollowness and this ability now. The relationship between the talisman position of the Star God Mount and the talisman position of the Star Chariot is closer than I thought. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen stood up from the 6th dragon throne, walked down the steps, came to the right corridor of the palace, and then extended the Golden Box 5-way key in his hand into the dense fog. Since holding this key can penetrate the door of all treasure houses, the Great Sun Star Chariot is naturally no exception. However, the next moment, Zhao Chen threw away the Golden Box 5-way key in his hand, covered his forehead in pain, and then rolled on the floor of the hall without any image. Madness, chaos, evil, and many feelings that cannot be described in words poured into Zhao Chen's mind. If this was not the inside of the Star Chariot, his own personality had a certain blessing. He might have completely lost his mind and turned into a monster. Because the moment he opened the door, he saw the god caught in the mirror village, the weird lady in a sleeping state, and the Shazai abbot of Xingyan temple who was accidentally captured not long ago. And they all showed the real form after Taoism. It turns out that there is a warehouse behind the fog of Xingcha, and all the purchased goods or temporarily imprisoned things are in it. They are there, and they are preserved in the most real state. This is really a pain for me. After a while, Zhao Chen stopped rolling around and smiled bitterly, and stood up again. From this, it can be seen that the risk of looking at other people's treasures is probably not small. This is me, with the spiritual protection of collecting Wind Envoy and the bonus of Xingcha. If someone else came and saw so many things that shouldn't be seen at once, I'm afraid he would have been finished long ago. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and picked up the Golden Box 5 keys again. He decided to use the key ability of this accessory carefully and not to rummage through other people's bags unless it was necessary. Moreover, this thing can only be used to look, but cannot directly enter the treasure house and take things, just like he cannot enter the starship warehouse behind the fog in the right corridor. However, since there are 5 channels, there may not be 5 ghosts and 5 thieves in the future. Is this considered a prerequisite for other abilities? With unrealistic thoughts in his mind, Zhao Chen walked up to the platform again, and sat back on the 6th dragon throne. Then, he picked up the 9 lights gold seal on the far left of the table in front of him, and obtained the name of the next stage of the rank from its imprint in the void. 6th grade rank, Star Cabin Manager. Star Cabin? Does it refer to the cargo compartment inside the starship? Star Cabin Manager is the manager of these compartments? With doubts, Zhao Chen looked at the straightforward names that each rank would have. Collector. This has something in common with the Star Cabin Manager. Could it be that they are both moving things in the warehouse? In addition, the next stage ability that I can use in advance has also been confirmed. That is, the function of the Dark Sui has been improved again. On the basis of seeing the value, it can also attach some relevant information, well, or instructions is more appropriate. It feels like I can see through the past and future of something. Is it the product of combining it with the ability to calculate? Or, is it directly reading the data of things? This Dangsui has an additional identification function. Well, as a collector, I have to know how to identify. Speaking of which, every time I sell something to the Star Chariot, a product introduction will be displayed on the Jade Book. It should be a high-end version of this ability, right? It's the end of the month, so I'll double it. Please give me your monthly vote. Chapter 469. Indulge. The Taishi Shian Makin. When Master Moyan went deep into the netherworld, he accidentally found a piece of 9 nether mysterious wood. Song Taezu made it in his spare time, to add fun to the boudoir. The invisible demon soldier, the treasure weapon made by Master Yinfeng to sublimate his own avenue and deduce the skills, contains the immature Yinfeng invisible Dao rhyme. The ice wheel sword, a magic weapon, one of the 9 swords of Kyanghe, contains secrets. The SE token, one of the 4 tokens of wine, sex, wealth and key of the Kunlun Kyanghe lineage, the 4 tokens gathered to open the Kyanghe trial. Zhao Chen used his new ability to observe each item in his collection and compared the instructions he saw with the introduction on the Jade Book and found that the two were not much different. He was a little puzzled at first, but then he figured out the reason. The ability to see the instructions of the items was actually based on the knowledge accumulated during the collecting wind envoy stage, and the introduction on the Jade Book was also his own accumulation. After reading the Jade Book, using this ability again is just copying the answer directly. Of course the difference is not big. I have to find something that has not been added as a commodity by the Jade Book. Zhao Chen thought so, and his eyes were suddenly attracted by the copper coin on the table. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind. Accessories have always been considered as part of the Great Sun Star Chariot, so they will not be listed in the Jade Book as commodities. So I have never seen their introductions, but I naturally know their uses as I come into contact with them. What if I use the new ability of Dangsui to look at these accessories? Maybe I can get some unexpected gains. For example, my previous doubt, why does the golden box 5 keys favor Lin Feng so much? However, will there be any risks in looking at it directly like peeping into the treasure house before? Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, and finally curiosity overcame that hesitation and activated the ability. After all, he was a man who dared to take risks. If he were in the outside world, he might be more cautious, but the environment inside the Great Sun Star Raft was generally safe. Even looking directly at the true body of the evil spirit would only cause him to roll over a few times, so there was no need to worry too much. As the Dangsui ability swept over the golden box 5-way key, the expected pain and confusion did not appear. Only a simple line of text appeared in front of Zhao Chen's eyes. Golden box 5-way key, one of the lost parts of the Great Sun Star Raft, now transformed by the horn of the 5-way god. The horn of the 5-way god. What is the 5-way god? Well, according to the myths of the previous life, he seems to be one of the gods of wealth. Could it be that a god in ancient times who pretended to be the 5-way god swallowed the Star Raft parts and made the parts become what they are now? While he was guessing, Zhao Chen cast his eyes on the Yunxio golden crow crown that he had taken off and held in his hand. Then, a line of simple words also came into his eyes. Yunxio golden crow crown, one of the lost parts of the Great Sun Star Raft, now the golden crown worn by the fairy Yunxio. Another figure from the mythology of the previous life, that is, the so-called fairy Yunxio is a fairy in Daksha. Amidst his thoughts, Zhao Chen gradually put his mind at ease and looked at the purple light ring and other accessories one after another. Purple light ring, one of the lost parts of the Great Sun Star Raft, now it is the item that fairy Xingcha carried with her when she fell. Demon sealing red pen, one of the lost parts of the Great Sun Star Raft, now it is a red pen made by the demon sealing emperor. 8 trigrams bright light mirror, one of the lost parts of the Great Sun Star Raft, now it is a bronze mirror made by an unknown wandering monk. Zhao Chen read out the names, familiar or unfamiliar, but it also made him more confused because he had never even heard of most of them, and only the so-called demon sealing emperor did he know clearly who he was. and the person who can modify the Star-Aft accessories should not be too weak, and must have a reputation in the world. Are they all vests of the powerful? Zhao Chen frowned, muttered, and looked at the demon-sealing vermilion pen again, and couldn't help but sighed. No wonder you became the original owner's companion treasure. If it hadn't happened, the original owner could really say that the emperor was reincarnated. The so-called demon-sealing emperor is the title of the ancestor of the Zhao family, the great Song Tezu. Because he cultivated the Demon King body-binding great supernatural power, which is known as the source of all sealing supernatural powers, he was given the title of demon sealing by people at that time. After studying the contents of these introductions for a while, Zhao Chen, who still had no clue, had to temporarily exit the Dairi crossing chariot and return to reality. Zheng Qingyuan and Konglin, who were protecting him, saw him open his eyes, and were refreshed at the same time. The former asked directly, "What did you gain?" Zhao Chen did not answer immediately, but first used the Dongzu eye to observe the man Lin Feng, who was unconscious on the ground, and found that Zheng Qingyuan's information was extremely detailed. Not only her personal background, magic skills, but also all kinds of mysteries inside. Kang Lin's information was relatively simple, only based on what he knew. He also added the other party's past achievements in the Holy Spirit sect. On the contrary, the content of Lin Feng, a mana cultivator, was the most scarce, but there were also many things that Zhao Chen had never known. For example, Lin Feng's family background, the whole incident of the price of his lifespan of 60 years when he was young, and his various exploration experiences of the Golden Box 5 keys, all appeared in front of Zhao Chen one by one. It seems that my guess is correct. This introduction is the result of further expansion, based on my collection of folk songs. After nodding thoughtfully, Zhao Chen looked at Zheng Qingyuan, whose face was more beautiful than when he first met her, and smiled and responded, "I have gained a lot, and I will need your cooperation in the experiment later." Zheng Qingyuan pointed at herself and Konglin and asked back, "Yes. In fact, it is better to add Qinsheng and Mingzuling." Zhao Chen answered as a matter of course. He wanted to use the Golden Box 100 pass key to try to buy the magical powers they released, and then use them at the critical moment. It is much more convenient and practical than the magic power talisman. The magic power talisman will inevitably have a decrease in power when sealing the magical powers, but the Golden Box 100 pass key will not, because once the magical powers are bought, they will enter the Star Chariot treasure house that Zhao Chen had peeked at before. And there is fog shrouded there, time does not seem to flow, and everything is stored in it in the most real and perfect state. Speaking of which, when I just read Lin Feng's profile, I learned that the effects of the spells he bought seemed to decay over time. This was probably because they could not be sent to the Xingcha treasury, and could only be placed in the so-called golden box. The space there is limited, and it is not as magical as the Xingcha treasury. Wait. The warehouse shrouded in fog. Time seems to not flow. Could it be that the fog in the Xingcha is the historical mist? Exclamation mark. Could it be that the historical mist was originally used by the star god to preserve goods? Just as Zhao Chen was thinking about it, Zheng Qingyuan, who heard his previous words, looked at him deeply and asked hesitantly, "What you said about trying and helping, is it serious?" Me, Konglin, Qinsheng, Mingzuling, together? At this time, Zhao Chen also came back to his senses. He was a little confused at first, but soon realized why Zheng Qingyuan asked that, so he said unhappily, "Of course it's serious. I just want to reserve some of your magical powers." "What kind of image do I have in your eyes? Do you even need to ask what image you mean?" Zheng Qingyuan glanced at him lightly. Although she didn't say anything, her meaning was obvious. Konglin watched the interaction between the two of them. For some reason, she felt a little inexplicable, which seemed to be called envy. She pursed her lips and reported in a raised voice, "Young master, I have modified this person's recent memory according to your previous instructions. According to the information I just got from him, the methods of Ling Castle are not good at the mind. Unless a real person checks it, it should be concealed. Her magical powers of soul devouring yin wind and 4 spiritual bodies of wind, fog, thunder and lightning can both invade the minds of others, but the former cannot perform too fine operations, and is mainly for destruction, while the latter can use the fog spiritual body to penetrate into the sea of consciousness and change certain cognitions. Although the effect is not as good as the corresponding magical power of Xinjiang Temple, it is difficult for ordinary magical cultivators to detect it. Very good. When we return to Wuya Valley later, you will also tamper with the memory of junior sister Chu, and do your best to keep the secret that Qin Sheng is a cultivator of the demon sect. Zhao Chen smiled and praised, and assigned a new task to Kang Lin. He knew very well that, although this Yinling saint was trying hard to become a normal person, her previous growth experience was mostly being treated as a tool, and tools need to be used, and she couldn't get rid of this idea for a while. This matter cannot be rushed, it must be done step by step, so Zhao Chen will assign her tasks to give her this kind of being needed encouragement. Otherwise, it would be more appropriate for Meng Zuling, who has many means to do this. In general, Meng Zuling, as a real tool, is more like a person than Kang Lin. As for whether Kang Lin's tricks would be discovered, Zhao Chen was not too worried, because Yan Hangsha had just reported a piece of news through Xingcha, that is, Lin Castle's Lord Chu Rangrang and Bei family's Supreme Elder Bei Qingshu were both missing in An'ai. Lin Castle might not have the energy to investigate the life and death of the magic disciples in a short period of time. Only Lei Yuan's supernatural father might keep an eye on them, so as long as he was kept in the dark. After seeing the joy naturally revealed on Kang Lin's face, Zhao Chen also raised the corners of his mouth and ordered, "You should have seen Lin Feng's memory. While there is still some time, tell me about his origins and general experiences." He said there is still some time means that Qin Sheng will have to wait until at least the evening to send away those forces who congratulated him. And he wanted to learn more about Lin Feng, because he wanted to find out what the relationship between him and Golden Box 100 Keys was. Exploring this secret was not only necessary for the role of Kaifeng, but also a test of Xingcha and the person who manipulated his fate behind the scenes. Kang Lin naturally would not refuse Zhao Chen's order, and immediately told him all the information he had obtained from Lin Feng's memory. Outside Wuya Valley, the old Taoist Yunlangzi of Yunying sect and the Stone Village master of Qingfeng Village did not choose to fly, but walked side by side into the path in the mountains. They had just brought gifts to congratulate the new supernatural power in Wuya Market, and they felt heavy in their hearts. "I'm afraid this Master Qin is the person behind the third son of the Sun family. I don't know where he came from." The Stone Village master sighed and transmitted his voice. He was worried that the other party would use his supernatural power to monopolize the benefits of the market, and if so, the economic situation of his village would plummet. Sun Kun is in charge of welcoming and receiving guests, but Elder Yan, who is loyal to Master Chen, is nowhere to be seen. This Grand Master Qin is most likely the Sun family's current reliance. Yunlangzi nodded solemnly at first, and then comforted him. "I know the character of that Sun family kid. He won't do anything extreme. But now that the supernatural power has appeared, he can't be independent now, right?" The Stone Village master frowned and thought for a while, and finally said, "It's better to introduce another force that can fight against it. In this way, we will have room to survive, instead of becoming subordinates." There are many secrets in his village, but he is unwilling to give up his independent status. As the former Dongsuan sect, Yunying sect naturally has this arrogance, so Yunlangzi understood what the Stone Village master meant as soon as he turned his eyes and hesitated and said, "You mean Master Zhao Chen?" "Yes, Master Zhao Chen has many supernatural powers around him, enough to make this new supernatural power afraid. And now the position of the city lord is still undecided. Why don't we mobilize our connections and ask the county governor to send someone who is close to Mr. Zhao Chen?" The Stone Village chief nodded slightly, his eyes full of calculation, and the Sun family is not a monolithic entity. Although Sun Dad and Sun Er were arrested and imprisoned, the old man of the Sun family probably doesn't want to completely turn to a force whose foundation is unknown. Although Qin Sheng claimed to be a casual cultivator, none of the powerful people in Yicheng believed him. After all, the wind and clouds posture was the foundation of a top-grade magical power. Can a casual cultivator condense a top-grade magical power? Although it is not impossible, it is extremely slim, and it may not be possible for hundreds of years. If you randomly cultivate a variety of spells, even if you cultivate to the peak of Gangsha, it will not form a system and cannot form a magical power. It is normal for casual cultivators to have no hope of promotion for a lifetime. Even casual cultivators who can cultivate to this level are already outstanding. Just like that, Yan Langzi and Shizhazu communicated with each other for a while before they flew back to Yicheng together and went straight to the telegraph office. They wanted to send telegrams to their relatives and friends using the public intelligence that a new supernatural power had appeared in Yicheng to cover up some of their own small actions in private. However, what they didn't know was that Qin Sheng not only knew their little thoughts well, but it was even the result of her deliberate indulgence. The soul and spirit of the supernatural cultivator were initially connected when Candy was combined with the spiritual consciousness to form the prototype of supernatural consciousness, and this prototype alone can cover nearly 100 miles. Although it is impossible to know everything within 100 miles, and there are many omissions, it is still possible to focus on one or two people. The two of them still underestimated a master of supernatural powers. There is another chapter in the middle of the night. Chapter 470 Calculation. San Mountain, inside the old mountain gate of Gyuan Sword Sect. After listening to Kang Lin's retelling of some of Lin Feng's memories, Zhao Chen pondered for a while, but did not find anything special, as if he was just an ordinary cultivator with a strange encounter and good talent. But considering the importance of the Golden Chamber 5 keys to him, this is very inconsistent. It seems that after the special mission, I have to go to Lin Feng's hometown to investigate and see if there are any clues there. This is also what an investigator should do. Of course, the surveillance of Lin Feng cannot be relaxed afterwards. While thinking this in my heart, Zhao Chen looked at the sky and felt that the people who congratulated him should have dispersed. So he asked Kang Lin to take the unconscious Lin Feng, and he himself used the God Boat ability in the Star Chariot J book to fly back to Wuiyao Valley by himself. But at this time, Zheng Qinggaya naturally boarded his God Boat and found a comfortable seat to sit down. Seeing this, Kang Lin pursed her lips again, but did not speak. She just stared at the God Boat for a while, and then grabbed Lin Feng and turned into a wind spirit body. Zhao Chen saw it, but could only shrug helplessly. After all, although his God Boat could accommodate 4 people, the speed would be quite touching. Maybe it would be better to walk back with legs. After all, this can only be regarded as a prototype of a spell, not even at the level of a turn. As for why he didn't borrow power, if it wasn't an emergency, he wouldn't be willing to waste star coins. There was no conversation along the way. Relying on Zheng Qinggayan's bubble to cover, they easily avoided those who had not left to congratulate them, and entered the 8 treasures building shrouded by the formation. Seeing them appear, Qin Sheng took the initiative to greet them and said coquettishly, "You are happy outside, leaving me alone to deal with these chores. No, you have to compensate me." After that, she also winked at Zhao Chen suggestively. However, before Zhao Chen could answer, Zheng Qinggayan interrupted seriously. "No, your Yuan Yin is of great help to Chen Lang's practice. We have to wait until his magic power reaches the peak of the 7th turn and reaches the bottleneck of the 8th turn before we can truly practice dual cultivation." Hearing this, Qin Sheng raised her long and straight eyebrows, showing a very artificial surprised expression and said, "What are you thinking of? Why are you so dirty?" "The compensation," I said, "is to let him play chess with me." At this point, she deliberately paused and said in a hoarse and charming voice, "As for Yuan Yin, that is the reward I promised him a long time ago, and he can fulfill it whenever he wants." After hearing this, Zheng Qinggaya narrowed her eyes slightly. Although her expression did not change much, the temperature in the Babao Tower seemed to have dropped a lot. In this regard, Zhao Chen had to hold his forehead and complained in his heart, "Fei Meng, you are really devoted to your acting. If you continue like this, won't you really go insane?" But Kang Lin's eyes were sparkling, as if she was cheering the two of them on and asking them to fight quickly. Should I say that she is worthy of being the saint of the demon sect? Even if she is simple, some of her essence is still the same. But to Kang Lin's disappointment, Qin Sheng and Zheng Qinggayan, who are different incarnations of the same person, obviously will not really fight. They quickly ended the confrontation and turned to talk about business. After both parties introduced their own situation, Qin Sheng smiled and added, "In addition to several local tyrants in Yicheng, people from several surrounding counties have also come here one after another. I guess it won't be long before a magical cultivator will come to test it. The person who comes is most likely the Hao Shanxing worshipper of the Human County Governor's Mansion. I think it would be better for Sister Konglin to take action on my behalf at that time. Her pure blood devil skills will definitely be exposed once she takes action. Even in this era, many disciples of various sects have mastered one or two magic skills, but how can they use magic skills to fight the enemy without any skills of their own? Although Kanglin's foundation is also magic skills, the four spiritual bodies of wind, mist, thunder and lightning can be slightly concealed so that people can't see any traces of magic, which is enough to fool the magical monks who don't know much about the demon sect. That's exactly what I thought. Zhao Chen nodded and added, moreover, I plan to let Kanglin occupy the old mountain gate of Gyuan Sword Sect in your name and reside in San Mountain to communicate with you. Kanglin's heart tightened when she heard this, and a panicked look appeared on her face, but Zhao Chen touched her head at this time and comforted her. Don't worry, our communication has actually long been able to transcend the distance limit. Even if we are thousands of miles apart, we can still contact each other through the master. Having said that, Zhao Chen observed Kanglin, and seeing that her mood had calmed down, he glanced at Zheng Qingyuan and Qin Sheng's cheeks and continued, well, this is what I think. First, San Mountain was originally the territory of your four major demon sects. Now that it is occupied by Kanglin, the Yinling Saint, it can be regarded as returning the property to its original owner. Moreover, occupying the mountain gate can actually reduce the suspicion of outsiders. Otherwise, if a cultivator with magical powers occupies the market town and refuses to leave, it will definitely make others speculate what treasures may be here. Second, letting Kanglin go out in the open as a newly promoted cultivator with magical powers, while Qin Sheng stays in the dark, can also interfere with the pursuit of the blood god son's apostrophe body. After all, Kanglin herself has no intersection with his blood god son, and does not have a coveted treasure like the blood god map. Third, Kanglin's four spirits of wind, fog, thunder and lightning magical power is more easily accepted by the surrounding cultivators than the blood demon, and even if its origin is unknown, it will not be suspected. Finally, Kanglin has been contaminated after all, and the horns on his head cannot be removed. Although he can use magic tools to disguise himself, it is still not safe in a big city, and it is hard to guarantee that he will not be seen through. It is safer in a small place like Yuching. Zhao Chen actually did not say one thing, that is, although Kanglin's four spirits of wind, mist, thunder and lightning cannot be seen by ordinary cultivators, Ma Guangliang, who is also from the Yin demon lineage, will recognize it. Maybe he can attract his real body here. This real person not only participated in many plans of the evil god, but also had a deal with Black Sun. He even turned from a Yin demon to a heavenly demon way closer to Taishi, and completely abandoned Moyan's engine. There must be a lot of secrets behind him. Although there are still related transactions of Feng Wan's Lust and Profit Fairy Staff that have not been completed, Zhao Chen does not want to make any moves on this matter, so as not to alert Ma Guangliang. After all, this person is too cautious. Every time he visits with a special clone, he does not give Zhao Chen any chance at all. After listening to Zhao Chen's 1, 2, 3, 4, Kanglin nodded silently and approved this task. Qin Sheng on the opposite side smiled and said, this is much more comprehensive than I thought. Well, I will perfect it. I plan to wait for Hao Shanxing to come to the door, let Sister Kang hit him hard, and then ask for too much, and make excessive demands. On the other hand, I will hand over the proposal of arranging your men to sit on the position of City Lord to Hao Shanxing. In this way, he is likely to spend a lot of money to ask you to intervene and let your people sit on the position of Yicheng City Lord. And when you show up, Sister Khan will be overwhelmed by your charm and will voluntarily give up her interests. Her previous plan was very good, and Zhao Chen nodded repeatedly, but the last sentence made Zhao Chen speechless, and he couldn't help interrupting. Shouldn't Qingyuan be allowed to subdue her? Being overwhelmed by my charm is nothing. Seeing the question Qin Sheng hadn't explained yet, Zheng Qingyuan on the side said coldly, no, the excuse of being overwhelmed by your charm is better than me subduing her. It can reflect the magic of the Lianwei you got from the happy bodhisattva, so that those with ulterior motives will not doubt it. Besides, if I take action, it would be unreasonable if I can't find out the details of Qin. And if I find out, I have to report to the family, so I'd better try not to take action. This is indeed the case. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and agreed with Zheng Qinggan's words, but he felt a little sad in his heart. His reputation would probably be difficult to improve. Those beautiful nicknames would probably be getting farther and farther away from him. After discussing how to completely control Yijing, the attention of several people turned to Lin Feng and junior sister Chu, who were in a coma, and they had a heated discussion about what kind of story they should give them. Late at night, in a canyon hundreds of miles away from Wu'ai Mountain, Lin Feng, who was lying by a stream, suddenly shook his body, and then he woke up suddenly. He quickly got up, condensing a protective spell, while looking around warily. There was silence all around, except for junior sister Chu, who was lying not far away. There was nothing. Lin Feng was a little dazed at first, but soon a series of memories emerged in his mind, making him remember what had happened before. Suddenly, we encountered storm and clouds, which exposed the monster residing in senior brother's body. The three of us were forced to fight it, but suffered a miserable defeat. Junior brother Lei was killed, junior sister Chu was captured, and only I escaped with the treasure, but I was cursed and caught up by the monster in San Mountain. It seems that I was caught too, and the golden casket is missing. Was it taken away by senior brother? No, by the monster? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's expression twisted, and pain and relief arose in his heart at the same time. Painful that he had lost a treasure, and it was difficult to recover it, and his path of cultivation would no longer be supported. Fortunately, he was still alive. It was likely that the monster intended to figure out the function of the golden box. But at this time, after a gust of night wind blew, he suddenly noticed something wrong. After frowning and observing carefully, he finally realized that, although this canyon was desolate and dead, there was no restriction. In other words, he was free. Could it be that the monster had an accident and ran away on its own before it had time to deal with me and junior sister Chu? Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly became excited. He was about to cast a flying spell and run away by himself, but then stopped. After hesitating for a long time, he walked up to junior sister Chu and woke her up. At the same time, in the shadow of the canyon, Qin, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but complain, "Isn't this arrangement too rough? There is no reason." Do you want Lin Feng to fill in the details himself? Chapter 471 Checks and Balances. The more you make up, the more flaws there will be. Even if Lin Feng can't see it, won't the elders be able to see it after he returns to Ling Castle? It's better to let Mingyu disappear inexplicably, like we do now, and let them get on their own. Zhao Chen explained with a smile. Qin nodded thoughtfully, but soon had a new question. In this case, wouldn't my new magical power be very suspicious? This place is only about 400 miles away from Wu'ai Valley. Someone must think that I drove away that Mingyu, right? After watching Lin Feng wake up junior sister Chu and fly away with her tremblingly, Zhao Chen replied, "That's right. You can't get rid of this suspicion no matter what. After all, the traces of these Ling Castle disciples coming to Yijing are too obvious, and you happen to be promoted at this time. Now this is already helping you muddy the water as much as possible. Well, as long as you don't admit to having seen the people from Ling Fort, and the Kang Lin who pretends to be you has never fought with Mingyu, and is not his target, even if Dang Xuan calculates, it can't involve you. What's more, Zhuohan just helped me confirm the news that the cloud crane of Ling Fort has indeed disappeared in the Yuan sect in An'ai. The only person who came to investigate this matter is most likely Lei Yuan's father." At this point, Zhao Chen was actually somewhat glad that he had never personally gone to the Yuan sect to investigate. The water there is really deep, and even the Dangsa and Zenran fell. After Lin Feng and the Chu junior sister left, Zhao Chen and the other four began to arrange the scene more carefully, deliberately leaving traces of the blood demon formation being broken around the canyon. This was not difficult for Qin, and with the blood bead that sealed Mingyu in her hand, she also deliberately left some of the other party's breath here. The power to break the formation was prepared by Zhao Chen. He used the invisible magic soldier to transform into a variety of magical instruments. He did not pursue power, but only to leave traces caused by different magic powers. In this way, people who investigate afterwards will most likely think that it was multiple magic monks who broke the formation together to force away Mingyu, who was possessed by the evil spirit. As he said before, this made the water more muddy. As for why it was not arranged in advance, that's because the broken formation and the magical power are real. With the strength of Lin Feng and the others, they may pay the price of their lives if they are not careful. It is estimated that when they come back with the elders of the sect to check, they will be scared to death. After all the traces were disguised, Zhao Chen and the other 4 quietly left the canyon and returned to the 8 treasures building in the worry-free valley market. The night was long, and Zhao Chen did not waste it. He began to discuss with the 3 female cultivators one by one what kind of price he would have to pay if he wanted them to display their magical powers. Chuangjiao town is located in Guzhang County, Ganzhou. It is connected to Zhanghai in the west and Suzhou in the east. It is the base of Ling Castle in Ganzhou and a bridgehead for intervening in affairs. There are 10 cultivators with magical powers stationed here, but most of them are of medium and low grade. There is only one with high grade magical powers. That is Lei Yuan's father, Thousand Bamboo Sword Lei Yuan. At this moment, Elder Lei's face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo, who were kneeling in the hall, listening to their previous experiences. Yes, Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo were worried that the eldest brother would come to complain first, so they did not hesitate to overdraw their magic power and return to Shuangjiao town from the vicinity of Yicheng in just half a day. In other words, Mingyu was contaminated by something like a demon, and because wind and clouds revealed clues, he killed Juana, Lei Yuan said calmly, after listening to them. Every word the disciple said is true. Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo quickly stated. Then why are you two still alive? Lei Yuan's tone remained unchanged, but Lin Feng felt cold all over. Fortunately, he had thought about this question before he came back, so he answered without hiding anything. Mingyu searched me for a precious treasure. He didn't kill me immediately. Maybe he wanted to get the method of using the treasure from me. As for junior sister Chu, maybe. He stuttered and didn't say it in the end. But Chu Yunmo smiled bitterly with a hint of self-mockery at this moment, and continued, maybe I have some looks and he took a fancy to me. And, if Mingyu is really the only one alive, it might not be good for his conspiracy. After listening to their self-defense, Lei Yuan asked a few more details. After a little hesitation, he looked at a woman next to him who looked to be about 30 years old and asked, Junior Sister Luo, what do you think? The woman was wearing a green palace skirt, but her face was really average. She was the kind that would be inconspicuous in a crowd. When asked, the woman surnamed Luo nodded slightly and said, they didn't lie, and there's no sign of tampering with their memories. As for whether they're hiding anything, I don't know. She has cultivated a magical power called spiritual eyes, and although it's only at the 5th level, she's good at distinguishing the true from the false, and examining all kinds of traces. I believe in junior sister's judgment. Lei Yuan nodded, then glanced at Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo, who were still kneeling on the ground, and said in a deep voice, I know you are worried that I will vent my anger on you, and I do want to vent my anger on you. But now you have a chance. As long as you lead me to find the murderer who killed Juana, not only will you be innocent, I will also reward you. Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, but they were at the mercy of others and had no way to resist. They could only lower their heads and said, just follow the elder's orders. Very good. Lei Yuan smiled for the first time. He took out 2 small bottles and threw them to Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo, saying, since Mingyu hasn't got what he wants from you yet, he will most likely come to you again. And your task is to leave Shuangjiao town immediately and spread the news that you were angered by me and had to flee. You have to grasp the degree well, not too deliberate and not too secretive. Do you understand? Lin Feng and Chu Yunmo, who took the small bottle, already knew what the elder wanted to do, but they could only bite the bullet and answer, understood, elder. If Mingyu really takes the bait, you can quietly unscrew the cap of the small bottle, and then someone will naturally rescue you, so you don't have to be too scared. Lei Yuan said lightly. Although Lin Feng didn't believe it, he didn't dare to raise any objections, so he had to agree again. The same went for Chu Yunmo. After sending the two disciples away, Lei Yuan stood up and said to the woman named Luo beside him, "Junior sister, accompany me to Yicheng. Let's go to the canyon that Lin Feng mentioned first, and then visit the newly promoted fellow Taoist in Wu'ai Valley to measure his magical power." The woman surnamed Luo was not surprised at all. She smiled and said, "Brother, do you want to make a big deal and let Mingyu know that you went to Yicheng so that you can feel at ease to attack Lin Feng and Yan Mo? It's just my wishful thinking. That monster can't be so stupid." Lei Yuan didn't seem to have much hope. He looked to the west and said faintly, "Wu'ai Valley is not far from that canyon. Maybe the fellow Taoist knows more. He, the one who is staying in Mingyu's body, is probably the blood god's son, and there is a high probability that there is a real demon behind him. The force that can drive it away must have a history. Or, this is a certain force using the demon to demonstrate to us. The Li family? The Feng family? Or our old rival, the Bei family? They heard that the Supreme Elder was in trouble, and they are testing him. So, we can't show weakness. On the contrary, we have to investigate in a high-profile manner and be tough. Although I have selfish motives, I'm also considering it from the perspective of the sect." He was calm at first, but he became more and more excited as he spoke, and even his expression became ferocious later. The woman surnamed Luo knew that the senior brother's words were directed at her and the other magical cultivators stationed in Shuangjiao town in order to stop her and others from persuading him. She knew that Lei Yuan's death was a great blow to the senior brother, and it was not realistic to stop his actions, so after sighing, she reminded him, "The Supreme Elder has been confirmed to be trapped somewhere. Senior brother Qi is gathering people to go to Anai to investigate the situation, and you are on the list of people to be summoned. It is precisely because most of the sect's forces will rush to Anai that we must intimidate our opponents and make them dare not move lightly. And that Mingyu and the demon master behind him are not only excellent targets for establishing prestige, but also if this hidden danger is not removed in advance, Arling Castle may not be stable. After all, the Mingyu he possessed knows us too well." As he said that, Lei Yuan looked at his junior sister, forced an ugly smile and said, "You go and tell them that there is no need to worry about the demon who controls the blood god. Once I have a clue, I will contact the people of the 6 gates to deal with him." San Mountain, in front of the mountain gate of the former Gyuan sword sect, wearing a hood and transformed into Qinsheng, Kang Lin turned into a lightning, constantly wandering in the void, and from time to time, a dark thunder fell on the open ground. But every time the thunder fell, a figure wrapped in bright flames would emerge, but the other party would disappear immediately. After 3 times, the figure on the ground that was numb from the thunder finally could no longer maintain the invisible state and had to use his spiritual consciousness to speak. "Thank you, Fairy Qin, for your mercy." How admits defeat. Hearing this, Kang Lin put away his electric spirit body and responded simply in a distant and indifferent tone, "Thank you. The fairy's lightning power is truly extraordinary. I'm afraid it has reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank. I admire it very much." Hao Shangxing, whose forehead was red from being struck by lightning, complimented him grimly. "You know, although not many people watched this fight, it also determined the ownership of the interests of several towns around Yicheng. Losing face is a small matter, but having resources robbed is a big matter. How can he not feel distressed? The Li family is unreliable. It seems that he can only ask Zhao Chen to balance the power." Hao Shangxing thought of an idea proposed by a certain staff member, gritted his teeth, and finally made a decision. Chapter 472, Red Gold Mountain, Human County, Jinbio Martial Arts Hall. Zhao Chen returned here in the early morning, and after a night of testing, he has determined that with the golden box 5 keys, he can currently buy up to 9 magical powers. And he can only buy magical powers below the 1st grade. The 1st grade great magical power involves the source of the martial arts. Even if it is bought by force, the power will be greatly reduced when it is used. For example, Zhao Chen tried to collect the evil dragon immortal body performed by Zheng Qinggyan, but when he bought it, it only had the ability to dragonize part of this magical power, which at most allowed Zhao Chen to grow some dragon scales in a short period of time, but the most critical reading function was not available at all. The same is true for Qin Sheng's blood god map. At most, it allows him to randomly summon 2 or 3 blood demons, but the most critical blood god Dharma can't be summoned at all. Therefore, Zhao Chen directly gave up collecting the first grade magical power, and after picking and choosing, he only kept 6 second and third grade magical powers. They are Yemu 7 swords and dragon silk fairy clothes from Zen King Iron, blood painting sacrifice to the great sage and blood demon mandala from Qin Sheng, wind, mist, thunder and lightning 4 spirits from Kanglin, and northern dipper death curse from Tang Mao. This basically covers the requirements of attack, defense, recovery, control, mobility, and curse, which is relatively comprehensive. He plans to keep the remaining 3 positions as backup, and wait until he enters the Red Gold Mountain mission. It's a pity that the magic power I bought can only be used once, so it can only be used as a large talisman without materials. Zhao Chen shook his head with regret, and began to check his portable magic tools. Speaking of which, except for the Wanling token that can change his appearance, the other ordinary magic tools on him have basically been eliminated. After all, with a cave world as his foundation, he not only has many magic tools, but also 2 or 3 magic treasures. First of all, it is the Wind and Cloud Harmony Ring that serves as the wedding room of Yungu Zenran and Chuyu Zenran. This is a magical instrument, which contains a luxurious palace. Most of Zhao Chen's wealth is currently placed in it, and only a small number of things that may be used at any time are placed in the open storage bag. Moreover, if you hide in it, when you encounter danger, even the Dongsuan real person will find it difficult to find it easily, which is a good refuge. Secondly, it is the Liangai Taoist robe on Zhao Chen's body. This is also a magical instrument. It can use the Liangai Pomozu Ongaon magical power that has both offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as the water and fire wings with ordinary flying speed. Although the function is quite ordinary for Zhao Chen now, this Taoist robe looks very good, and the light and shadow effects are maximized after the magical power is used, so Zhao Chen likes it very much. Since he got it in the Blood God sect, he has been wearing it. As for the Iron Mirror of the Holy Spirit sect, the White Jade Fairy shoes of the White Jade sect, and the Golden Crow crown of the Li family that Qin Sheng joked about, none of them were fulfilled. Because the first 2 were destroyed in the battle with those bloody monsters, and the latter was just a fake magical weapon attached to the Yunxiu Golden Crow crown. The third one was the magical weapon small 5-element mixed element fire thunder pearl that Zhao Chen had spent a lot of effort to collect materials to create. Because this magic weapon was made by a master of refining and integrated with magic weapon fragments, its power has already caught up with the 4th grade, which is quite good. If Zhao Chen uses the thunder spirit body of the 4 spirit bodies of wind, mist, thunder and lightning that he bought, and combines it with this magic weapon, the power may be further enhanced. Finally, there are the 3 magic weapons Ice Wheel Sword, Teishi Heavenly Demon Harp and Invisible Demon Soldier. Let's not talk about the first 2. After all, the Ice Wheel Sword can't communicate at all, and the Teishi Heavenly Demon Harp is still in a weak state, and it is difficult to use. The only thing he could count on was the Invisible Demon Soldier. Although it also resisted Zhao Chen's control, and could not exert its full power, it could only be used as a powerful magical weapon. However, as time went by, its will to resist became weaker and weaker. Zhao Chen felt that he only needed an opportunity to completely control it. I just don't know when the opportunity will come. Fortunately, I still have other trump cards to fight against the power of Dongsun. Although all the star coins added together are only enough for 3 seconds. Thinking so in his heart, Zhao Chen's spiritual consciousness entered the Dairi Xingcha and looked at the purple light ring and cloud sky golden crow crown placed on the table. At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly came, and Zhao Chen's spirit returned to reality. He calmed down, and with a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he found that it was the delusion-breaking Igong Yun. She had been with Feng Wan, who was seriously injured, and had not recovered. How did she have time to come here? With a slight movement in his heart, Zhao Chen said, "Come in." The knocking sound disappeared, and the door was pushed open, and Gong Yun's graceful figure appeared in front of him. "You didn't turn into a black cat, and jumped in directly. It seems that the injury that Feng King left in your soul has finally healed completely." Zhao Chen looked at her for a few times and joked with a smile. Gong Yun often showed herself as a black cat before. The main reason was that Feng Qing's flying snow divine sound lingered in her soul, making her stay in human form for a limited time every day. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, sir. Gong Yun didn't show any embarrassment and admitted openly, it took more than 2 months, and I finally got rid of it completely. Her tone was quite saying. After a pause, she looked at Zhao Chen and added, this is all thanks to your recent piano music, sir. After being promoted to the realm of magic power, Zhao Chen, who had the prototypes of the spells Wuing Soul Captivating Song and Yuan Sheng formed music, naturally had a significant improvement in using music to expel pollution. And his first experimental subject was Gong Yun. Now it seems that the effect is really significant, and it is worthy of being the basis of the magical power of Pyramid Divine Sound. Then congratulations on your recovery. Zhao Chen congratulated with a smile, and then said, you didn't come to me just to announce the good news, did you? Is there anything else? Because he always switched between the postures of a black cat and a human from time to time, it was not the first time that Gong Yun met Zhao Chen frankly. Although their relationship was still lacking something, it was also close, so Gong Yun said bluntly, do you still remember the Zaya Kangshan gathering? Yesterday, I attended the event again as Black Cat, and learned that someone was investigating who had spread the news that the Kunlun Kyanghua mountain gate would appear in Yunzhou. I guess it was the outer sect deacon of the Flower God sect who quietly returned to human. The outer sect deacon of the Flower God sect, the Fransley who had his pants stripped in front of everyone at the human dock. He caused a big mess at that time, and the Six Gates didn't issue a wanted notice for him because they were giving face to the Flower God sect. How dare he come back? Exclamation mark. Well, it may not be difficult to deal with this person, but he is a disciple of the upper sect after all. If something really happens, the consequences are unpredictable. But if he is allowed to continue investigating like this, sooner or later he will find out about Gong Yun. How to solve it? When Zhao Chen was thinking, Gong Yun stretched out her white jade-like fingers to smooth his originally frowned eyebrows and smiled and said, don't worry about it. I have already thought about what to do, but I just need some support. Support? Zhao Chen enjoyed Gong Yun's massage and asked with interest, what support do you need? Just give me the jade flute you got from the Z family. Gong Yun said with a smile, her eyes full of calculations. In a sense, she was very similar to Zhao Chen. The Z family in Black Wine Fort was the base of the Four Evil Hall that Zhao Chen destroyed. He got 2 magic weapons from it, one of which was the mysterious ice feather clothes, and gave it to Fei Meng, and the other was this jade flute. Zhao Chen suspected that it was obtained by the Z family after murdering a member of the Cui family in Weizhou. After all, one of the Cui family's gangsha skills, the soul-falling purple flute, was also placed in the Z family's treasure house. Although the Cui family in Weizhou was not a noble family, it was also one of the top families among the prominent families. Meng Hangai, who used many out-of-print music scores as bait, and the newly recruited guard Suian Sword Cui Zish was one of the representatives of this generation of the family. After all, although supernatural powers under the age of 30 are not uncommon in noble families and upper sects, they are absolutely geniuses in the second-level forces. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes and roughly guessed Gong Yun's plan. He spoke carefully, is there someone from the Cui family who came to Ganzhou to travel? Yes, the 13th son of the Cui family's patriarch, Cui Zaheo, the clear sound sword, who is even more talented than Cui Zish, who attended the sword discussion conference. Gong Yun nodded and was not shocked that Zhao Chen could know her thoughts. After all, she had worn the cat card for 2 months. No, it was the mother-child card, and she had long been accustomed to the other party's heart-to-heart connection with her. Clear sound sword Cui Zaheo? Zhao Chen was a little confused because he had never heard of the name of this so-called 13th son before. Yes, the so-called bitter tune saddens the metal and stone. Clear sound enters the dark is talking about the 13th son of the Cui family who has just entered the martial arts world for less than a month. Gong Yun briefly explained, and then added, although he was born in the Cui family, his mother is a princess of the royal family, and she dotes on this youngest son the most. So she asked the royal family for a position for him, and he also practiced another magical skill of the Ming family, the Shenhuang Baochen, which allowed him to reach the realm of supernatural powers before the age of 20. The Shenhuang Baochen is similar to the Gaohuang Yuzuzifu Baochen practiced by the Prince of Shu, but also different. The latter is a method that allows cultivators to practice evil without too many side effects, while the former allows a variety of powerful skills to have a certain degree of compatibility. Speaking of which, the existence of the Great Sun Star Chariot seems to have all the functions of these two skills. After Zhao Chen thought for a while, he asked again, "Are you sure?" "I'm pretty sure, and even if it's discovered, it won't implicate me. At most, they will think that France was framed. After all, no one except us knows that Yuxio was found in the Z family, and it's hard to figure out her origin after it's in your hands." Gong Yun looked confident. Zhao Chen nodded slightly and did not ask for specific details. Anyway, Gong Yun had the help of the spirit of the blessed land behind her, and he could rely on her, so there should be no big problem. After he had a plan in mind, he reached out and took out the jade flute from the wind and cloud harmony ring and handed it to Gong Yun. Gong Yun carefully took it and chatted with Zhao Chen for a few words before saying goodbye and leaving. Not long after she left, just as Zhao Chen was continuing his war preparations, his door was knocked again, and this time, the person who came was his butler Alan. Seeing Alan coming, Zhao Chen suddenly remembered that he had harvested a seed of the Black Phoenix flame in the cave and was going to give it to Hailey Phoenix, who was dominated by Alan, so that she could restore her plundered origin. As a result, there were too many things to do after returning, and he almost forgot. Forget it. Let's wait until the Red Gold Mountain mission. After all, it costs star coins to redeem the Black Phoenix, and I don't know if the star coins I have in stock are enough. Shaking his head, Zhao Chen invited Alan in, and then took an invitation from him. This invitation came from the Li family. It was written by the green robe young master Li Changsheng, inviting him to visit Songhuang Mountain, 10 miles outside the city, on his day off 3 days later. The invitation also came with a letter. Although most of the words in the letter were written in fancy words, it vaguely revealed that Hao Shangxing would also be there. Hao Shangxing. According to the information just received, he went to fight Konglin, but lost. Are you going to follow our script and invite me to check and balance the other party? But, Songhuang Mountain? This place seems to be a large entertainment venue. It is said that it is even higher end than the one on Xiaokang Mountain. TSK, do you think I'm good at that? Zhao Chen was quite contemptuous of this, but he immediately sighed. 3 days later. I don't know if I will still be alive at that time. Having said that, Zhao Chen still picked up the pen and wrote a reply letter to inform the other party that he would definitely attend the appointment on time. At the same time, in the southern part of Shuzhou, controlled by the forbidden spell, the King Qian fairy, whose body obeyed the command of others, handed an ancient stone statue of Bodhisattva to Qi Fimeng. Well done. If I were to take this thing, I would have to prepare for several months before I could get it, but by then it would be too late. Qi Fimeng praised, not caring that the other party's soul had already been imprisoned. As soon as the voice fell, a shadow of a bodhisattva appeared behind her mind. The bodhisattva opened his mouth and absorbed the little spiritual light on the stone statue. Then, with a click, the stone statue shattered to the ground and turned into powder. In this way, there is one more trump card. After muttering, Qi Fimeng's cheeks suddenly blushed, her legs clamped together, and then she scolded, "This Erlang, he will enter Chijin Mountain early tomorrow morning," and he actually did that kind of thing on the eve of the battle. In the morning, Zhao Chen, who was refreshed, pushed open the door of the bedroom and went to the small garden for routine morning exercises. After finishing his morning exercises and eating breakfast, he walked back and forth in the courtyard, visiting every one of his relatives, friends, and confidants. After doing these actions that seemed to set a flag, he returned to his room and waited quietly for the arrival of the task. As the clock hands pointed to noon, which was the time when Zhao Chen received the task on the Black Cloud martial arts arena, his figure suddenly disappeared, as if it was wiped out. The special mission begins. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473 Opening Animation and Mission. Special Mission Red Gold Mountain. Open. Mission objective. Touch the key of morning light within 3 reincarnations. To return history to reality. The mist dissipated, and everything in front of Zhao Chen and Qi Meng's eyes changed from black and white to color. But before they had time to observe the surrounding environment, they suddenly heard a roar that resounded through the world. Mahoraga. Zhao Chen subconsciously raised his head and looked at the source of the sound. He saw a giant nearly 10 feet tall in the air dozens of miles away. He was raising an axe that was big enough to be called huge relative to his body size, and chopped at a giant python with a human body and a snake head. However, just this one look gave Zhao Chen a splitting headache and extreme mental confusion. If it weren't for the big sun star off deep in the sea of consciousness that protected his true spirit, he would have gone crazy or transformed into a monster by now. True body. After Qi Meng beside him uttered these 2 words, a phantom of white-robed Guanyin appeared behind his head, emitting soft light, reducing the pollution suffered by the 2. Zhao Chen, who had rich experience in random viewing, recovered first, and murmured, King Yu's true body, apostrophe star god sky, apostrophe the morning light dyes the red clouds, and the water and moon accompany the 5 fairies. Once the fog rises, all grudges are returned. Transformed into a bodhisattva garland. Xianjun Zenran Huangjia Gang. Hearing the words and sentences coming out of his mouth, Qi Meng couldn't help turning his head and glancing at him, and said in surprise, you are actually looking with the Dangsu eyes. You actually want to extract knowledge from something that ordinary monks avoid? You are worthy of being called a collector and investigator. Zhao Chen rubbed his forehead with his hand to relieve the pain in his head, and responded casually, I'm used to it. I will change it next time. Before he finished speaking, a vibration like a landslide came over, making the 2 of them almost unstable, and 2 other extremely terrifying auras appeared, making Zhao Chen and Qi Meng unable to even think. Fortunately, the next moment, the vibration, roar, and aura all disappeared, and even the surrounding scene changed rapidly, turning into a dilapidated Zen hall. The floor tiles were broken, and clumps of weeds grew. The golden paint of the Buddha statue withered and fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces. Its head had a compassionate smile on its face, rolling at the feet of Zhao Chen and Qi Meng, quietly looking at them. Zhao Chen and Qi Meng, who had just gotten rid of the terrifying aura, were already soaked in sweat at this time, and the whole person seemed to have been fished out of the water. They didn't care about the scene around them, but sat down on the ground with weak legs. Is this the master of Dangsuan in his prime? How terrifying. The power of Qin and Chu is not even 1% of this, Zhao Chen said with lingering fear. That feeling, even the ability to block fear couldn't completely reduce it. The original thought in his mind that Dangsuan master is just like that was gone. This is a being that can suppress him so much with just the aura of true body and armor appearance. In front of them, Zhao Chen doubted whether he would have the opportunity to use his trump card. Master Qin and Master Chu don't even dare to show their own Dharma appearance, they just use their status to activate their magical powers. Naturally, they can't be compared with these ruthless people who are fighting with their true body and armor appearance. And the real people who took action at the sword contest probably also controlled their own power and did not affect the disciples of various sects. So you and I made some misjudgments. Qi Meng looked around the Zen hall while talking, but could not find any noteworthy places, nor did he find the enemy. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhao Chen stood up and said solemnly, according to the information I spy on the giant, we should be in the first reincarnation now. And the Dangsuan Malay we just saw was the end of the last reincarnation. In short, what just happened was just the opening animation, and now is the official game content. Seeing that the environment was temporarily safe, Qi Meng thought for a while, frowned and asked, reincarnation? In other words, in this world sealed by the fog of history, what happened is very likely to be cyclical? The process in this cycle may be a few days, a few months, or even a few years or decades. Zhao Chen nodded and said, I guess so too, but I don't think it will take too long. At most, it will repeat itself within a few days. Well, it will start from a time when no one leaves the Chijin mountain area. After all, people who leave cannot appear in the cycle. That should be the time when the people of the Four Evil Hall blocked 2 towns and 1 village and arrested your stepmother. Qi Meng nodded thoughtfully. She had discussed the affairs of the Chijin mountain area with Zhao Chen countless times in private, so she immediately understood what Zhao Chen meant. She paused for a moment and asked again, what else did you see? I saw that the master used his true body as a sacrifice to hold the star god surrender to the sky ceremony and obtained half of a prophetic poem. 13 years of Guang, the stars fell into the ice spring. The golden dart left the old place and the divine wind rolled up the waves. The morning light dyed the red clouds and the water and moon accompanied the 5 fairies. Once the fog rises, all the grudges will be returned. But because it was only half ahead, the master was able to temporarily regain his strength once and ambush his enemy, that is, the Mahoraga. Zhao Chen sighed and replied. As for the fact that the master's true identity was Huang Jiagong, the Dongsuan Zenran of the Yuan sect, he had expected it long ago. This time it can only be regarded as confirmed, so he was not surprised. In the 13th year of Guang, the stars fell into the ice spring. The golden dart left the old place and the divine wind rolled up the waves. The morning light dyed the red clouds and the water and the moon accompanied the 5 fairies. The time, place, and events are all complete. And, it seems that this is talking about you, right? Qi Meng was amazed. You must know that, unless you have a lot of prior intelligence, it is quite difficult to get such accurate results for the prophecy type of magical power. Ambiguous sentences are the norm. No wonder Master, a real person, is content to stay in a small place like Bingquan Town. It turns out that he is waiting for me in the prophecy. Zhao Chen also sighed and then said uncertainly, but the last sentence transformed into a bodhisattva's goal and seems to be the content of the second half of the prophecy poem. Master is not aware of it. Maybe it is the content you interpreted from his real body. After all, his real body should have been mortgaged to the star god before. Qi Meng said meaningfully, the second half of the prophecy poem may also guide our subsequent actions. Do you want to wait until the end of this reincarnation to take another look? Are you encouraging me to commit suicide? Zhao Chen complained in his heart, but did not refuse. If necessary, he had to go, even if it meant committing death. At this time, Zhao Chen suddenly remembered something and hurriedly used his spiritual consciousness to contact the wind and cloud harmony ring he was wearing, but found that there was no beautiful figure that was entangled with him at night. The plan to smuggle King Guaning failed. Zhao Chen sighed, but he was not too disappointed. After all, if it was so easy to enter the historical mist, Song Wuyuru would not have planned so much. 3 reincarnations, although not enough, it also gives us the opportunity to try and make mistakes. Well, for the first time we should focus on investigation and try not to interfere with the progress of the story. Qi Meng suggested. Zhao Chen thought about it and nodded. Okay, although we have learned about what happened in Chijin Mountain from many aspects, it is not comprehensive after all. Follow the story once and find out the bottom so as to arrange the follow-up plan. In addition, we have to figure out one thing. Qi Meng spoke again, that is, whether the real people or demons have the memory of reincarnation again and again. The real people have the memory of reincarnation again and again. This is indeed very likely. If so, Meng and I will go out so carelessly, and we may be arrested and interrogated as soon as we show up. We have to disguise ourselves. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen looked Qi Meng up and down and said with a smile, you are very experienced. After being hunted for a long time, all kinds of experience are naturally very rich. While speaking, Qi Meng picked up the Buddha head at his feet and looked at it for a while and said, before this Buddha statue was destroyed, it contained evil spirits. It must have been worshipped by the members of the Xingguang Temple. Xingguang Temple. I remember that there is a Xingguang Temple base in Bingquan Town, which is the small mountain temple where Aunt May often goes to burn incense. According to the information calculated by Li Jiadongsun, these people in Xingyang Temple were calculated by those members of the Four Evil Halls, and were killed by Sister Hangsha. So, we are now in the small mountain temple. No wonder it's so dilapidated. Zhao Chen just thought of this, but suddenly heard a commotion outside. Boss, you said that Jia Xingming took advantage of the leader's absence to use chicken feathers as a token to order us to do things, not to mention that now he even asked us to patrol the mountains and block the small roads out. Is there something wrong with him? Even if we need to arrest fugitives, isn't it the responsibility of the Six Gates? The owner of this voice is quite young, and his tone is full of complaints. And a few seconds later, another slightly more stable voice sounded hesitantly. Yellow shirt gunner Jia Zhengming helped us win the competition and drove away the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall. He is a great benefactor of us and Snake Gang. It was the leader who asked us to obey his orders before he left. Don't be dissatisfied. Although this mission is a bit tiring and troublesome, the reward is quite good. It's 800 coins a night. The two people's discussion was getting closer and closer. It was obvious that they were tired and planned to take a rest in this ruined temple. The Sand Snakes. Jia Zhengming, the yellow gunner who won the duel with his master, was ordered to block the path in and out of Bingquan town. It turned out that this registered disciple of Yan Sanxia was also a member of the Four Evils Hall, or was controlled by the Four Evils Hall. In response, Zhao Chen and Qi Fimeng looked at each other without saying anything. The moment the two people outside pushed the door and walked in, one of them used the acupuncture techniques of ordinary warriors to control them, and the other raised her hand and sprinkled a handful of special spices to knock them out. For some reason, they tacitly did not use magic power to avoid being noticed. But even without using magic, with Zhao Chen and Qi Fimeng's current strength, it would be easy to take down two gang members who are still in the body refining stage. You still carry knockout drugs with you? Zhao Chen asked in surprise. This was originally prepared by King Kaian. She likes to use this kind of thing to liven up the party. But after I subdued her with the forbidden hoop spell, she couldn't use it, so I confiscated it. Qi Fimeng explained a few sentences without changing her expression, and then asked, can you see anything directly? It's of very low value, not even qualified to be a corpse refiner. Zhao Chen first glanced at it, and then used his spiritual consciousness to touch the golden color deep in his soul, and entered the star raft. If you don't want to be noticed, it's better to operate in the Dairi star raft. After a while, Zhao Chen's spirit returned to reality, but the two Sand Snake gang members he had subdued had disappeared. Without Qi Fimeng asking, Zhao Chen took the initiative to say, in their cognition, it is now the second day of April, and they don't have the memory of their own continuous reincarnation. The second day of April. I remember the day we received the mission was the fourth day of April. In other words, the time span of this historical fog is most likely only more than one day. Qi Fimeng paused and asked again, any other information? Yes, the older man was actually uneasy about the situation in Bingquan town, so he deliberately hid a maidservant beside my stepmother. He originally wanted to knock out his companion in this temple, and then take the maidservant away. Well, that maidservant should be a spy planted in Bingquan town by the Taoist office. Having said that, Zhao Chen did not show mercy to the subordinate of the calm gangster, and still split him up, and sold him to Xingcha. After all, judging from his memory, this man had at least 3 lives on his hands, and he deserved it. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhao Chen and Qi Fimeng need their identities as a cover at this time. With this thought, Zhao Chen took out a token that was as black as ink, and then looked at Fimeng. Qi Fimeng immediately understood, and the Buddha behind his head reappeared, and a hazy mist rose up, completely covering the surroundings. Seeing this, Zhao Chen carefully activated the function of the black token. This is the magical instrument 10,000 souls token, which can seal the souls of 10 people or animals, and transform them into their appearances when they were alive. And because the soul of the original owner is still there, it has a strong anti-calculation effect. At this moment, the souls of the 2 Sand Snake gang minions just now are sealed in the 10,000 souls token. Soon, Zhao Chen and Qi Fimeng's appearance and clothes began to change. In just a breath, they completely became the appearance of the 2 gang members. Zhao Chen turned into a complaining young man, and Femeng turned into a slightly older one. At this time, the water mist in the temple also quietly dissipated. Where are we going next? Let's release the hidden maid first, and see how it develops later. Chapter 474. Master is the final boss. In Bingquan Town, in a secret room, the members of the four evils gathered together. Zebodu, the tiger in a black robe, looked around at his men and asked gloomily, I said before that the constables of the government office should block all the main roads of the two towns and one village in the name of arresting the criminals who attacked the town guards, and let the Sand Snake gang and other gangs control the small roads, and no one is allowed to enter but not leave. Why is Bailu, the maid next to Li Zieling, still missing? Did you follow my orders? Exclamation mark. Also, how is the progress of the sacrificial ceremony organized by the Bingquan Zhao family, the Chijin Town Chen family, and the Jinwenlan family at the foot of Chijin Mountain? After questioning, the tiger swept his cold eyes to the fox beside him. Explain it first. The fox was frightened and explained hurriedly, I'm sorry, Lord Tiger, I didn't expect that Li Zieling was actually a magical cultivator. She diverted most of my attention, and as a result, her maid did. But I'm sure that Bailu didn't leave Bingquan Town. You don't have to worry about Li Zieling's affairs anymore. I will solve it myself. After Zebodu said this, he snorted, then looked at the snake and said, what about you over there? The snake, also known as the yellow shirt gunner Jia Zhengming nodded and replied respectfully, the altar in Bingquan Town is almost completed, but if we want to connect with the other two towns, it will take some time to coordinate. Upon hearing this, the fox sneered and mocked, if you didn't do it, you didn't do it. No matter what excuse you make, you can't hide your incompetence. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhengming glanced coldly at the stupid fox opposite him, and didn't bother to pay any attention. He hadn't even completed his own task, but he still had the mind to laugh at others. He was worthy of being a fox who had died many times, and had nothing but paranoia in his mind. Noticing the disdainful look of the snake, the fox was about to get angry, but saw the knife-like eyes of the tiger cast at her, which made her shrink her neck and be honest. Zebodu retracted his gaze, and ordered the snake the sacrifice must begin at noon on the fourth day at the latest. We need to let Lord Yazzie descend into the body of the jackal. Upon hearing this, everyone present subconsciously glanced at the man who was tightly bound in the corner and looked ferocious, and their hearts were all trembling. They said in unison, yes, Lord Tiger. On the passenger ship that just arrived at the dock of Bingquan Town, the rosy-lipped and white-toothed young man Zhao Chen was leaning on the railing, watching a couple on the deck, who were originally in love quarreling over a trivial matter, which then turned into a fight. However, this program that he loved most on weekdays did not arouse the interest of Zhao Chen. He cast his eyes in the direction of Bingquan Town, wondering to himself, I always feel a little familiar. And why does a certain magical monk in the city have the bestowed by me? The connection seems to be there and not there. I can only feel it vaguely. If you don't get close, you can't locate it at all. This is very strange. It seems that the people of the Four Evil Hall have a big plan. Hey, don't be anxious. Once we enter the city, we will know what they are going to do. While he was thinking, his sister Zhao Chen came out of the cabin. The girl's face was a little anxious and frightened at first, but when she saw Zhao Chen, she relaxed and walked over quickly and said, brother, why are you on the deck alone? What if the Che family sees us? It can be seen that, after losing all her relatives, Zhao Chen, the sister, was quite nervous about her only brother. Moreover, she hurriedly escaped from the Stone Buddha temple and risked encountering weird things to leave the city overnight. She didn't know that the Che family no longer posed a threat to them. Zhao Chen immediately showed a playful expression, but then restrained it. He took the initiative to step forward, grabbed his sister's hand and said, don't worry, we have arrived in Dunhuang. Uncle Zhao Song is a powerful man here. Even if the Che family comes, there is nothing they can do. Zhao Chen was not as optimistic as her brother. Not to mention, whether the relatives of the fifth degree of mourning would recognize them as siblings. Just in terms of status in the martial arts world, this uncle could not be compared with Che Yugang, a master on the human outstanding people list. The uncle's greatest reliance was just the identity of the son-in-law of the Li family's side branch, while Che Yigong's daughter was the wife of the Li family's direct line. But this was the only hope for them, and she was unwilling to burst the fantasy, so she asked worriedly, Zhao Chen, do you think we should go directly to the door to seek refuge, or settle down and observe for a few days before going? Zhao Chen smiled when he heard this, and said slowly, of course, we should settle down first, and then send a visiting card. Rushing to the door will only make people despise us. After all, this place always gives me a sense of deja vu. Maybe there is something wrong. To be cautious, it is better to investigate first. On the bank of Jian River, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, but with a faint look of confusion, looked around and muttered, who am I? Why am I here? What do I want to do? I only remember that I came here in a hurry, but I forgot what to do. Wait, why do I feel like I have been through this situation several times? Does anyone know something? He wanted to find someone to ask, but the people on the riverbank ignored him. No matter how he asked, he got no response. What is going on? Bingquan Town, the former site of the Golden Art Martial Arts School, now the base of the Sand Snake Gang. The old Huang Xianjun looked at his palm, looked around in confusion, and thought to himself, I seem to have regained my strength. According to my agreement in the Star God Surrender to the Sky ceremony, this means that my enemy has once again descended on Daksha as the main soul. And in Bingquan Town, in the 13th year of Guang, the stars fell on Bingquan. The golden dart left its old place, and the divine wind rolled up the waves. The morning light dyed the red clouds, and the water and moon accompanied the 5 fairies. The sentences in the prophecy poem have all come true, and my enemy is indeed coming. Why can't I remember the last few sentences? Let me think. What is the last sentence of this prophecy poem? It seems Mera finally enters extinction and turns into a bodhisattva. It seems that there is such a sentence. What does it mean? After a long while, Huang Xianjun vaguely remembered something, so he restrained all his breath and waited patiently for his enemy to show up. As for the other problems he noticed, he vaguely felt that he seemed to have stopped them before, more than once, but everything was in vain, so he decided to wait and see. On the path, illuminated by the moonlight, Zhao Chen walked towards the hiding place of the maid named Beilu, while watching the silver moon in the sky that seemed to be no different from the outside world. Qi Meng, who was beside him, followed closely and asked in a voice transmission, Erlang, who do you think are the other 2 of the 4 Dongsuan beings we saw before, besides your master and the heavenly sword Li Zuanhao of the Li family? One should be my master's enemy, that is, the Mahoraga. Although its main soul has descended, its body cannot enter Daksha, so its combat power seems to be not as strong as the master who has temporarily recovered. As for the last one, although I haven't seen it, I can roughly guess that it is a certain evil spirit summoned by the people of the 4 evil hole through blood sacrifice. Zhao Chen responded casually. Qi Meng nodded, as if to approve of Zhao Chen's speculation, and then asked meaningfully, then who do you think will be the biggest obstacle to our completion of the mission among these 4 Dongsuan beings? Seeing the question, Zhao Chen stopped and looked at Qi Meng, who had changed into a mature man with helplessness, and sighed. Meng, don't point me like this. The biggest obstacle I can think of is probably from the master. In other words, our biggest enemy in this mission may be our master. Qi Meng knew that, although Erlang and Huang Xianjun had only been together for a short time, they had a very good relationship, and Erlang truly regarded the other as his master. Although she couldn't bear it, she still analyzed calmly, it depends on whether the Dongsuan beings have their own memories of reincarnation. If not, then our enemies are probably the other 3 besides Zenran Xianjun. Even Zenran Li will not allow us to enter the so-called Red Gold Mountain ruins at will. And if they remember everything, then both Zenran Li and Mahoraga must want to escape, and they may help us if necessary. But your master will not sit idly by and watch his enemies escape. Instead, it will become an obstacle to the mission. Zhao Chen had already thought of what Fei Meng said, after reading the prophecy, and learning that his master had paid such a great price for revenge. He had been thinking about a better way, but because he had no clue for the time being, he accepted Fei Meng's suggestion. and did reconnaissance in the first reincarnation. If there is still no way, then he can only unite with other Darksun to suppress the master first, and then help him to avenge, after solving the historical fog. Of course, it would be better to get rid of Mahoraga first and immediately resolve the master's heart knot, but the evil spirits in Xinjiang Temple are difficult to kill. If it can be done, it would have been killed long ago with its bad temper. I understand. Femeng, don't worry, I will make a decision at that time, Zhao Chen said with a breath of turbid air. However, at this time, Qi Femeng smiled slyly and said, what I mean is, if there is really no other way, I can try to take down Mahoraga. Hearing this, Zhao Chen almost forgot to transmit the sound, and said in surprise, Femeng, do you have a way to break the immortal soul of that evil spirit? It's not about breaking its immortal soul, but turning it into one of the treasures. Qi Femeng briefly explained, and then added, but I can't guarantee that it will succeed. After all, I just got this trump card not long ago. Even if there is no guarantee of success, Zhao Chen was excited when he heard it. After all, in this way, he doesn't have to make that difficult decision again. Femeng deliberately mentioned this matter, not only to let me face the problem, but also because there is a solution. What a virtuous wife. Zhao Chen completely ignored Femeng's attitude towards him, and thought shamelessly. How could Qi Femeng not notice what Zhao Chen was thinking? She glanced at him unhappily, and snorted, you should be careful, both of us are now men, and your disgusting posture may arouse suspicion. Zhao Chen didn't take it as an offense, and smiled and said, although I don't have this habit, it doesn't mean that others don't have it, so even if it is discovered, it will at most feel uncomfortable. You know a lot. Qi Femeng just replied, but her eyes suddenly narrowed, because she detected a magical monk in her spiritual consciousness. The other party was wearing a fox mask, and was sneaking around nearby. Because her soul was much stronger than the other party, and her ability to control the spiritual consciousness was more delicate, she could discover the other party without touching the other party's spiritual consciousness. Zhao Chen was the same in this regard. The two looked at each other, and stopped chatting through voice transmission, but completed the patrol work seriously. On the other side, Fox just stared at the two Sand Snake gang members for a few glances, and then stopped paying too much attention. After all, there was nothing suspicious about the two people, so she had no reason to find trouble. Of course, more importantly, she was now busy with the task ordered by Lord Tiger, looking for the hidden maid Beilu. As the most favored aunt of the Zhao family, Fox had contaminated every servant in the mansion with special spices, which were difficult to remove without corresponding methods in a short time. This was also the reason why she was sure that Beilu had not left the town. The fox twitched her nose and followed the scent to a very remote path and found a hidden cave at the end. So it's here. There must be a waterway in the cave, otherwise the smell wouldn't be so faint that I have to use my blood essence to perform a secret method to find it. You are really good at hiding. Humph, I will definitely cut off your head and throw it in front of that bitch Lizialing. The expression under the fox mask gradually became fierce, but she did not enter the cave immediately, but took out a stick tube and shook it gently. After a while, a bamboo stick fell into her hand. Tsukushi, although it's not good, it's also lucky, so it's not a big problem. Out of confidence in her strength, the fox flew into the cave without much hesitation. The road in the cave was tortuous, but not complicated, nor very deep. After only 2 or 3 breaths, she came to a pool of water. As if thinking that the prey was right in front of it, the fox showed a bloodthirsty smile on its face, and jumped into the pool without thinking, intending to swim into the secret cave inside the pool and bite off Beilu's neck. However, as soon as she entered the water, her head began to dizzy, and then she knew nothing. In the real cave, the maid Beilu, who watched the fox jump into a cage by himself and hit her head and fainted, was stunned for a long time, and then looked at the 2 gangmen on the side and said in disbelief, who are you? This method is more powerful than Yanfu Emoshi. There is another chapter later. Chapter 475 Replacement. The so-called winding cave and the so-called pool of water were naturally forged by Zhao Chen and Qi Femeng. One of them used the greedy indulgence method in the 12 methods of Heartlight to magnify the desire of the fox, and the other used the water moon illusion divine technique to create an illusion, which made the member of the four evil hall fall into the trap. In fact, there is only a naturally formed cave 2 or 3 meters deep. After confirming that there is no dark zone to cover the entire Chijin mountain area with divine consciousness, Zhao Chen and Qi Fimeng gradually became bolder. Yes, they discussed the existence of dark zone by voice transmission before, which was actually a tacit test. That's why they deliberately revealed that they had a way to solve their historical fog, because if there is really a dark zone that notices and descends immediately, they can also use this to negotiate conditions, right? Fortunately, there is no dark zone who is so observant, or has not had time to do so, which also made Zhao Chen and Fimeng relieved. At this time, hearing Beilu's question, Zhao Chen smiled slightly, took out a token from his arms, and showed it to the other party. Beilu was an ordinary looking girl. Although she was nominally Li Ziyaling's maid, she was actually a spy of the Daoist office. So when she saw the token, her face changed drastically. She knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. Subordinate Beilu, meet the Lord Examination Envoy. At the same time, she thought to herself, so it was the examination envoy who came in person. Is the problem in Bingquan town so serious? Well, this is probably a master of magical powers. No wonder he is more powerful than Yan Fumoshi. The identity token in Zhao Chen's hand was actually transformed by the invisible magic soldier. The style was exactly the same as Yan Hongxia's. Even if the master of magical powers from the Daoist office came to verify it, he would not be able to find any flaws, not to mention the little girl in front of him who only had the cultivation of true Qi. Zhao Chen winked at Qi Fimeng, and when the latter walked towards the fox, he waved to Beilu and said, no need to be polite. Time is running out. Tell me all the information you know. Yes, Lord Ko Zaoshi. Beilu did not doubt him, and after organizing his words a little, he told the details of the various abnormal situations discovered by Li Ziyaling, and finally concluded, a month ago, Madam, that is, Li Ziyaling, the daughter of Li Huzinshao and the wife of the head of the Zhao family, found that her husband Zhao Song was a little abnormal. That person actually allowed his own son Zhao Chen to put himself in danger, and used him as bait, to lure out Aunt Medi and the people from Xing'an Temple. According to Madam, this seems nothing on the surface, and it is a very calm and correct approach. But Zhao Chen is Zhao Song's biological son, and even Aunt Medi has served him for many years. It is impossible for her to have no feelings, but Zhao Song just watched her fall into an irretrievable situation. This kind of indifference is chilling. After that, Zhao Song's love for a maid named Xiangsu reached an incredible level. Not to mention the nightly revelry, he even did not see his son Zhao Chen off when he left Bingquan. And when it comes to his wife, Zhao Song is often unable to do what he wants. But these are actually nothing. What really terrifies my wife and me is that we found that after the Zhen Xiao was injured, all his confidants were replaced, and the Zhen Xiaoli who himself became mentally abnormal. Zhao Song's situation is similar. He is surrounded by new faces who have only appeared in the past 3 months. The old men including Zhao Zhen have either been sent to the eldest and second sons, or have taken leave for various reasons. In addition, what's even more terrifying is that a group of people in charge have recently been replaced in the Chijin region, both in the officialdom and in the martial arts world, so that my wife doesn't know who to ask for help now. My wife had no choice but to ask me to pass the situation here to Yan Fumo Envoy. But as soon as I left the house, I was intercepted by a master and severely injured. If you hadn't helped me hide here, I'm afraid I would have been killed long ago. Zhao Song, Li Hu. These two people hid really well, and even now my stepmother thinks that they are controlled by the people of the Four Evil Hall. But according to the calculations of the Li family, they are the real culprits. Strictly speaking, the people of the Four Evil Hall are being used by the two of them. Oh, of course, they are just pawns of Song Weiyuru's magical power of Yang Wanhua, Fu Ke Kangsheng. As for whose puppet Song Weiyuru is, it is unknown. The big guys always hide their goals tightly, and it is impossible to understand them unless you reach a certain level. Zhao Chen compared the content reported by Beilu with the results of the Li family's calculation that he got from the spirit of the Blessed Land, and roughly figured out the Four Evil Hall and the roles played by Li Hu and Zhao Song in this incident. Zhao Chen has now completely severed the blood connection between him and Zhao Song, and he is not even willing to call him cheap dad. On the contrary, Li Zhiling, his stepmother, has moved him to some extent, and he decided to save her, if possible in this mission. First, he pities her unfortunate birth and the bad luck she has met. Second, because she is a friend of Sister Xingcha, she should be taken care of. According to the information given by the spirit of the Blessed Land and some details mentioned by Bailu, Li Hu is most likely a supernatural cultivator, and Zhao Song will not be much worse. These two people should have benefited from the treasures that Song Wuyuru deliberately scattered outside the Chijin mountain. They should have mastered the method of entering the ruins. Although it may not be true, we have to find out. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen looked at Qi Fimeng, who had stood up from the cage, and asked, "How is it?" Qi Fimeng nodded and said, "Although she is a special ghost controlled by crazy Sanzibode using the divine tiger commanding ghosts to save people's sutra, this technique has been in my hands for more than 2 months. In addition, the Zhuanshenyanxiangdi's 4 sacred scriptures, which is the source of this technique, is also in our hands. Although it is unrealistic to perfectly crack the opponent's control method, it is not a problem to make a little effort so that he will not realize that the fox has been replaced by me in a short period of time." This was a plan that Zhao Chen and Qi Fimeng had discussed long ago. Although the first reincarnation is mainly to watch the plot, you have to watch as a relatively core character to understand the full picture. If it is an ordinary NPC, I'm afraid that after several reincarnations, I will not know what happened at all. That's good. There is still room in my one link token to directly detain the soul of this fox and make you look like her. Zhao Chen took out the inky black token and handed it to Qi Fimeng. Qi Fimeng was not polite. She used a secret method to hide the tiger and transferred the connection between the other party and the fox to herself, so that the woman in the cage ended her sinful life in a coma. Soon, the charming and beautiful new fox appeared again. She put on the clothes and mask of the woman in the cage, and then released a handful of red lotus fire to burn her body. The fox is just a ghost. This body is not hers. It's just a skin bag where she lives. After doing this, Qi Fimeng's version of the fox looked at Zhao Chen with a smile and said, "I have a suitable identity. I wonder whose identity the examination envoy is going to use to watch the movie. Since you have become a fox, I have to choose Zhao Song. Otherwise, wouldn't he take advantage of you?" Zhao Chen seemed to be joking, but there was no smile on his face. "Are you going to kill your father?" Qi Fimeng raised her eyebrows and asked. "I have nothing to do with him." Zhao Chen retorted first, then said in a softened tone, "Besides, I'm actually trying to restore his image." The two of them talked openly, and they didn't care about the maid Bailu, who was listening on the side, because she had fallen asleep at some point. In the secret room of the garrison, Zhao Song and Li Hu were sitting opposite each other, with a chessboard between them. Zhao Song put down a chess piece and said to Li Hu, "The tiger of the 4 evil hall went to capture Zhiling personally. I'm afraid she has no chance of survival." Li Hu, as Li Zhiling's father, just smiled coldly and said, "After giving birth to the pair of children, her mission has actually been completed. Now she can still deal with the 4 evil hall and pass on the news to human, so that the fact that the 4 evil hall is the mastermind is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It is already far beyond our expectations. Oh, I don't even know when she was promoted to a higher level of magic power. It's just right to end it now." Zhao Song paused, shook his head and said, "You really are heartless, aren't you?" Li Hu was unmoved and sneered, "You didn't feel sorry when you used your son to plot. Don't tell me that you care about Xi Yuling more than your son. That's too hypocritical." Zhao Song didn't argue, but just sighed silently. "Even if you raise a dog, you will feel sorry for it after a long time, let alone a person." Li Hu stared at him for a while, then laughed. "It turns out that you don't have much humanity. I feel relieved. Well, I feel that the fox is back in my house, and I'm no longer free. I have to flatter her. The progress of the plan depends on you, father-in-law." There was a hint of sarcasm in Zhao Song's last sentence. Li Hu had long been accustomed to his style, so he just waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, the group of evil monks from the 4 evil hall can't make any waves." Zhao Song did not go through the door, but used the earth escape technique to quickly return to Zhao's house from the garrison, and waited in the bedroom of the main courtyard. When the smiling fox appeared in his field of vision, he immediately made a look of lust and soul, and was about to hug the other party into his arms. But at this moment, he suddenly found something wrong. It was the smell on the fox that was wrong. Although the bitch had been using incense, the breath on her body always had a rotten smell. Zhao Song quickly became alert and withdrew, but it was a little too late. Because Zhao Chen jumped out from somewhere, grabbed his arm, and entered the palace in the wind and cloud harmony ring with him. Because he didn't know what Zhao Song's true strength was, he was not sure that he could take him down quickly, so Zhao Chen moved the battlefield to the space opened up by the divine power instrument. Although Zhao Zhen said that he was in the mana realm, Zhao Chen didn't dare to believe it completely. In this way, the fluctuations generated by the battle can be eliminated to the greatest extent. Who are you? Zhao Song was calm and summoned a set of silver armor to cover his whole body as soon as he entered the palace. At the same time, a golden seal also floated above his head, as if it could fall at any time. Zhao Chen had no intention of recognizing him at all. He still wore the image of the Sand Snake Gang thug, but his eyes fell on the gold seal. That is what Uncle Zhen said, the gold seal that can suppress ordinary demons, right? It does look very powerful. However, compared to the treasure in my hand, it is not good enough. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen wanted to deliberately laugh a few times, but he felt that it was a bit awkward to laugh like this in reality, so he just pulled out a weird smile and said, "Who am I? Shouldn't you know it very well?" Regardless of whether Zhao Song has other secrets, he will cheat first. Zhao Song glanced at the architectural style of the surrounding palaces, and after a few seconds of silence, he tentatively said, "You are not those idiots from the Four Evil Halls, nor do you look like the abbot of the Heartlight Temple who plays with people's hearts. You are a fundamentalist of the Star Society, right?" He thinks I'm most likely a member of the Star Society? No. Zhao Song is very cunning. It is impossible for him to be led by me so easily. He is more likely to be preparing some means while counter-cheating me. Just as Zhao Chen thought of this, he saw a bewitching colorful light flashing in Zhao Song's eyes. The third grade magical power Heart Demon Eyes composed of the 4 techniques and the 12 methods of Heart Light. Happy New Year to everyone. Also, I'm begging for monthly tickets and collections in the new January. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.